Not muted anymore. What's up? Hello. It's so wide, and I know why it's wide, because I was fucking with shit this morning. What's up? Hello. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm a little late. And by a little, I mean 1 minute. It's been a chaotic morning. I'm hopefully... I don't know how this stream will be. It's going to be shorter. I have not been sleeping. So I'm a little woof. Because these fucking assholes, this asshole, and wait, there's another asshole on the floor. Where is she? There she is. Those assholes are very upset that Paige is gone because she's been gone this week. And they have not, they keep waking up in the middle of the night, realizing that she's gone, and then waking me up to tell me. Like, I don't know. Wait, the light in the background's bugging me. So, I already thought that this was going to be a half ep, and it is certainly going to be a half ep. But, that said, I've heard some good shit. I've heard several people say, either in comments or in Discord, that these next few episodes are some really, really good ones. So I'm excited. I'm also excited just in general to see where things go. Also, hello, everybody. Hi, Crocheting Savvy, Nick the Bull, Delphi Star, Michael. Hello. John, hi. I kind of had a little bit of a takeaway. There's no real housekeeping because I haven't been able to do a lot this week. So yeah, not much housekeeping, but I obviously do have a little bit of a takeaway. Honestly, not much, but a little bit of a takeaway. Also had a pop-up message reminding me I'm a mod and the things I can do. First time that happened. Oh. Huh. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Okay, cool. When are we getting an autopsy of the moon tree? Oh, the moon tree. What a beautiful theory that did not pan out in the slightest. What up, Nomad? Yeah, that which kind of goes to the takeaway, because I kind of said it in the Discord a little bit, but last episode was pretty middling, maybe for me. It wasn't necessarily like, oh man, it was so bad. It was just. It was just a little bit lackluster, but I also wouldn't have done much different, I don't think. Like, I think that the Shade Merc itself didn't get the attention that I thought it probably deserved, but that was because we spent so much time in the Moonbrush that I understand Matt wanting to speed it up a little bit for the end, kind of accelerate into the sort of finale of this arc. I get that, and I think it was probably a good choice. But I think it made the Shade Merc itself a little bit, whatever. And the actual, wrapping into the Moon Tree, I don't know if this was a change on Matt's part, a late addition. I'm not sure how all of this, developed. But I do think that before they actually got to the Feywild, there was a big focus on the environment. When they first hear about Fenthros, they hear about the tree. When they talk and they learn more from Allura, they learn about the Shade Merc and the Gilded Run, and the Archfey is in there, but he is presented as sort of the inciting incident. of all of these things. Which it's hard to know, like, if there was like an original intention there, if it was maybe meant to be a red herring, or if it just wasn't all the way developed yet. And then when they actually got to the Feywild, Matt kind of decided that he wanted to emphasize the Archfey a little bit more than the environment itself, than the tree. It's hard to say. It could be that the Archfey was originally meant to be more of a personification of the tree. Maybe he was going to be a little bit more virtual, let's say. He was going to be maybe more of like an embodiment of the soul of the tree, but then when Matt was actually going to make the combat, he found it difficult to make an interesting combat where there's no like primary enemy, like primary like avatar sort of, because a lot of the conversation and even kind of the way that the combat goes, there's nothing. How do I say this? The Archfey is so tied into the tree that there's no real difference. Like, if you play that scene out and it's like a vision of the Archfey rather than like a physical embodiment of it, there's no real functional or even tonal difference, really. And even the way that the combat goes, considering him like an avatar of the tree, that the tree like manifests, also wouldn't really change anything. But the Archfey is presented as much more of a separate entity that has sort of been assimilated into the tree and the environment. But the actual environment itself is downplayed a lot, at least towards the end. So it was strange. It was strange because there were parts about it that I don't want to get too married to my own theories, I don't want to say like, oh, the moon tree is like the way he should have done it. Blah, blah, blah. I don't. That's stupid. That's silly. But I do think that there was certainly a transition in the foreshadowing. Like, I think that it started out foreshadowing something different than we actually got. And we could kind of see the foreshadowing starting to change as we got closer and closer and closer. It turned from, there's a tree, to, well, there's a tree that was created by an Archfey. Well, the Archfey is the one in control of the Shade Merc, which the tree is in. Well, as we get even closer, there's like, it's just the guy. And then you just talk to the guy and the tree's barely even a factor. So it's this, I don't know. It was the entire Feywild is very interesting because I really like all of the individual parts. And if I allow myself to like assume my own context, like if I allow myself to assume that Vex would have taken the deal in the past, like if I had never seen the past episodes of Critical Role, I could assume that was a very powerful moment. This is absolutely something she would have done in the past. But I've seen the rest of the series, and I didn't get that impression. Maybe other people did. That's fair. But within the context, it felt weird. As a self-contained arc, I think that, spending time in the Moonbrush and then accelerating towards the end makes a lot of sense. But within the context, it's already such a huge arc. It's already giant within the context that, like, maybe we could have spent a little bit more time at the end. I don't know. It's a very interesting. It feels almost like a I don't know if there's a word or a term for this, but it's kind of like a bottle episode, but it's like an in-between arc. Like it feels like it should be a mini arc that is sandwiched between two larger arcs, like between two tiers. Even from the perspective of like this deal and the implied character growth of Vex, like this feels like, oh, you just finished an arc. Here's a little miniature arc to kind of display how much you guys have grown. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities to display that before we go into your next big challenge. But that feels a little strange when it's inside of a much larger arc and in the middle of kind of a tier. So I don't know. It's one that is very... it's an episode and an arc that was very cool and super interesting in some ways, but was also very confusing and out of place in others. And I don't know if I can have like a cohesive 100% opinion on it. Because if I separate anything out of it, my opinion of it wildly changes. Like, evaluating the individual things with and without context leads me to very different conclusions. And I don't quite know how to synthesize that. Definitely interesting. Definitely a kind of a litmus test almost of how you view like arcs and stories and what you are willing to put up with, or not put up with necessarily, but like what you are comfortable with in terms of narrative flow, what your table is comfortable with. Very interesting. It's canon in our hearts. No spoilers, but it's been interesting to watch Lovum alongside your theorizing about things like Matt cutting things for time, because Lovum lets them, in theory, reallocate time and do things that wouldn't make for good at-table stuff, so we get an eye into what they might have wished happened. Yeah, that's super interesting. That would be very, very interesting to see, because you're totally right. They have way more creative control over pacing. Like, I talk about pacing a lot, and I do think that DMs have a lot of control over it. But it is still, at the end of the day, it's a free-form improv activity. And they're making a show where they need to sometimes cut things for time. So it is... But Matt doesn't necessarily have control over the cuts in CR, but the writers have control over the cuts in Lovum. So yeah, it's definitely that would be very interesting to like compare and contrast. Yeah. What up, Deadly and Ebster? Hello. I think a lot about the Vestige Gathering is a collection of mini arcs making up a larger whole. Well, I think and that's why I'm saying, like, it really depends on how much context you include. Like, whether or not you consider the Vestige Gathering underneath or completely separate from the Chroma Conclave. Like, is the Chroma Conclave an actual arc? Or is it an Umbrasyl arc? And a Raishan arc, and a Thordak arc that we haven't like gotten to yet, and the vestiges are just between those. I would argue that, especially because of how Matt presents it in his recaps, we are still in a larger Chroma Conclave arc. The end of the real arc is Thordak, and everything else is underneath. And so the vestige hunts are also, they're very interesting because they don't need to be the same length on their faces. But it does feel a little strange to me when I mentally compare the lengths of the arcs to get the Raven Queen armor versus Mythcarver versus the Titanstone Knuckles versus Fenthras. Like, the actual vestiges are so ancillary to almost all of the arcs that it's strange. Like, should I ignore them? Like, should I just, like, not even really consider this, like, a Fenthras thing? Is this just a mini Vex arc within the larger Chroma Conclave? If that was the case, then I would need her to, like, prove and really demonstrate an amount of growth, if that's the point. Which it's arguable if she did or not. It's why I think the Craven Edge Grog arc works a lot. I think it works really, really well because Grog displays very obvious growth. He uses that growth to overcome Kevdak, and then they use the result of overcoming Kevdak to take on Umbrasyl. It's not about the Titanstone Knuckles. It's about Grog. But I don't know that I got in. And so that one feels fine as a miniature arc inside of this, even though it's very loosely related to a vestige. So it's technically a vestige hunt, but it's not really. The more explicit vestige hunts of Mythcarver and the Raven Queen armor, those were like 1 to 2 sessions. 3, depending on how generous you are. But they're about the same length. They're both very, very short. Whereas the Grog arc, arguably a vestige hunt, is way longer, but it's not really about the vestige, it's about Grog. Which I didn't get as much of from this. I think the Feywild needed to be more explicitly about Vex. Like, I almost needed to have, like, some of the Moonbrush be about Vex, which I guess the bear was. Because it's like, the start, not really. Singorn, definitely. The 2 Moonbrushes, not really. Gilded Run, not really. And then the end, only kind of. Like, the actual Shademerk section wasn't about her. It was just the last section. Which, not every part in the Grog arc was about Grog. But I think it paid off on things he had been struggling with for a while. Like, I think the Grog arc debatably started with the crystallized skull. The skull with the green jewel for an eye. I think that's debatably where the Grog arc really started, because it's the first time that Craven Edge talks to him. And then the more, I think, explicit Grog arc is him overcoming that voice in his head. Whereas we didn't really get Vex, really being challenged on her greed and her really being challenged on her lack of trust. All of the things that the Archfey presents to her as her weaknesses, we didn't get a lot of that during the actual arc like we did with Grog. Like, even though I was pretty lukewarm on the Craven Edge stabbing Pike, just because I think the mechanical reality didn't really mesh up with the tonal fantasy, it was still a really obvious point of, Grog's kind of losing it a little bit. He's really, really struggling with this. And then him ultimately detaching and saying no to Craven Edge is kind of equivalent to Vex saying no to the Archfey. But she didn't have the stabbing Pike experience. She didn't have the I want to release the Githyanki moment. At least that I could see. So it's hard. It's I don't know whether to consider this a Fenthras hunt, in which case it's too long, or a Vex arc, in which case I don't think it really succeeded in being a Vex arc. But if I ignore both of those and I don't care about how it fits into the larger story and what kind of arc it is, the individual pieces are fun. So I don't know. It's hard. It's one that I really don't know how to evaluate. I'm very torn on. Yeah. So parts of it would feel like filler if it was on a written pre-planned narrative. Yes. Yeah, it all depends on the intention as to whether it would feel like filler or just incomplete. Because if we consider it a Fenthros arc, I think there's too much filler. But if we consider it a Vex arc, I think the things that were there weren't targeted enough, essentially. Thordak arc or a Thord arc, if you will. I would. I wonder if the players accidentally thwarted something Matt had planned, because if you think about it, the Feywild is primed to play on greed and trust issues. I know! Which is why, like... And clearly Matt... I would say at least, I think clearly Matt thought about the arc and changed it from what it originally was. Because I think if he had had all of it planned when he gave the Fenthros hook, he would have mentioned the Archfey and not the tree. Because almost all of the other vestige hooks mention the person, not the environment. Fenthros is I think, the only one that actually mentions its environment. Let's see. Cabal's Ruin, a magic-devouring cloak once used by an assassin to eliminate the unscrupulous den of Druja. Assassin. Dawn Martyr gathers dust on the wall in the city of Brass, a trophy won by a fire giant in a card game from a Sultan bloodline. People. Even Deathwalker's Ward, leathers adorned by the champion of the Raven Queen. Myth Carver. I don't think I wrote down. Spire of Conflux talks about its previous owner, eaten by a Garisto named Yank. Like, all of these are... Actually, the only one that's not is Whisper. Blade forged from metal pulled from the far realm was a center to many a dark ritual. It now lies on the bottom of the Osmit Sea, sunken with the lost ship the Shrew in a storm 300 years ago near an island of glass. That is the only other one that mentions the environment and not the previous owner. And I would expect if they went for Whisper for the bottom of the Osmit Sea to be the main thing. And for the Shrew to be, for us to get like a ghost ship type of arc. I'm not expecting the captain of maybe even the captain of the Shrew. I don't know. Because it's mentioned. So I think that from the way that the Archfey is emphasized once they start getting into the arc, to me, shows a bit of, I wouldn't say post-meddling, but a bit of changing it to be something else. But it's unclear how much of it was changed. We'll never know. And we won't really know. We wouldn't really know, unless we could see Matt's notes or talk to him. So it's hard. It's hard to know. Yeah, might have been angling it that way, and it just didn't fully pay off. Possibly. Yeah. I also wonder if Matt had more plans to bringing Vex to the forefront of the arc, but the constrictions of the live shows messed it up. Also very possible. Very, very possible. We might, and it also could be that, depending on if they chose werewolves or pixies, like if they chose pixies, maybe there would have been more of something there than if because they didn't really choose a side. They just kind of got pushed into a side. So maybe there was a little bit more for Vex there, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I actually, you could maybe argue that Grog getting turned to stone was sort of playing on her trust issues. But and this is maybe not I'm doing a lot of assuming and speculating here. But in that moment, we talked about how Percy and Keyleth are much more of the in-the-moment decision makers. But I think that is something that is probably easier to detect when you are binge watching it and also not thinking about the future and also not running the actual game. So I think it's reasonable to assume that potentially Grog getting turned to stone and getting and the Pixies wanting to take him might have been targeted at Vex. It just might have been a failed targeting because Matt hadn't quite picked up on that Vex doesn't make a lot of decisions in the moment, but that other people in her party do. So something that was targeted at Vex was a little bit too soft targeted, and so it kind of lost it in the actual moment. It's a lot of speculation. a lot of speculation. We don't know, but I could see that sort of thing having happened multiple times. That's super possible. Mythcarver was wielded by a legendary bard before. Oh, right, exactly. So yeah, all of the vestiges mention their owner, except for Fenthros and Whisper. So the fact that the previous owner was so much more heavily emphasized throughout the arc, throughout the actual running of the arc, and they weren't mentioned at all in the hook, leads me to believe that it was possibly redirected, changed a little bit midstream. Yeah. What up, Joshua? Hello. So yeah. I don't know. Interesting. I would give it a big interesting. I think a lot to learn, a lot to think about. But I wouldn't really say good or bad. It kind of depends. I think that there's both good and bad things to take away and to learn from it. So yeah, very, very, very interesting. A back in studio player announcement and the reaction. Is it Bike? Is it Ashley? Or it might be Liam. It's very possible it's Liam. Let's see. Oh, wait. It's not unmuted. I remembered ahead of time. Let's go.
We have back in person our illustrious
Vax. Hold on. Okay, before we start, I just realized it's Orion. I just realized I don't have a water cup. So I'm going to run and grab a glass, and I'll be gone for like 30 seconds. And then I will be here, and we will start. I'm not even going to go to BRB, because I'm going to be right back, but I'm not taking a break. All right. How did the chair do while I was gone? How did the illustrious streamer chair do? I got a cup. Oh, no! Okay. This cup doesn't fit in the water dispenser, so I gotta go get a slightly shorter cup. All right, confirmed. This one works. The Midwest. Ooh. All right. And I think now that is covered, some might say out of the way, I think we are... Oh, there we go. I think we're pretty much ready. Oh. Oh no, I think my water's almost out. It is! No! Fuck. All right, I'll refill it during a break. It's fine. I have a 5-gallon, like a big like gas can, like a big military gas can. I have one of those for water. And then I have a little like on desk, like $20 water pump. And that sounds ridiculous, but it makes me drink so much water. It is way easier to drink out of a glass than a water bottle for me for some reason. But I don't have to like actually, a small water bottle is fine, but then I have to go to the kitchen to fill it up. It's a whole thing. I like having like the 5-pound or the 5-gallon thing. But regardless, those are all silly fun facts for the studio audience. Let's get into it.
Rogue, Vax,
Welcome back.
Happy to have you back. Let's go and get our announcements quickly so we can hop into the game because we have lots of...
All right. Then we have a Sam ad third ever, but actually worth it as Sam does a bad job at advertising. Yeah, let's check it out. It's a half ep. 19 liters, if any other European is wondering. I had to Google it. Oh, I always forget what... I should just remember that every measurement is not... let's see, 5-gallon water can. Yeah, it's this one. It's this guy. It's actually, it doesn't have any water in it, so I can just like show it. Oh, why is this on Bass Pro Shop? Ah! Yeah. That's it. Portable water. Oh no, I'm dripping water everywhere. Ah! Oh, I'm absolutely fucking up. But yeah, this is it. It's a big ass water container. So I have to fill this up like every I don't know, like less than once a week, maybe like twice a week. It depending on how much, water I'm drinking. And then I have my 1 gallon, which I guess 19 divided by 3, about 4 liter bottle, or I have my about 4 liter water bottle that is like my backup. So I ran out of water in the big one, so now I'll snake the hose into this guy while I fill that one up. And then that all runs for this little contraption. It's literally just like, it's a little pedestal. You push a button and it dispenses an amount of water, and it just has a hose that runs into a water container. It is very, very simple. It was very cheap. Well, maybe not very cheap. I think it was like $20. And it makes me drink so much more water. So I recommend. I haven't even had it for that long. You've never seen it on stream before because I haven't had it for that long, but I like it. I think gallon is the one that changes in between US and UK. A gallon in America is not a gallon in Britain. Really? Wait, I actually don't know this. British gallon versus US gallon? They have different gallons? An imperial gallon, 4.54 liters. US customary gallon is 3.78. That's so random. That's so strange. We used to use those big round ones to refill at the local fountains. Yeah, I love the big like my big round one for like going like to the lake or something, because it just carries so much that me and Paige just bring that one and we're pretty much set. Anyways, let's watch a Sam ad. All shirts that I've worn. Wait.
No, the theme this month for Loot Crate is the anti-hero.
Oh, God.
That's part of the Loot Crate theme and the Lootware theme. Not just the box, but the bag as well. But you know what I love?
What do you love, Sam?
What do you love, Sam?
I love toys. I love socks. I love shirts. I love posters. I love collectibles. I love pins. I love boxes. And I love deals. And you can get all of those things in combination if you get a subscription to Loot Crate. If you use lootcrate.com/ that's a / critical role, you will be instantly shown a showcase of all the Loot Crate offerings, and you'll get 3, not 1. Not 2, a little less than 4, but $3 off a monthly subscription, and that can really add up.
It's just the first month. It's just $3 off the very first month.
Well, that's not as good. But let's be real, it's still pretty good.
Where'd you get that great T-shirt you're wearing?
I think he's great at advertising. I think anything that would make anything that would make a fan of the show notate an ad to make it easier for a reactor to watch said ad, that's good advertising. Sometimes bad advertising is good advertising. Because I have heard more about Loot Crate over this, where I skip large swaths of the intro, than in the past 3 years. Oh man, no, I think he's doing great. Mayo, why would Bass Pro Shop sell this thing? Also, Mayo, me and Paige like to take this to the lake. Okay. We take the slightly smaller one, but you are right. That is fair, and that's fair.
I'm the best at advertising. Trying to figure out what those Goodbye, Loot Crate. $3 off the first month is great, though. It's still great. It's still a good intro. It's essentially like getting I don't know. I'm done.
It's free $3 just by
It gets you in, and once you're in, you don't want to get out.
And they got
That's
other
right.
stuff.
It's
You got
okay.
your T-shirt from Loot Crate.
Oh, I'm wearing a Loot Crate t-shirt
Voltron.
right now. It fits.
Defender
It makes me look strong and handsome.
It's true. It's true. And with that $3,
It makes me look that's a good Loot Crate shirt. I've gotten some Loot Crate shirts. Because I was on Loot Crate for a little bit. That's a good shirt. I like that one. Some of them some of them I think are a little bit Like I had this one that was for the movie The Labyrinth for a while from Loot Crate, and it was pretty much just like poster art on a t-shirt. Like it wasn't really much. I like that one though. And now a sort of canon-ish one-shot is announced.
Next announcement. 2 weeks from now, the first Thursday of September, I myself, Marisha, and Taliesin will be out of town. We'll be in the middle of the desert. However, the rest of the crew here will be playing a one-shot game, Dungeon Master.
Right, they're Burning Man people. That's yeah. I forget it until it comes up again. I always forget that they're Burning Man people. Yeah. I don't.
By our wonderful, recently proven skilled dungeon master here, Liam O'Brien.
I'm all growed up.
Somehow in the canon world of Exandria. So we'll see how that plays out for you guys. I'm really excited to see what you pull together, man.
I have something very delightful planned.
So that'll be fun. So look forward to that in a couple weeks. We'll be thinking of you guys while we're out here.
We will probably do that as an eye patch. We'll just make it all Liam O'Brien themed. I have another eye patch ready for when I need it. I just haven't needed it yet. I did debate doing it today, since I'm so goddamn tired. But I needed to stream today. I needed to pick me up. And I knew that this wasn't going to be an insanely long one. I think the estimate was like 5.5 hours, which isn't bad at all. You don't seem to like Burning Man, Maggot? Yeah. Yeah. That is correct. I don't want to be too needlessly negative. So that's why I keep hesitating about like what to say, because I don't like just like talking shit for no reason. So I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I don't love Burning Man.
Watch this guy be evil. It's gonna be great.
Okay, and then Matt starts his recap. 558. 558. Best water that exists is water from a terracotta filter. You don't really need those in Europe because the tap water is safe to drink and that is more convenient, I guess, but I miss my terracotta filter. Terracotta. I thought the water in Kansas tasted good. I was a big tap water guy in Kansas. Water in Chicago, doesn't hold up. The tap water tastes bad to me. So I did a big, I'll be honest, a hack a hack plumbing job. Because the water's safe to drink in Chicago. I just don't like the taste of it. And I bought all of these like socket converters, like these little like things that you screw in to get a Brita filter that is not supposed to fit on our sink. If you use enough plumber's tape, you could do anything. And I got the filter to screw on to our main kitchen faucet, eventually. And now we just have a Brita filter on the tap water, so it's super, super simple. And you also don't have to use it, so like you can like turn it on or off. So we only use it when we're like drinking water. But if we're like, cooking with it, who cares? Or like washing dishes. But tap water, I mean, depends on the part of the US, obviously. A lot of places still have dangerous amounts of lead. But all the places I've lived are pretty chill. I don't even know what is good or bad about Burning Man, so I'm blissfully unaware. It is theoretically a Woodstock style expression of community and freedom. But in practice, I consider it an opportunity for well-off people to cosplay camping and or poverty. That's about how I'll sum it up. Again, there are people that love Burning Man. I don't want to talk too much shit on it, but that is my opinion and why I don't love it. So, yeah. Same, and now I'm very curious. You can find all sorts of detailed commentary on it that I am not equipped or willing to provide. But it's definitely it's not that controversial of a thing to go to, but some people have opinions on it, including me. Why would you need to filter tap water? Confused Swede. Some places not safe. Some places in Kansas, it comes off of tap waters, comes off of well water. And most of the time, well water is super safe. But occasionally it's not. So you either have to filter it or boil it or, And sometimes tap water can get contaminated, like happened. There's a very famous story. I don't know if it made it outside of the U.S., but Flint, Michigan, their water was super contaminated, so they had to boil all of it. And in some places, even though you can get well water, it has like maybe higher amounts of heavy minerals or not heavy minerals, heavy metals or minerals that aren't good for you, so you have to filter it. Yeah. It depends. All depends. Where I live in Brazil, the tap water was not safe to drink, so you put in a filter. Yeah, it basically depends on, like, no water is really safe to drink. Like, does the city provide the filtering and processing, or do you have to provide it as the end user? There's very unless you're getting it from safe well water, but that's kind of a crapshoot. Yeah. I assume it's like every gathering of people, there are good and bad people, and the bad are the loudest. No, it's not really the people that... It's not what they do, it's what the entire thing represents. Yeah. I did an even dumber hack where I attached a CO2 canister to a second tap on the sink, so now I have cheap soda water. That rules. I love that. That's sick as hell, Auxili. That's the kind of shit I like to do. No, I love that. Yeah, because not many people can go spend a week plus to pay to go hang out in the desert. Pretty much, yeah. And, like, purposefully going to a place that is uninhabitable in order to inhabit it is just like, I don't know. Yeah. I know about Flint. Is that how you spell it? And I'm not American. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Yeah. Yeah. I thought Flint kind of made it outside. Yeah. Flint, Michigan is a example of a problem that is countrywide, but it's also not... I wouldn't say it's like a high well, it's hard. There are not a ton of cases of it, but the cases that there are very bad and very disruptive. So they're like, and we will start to have more and more cases as more and more pipe systems degrade and age. So there's a big debate on replacing lead pipes and how to pay for it and who to do it and the type of thing we need to do about it. It's a very like logistical debate. It's like the boring side of important politics where it's not really like a partisan issue on whether or not lead pipes need to get replaced. It's just like how it's going to get done that becomes a little partisan. But yeah, I don't know. Where my wife grew up, the tap water was bad for a while, and even now is barely under the government's safe limit. If you think the government drew that line in the wrong place, that means filter. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Which that is a potentially partisan issue as well. Yeah. I did drink bottled water when I was in America, but that was because the water tasted like chlorine and chemicals. I don't. I honestly can't say that I know what chlorine tastes like, so I guess I wouldn't know if I was tasting it. But I didn't notice a huge difference between Kansas water and European water when I've been in Europe, given I've only been there for like 2 weeks total in my entire life. So I don't have a huge sample size. But I didn't notice a huge difference, but Chicago water tastes bad. I don't know what the fuck it is. Doesn't taste good. I assume that it's because it's filtered from the lake, rather than filtered well water. Because like Kansas draws it from the Ogallala aquifer, which, I mean, that's a whole other conversation. So it's aquifer water rather than lake water. So I have a feeling that plays a role in how it tastes, but still having lead pipes is kind of wild to us as a Dane, but yeah, I mean, we should absolutely not have them. They've been proven to be dangerous for decades. but replacing them has been mired in bureaucracy. Some places have absolutely done it, and it really depends on the state. Like some states have been really good about replacing it. It also depends on how old the state is and like how old the cities are. Like New York and Chicago have a harder time replacing lead pipes than like Austin, Texas, that's much newer, because there's just more to replace. So yeah, it's weird. Our beautiful and world famous fountains were too polluted to be safe. We used to get drinking water at the fountain, that from the gallon store before, and get sick all the time. Oh, really? After we started using the filter, we stopped getting sick. Interesting. That's very, very interesting. As a fellow Chicagoan, it's the stink from my White Sox is what the taste in the water is. Lol. I love it because I don't have a dog in any race in terms of Chicago sports teams because I didn't grow up here. So I just find it funny from the outside looking in at Chicago sport team rivalries and jokes and all that. All right, let's get into the recap, especially because we're almost to the first break. So I at least want to get through the recap before we go to the first break. I'm a little late, but I see... Oh, we'll do this one right before we do. A little late, but I see the Chroma Conclave is more of a saga compiling different arcs. The first part being the Aftermath, start of the Vestige Hunt, Grog's arc, and then this so far. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah. But I think it yeah. I think I said I'm trying to get better at not looping too much and not I think I said everything that I think kind of in that arena already. But yeah.
Welcome back. So, last we left off, Vox Machina and their search for the vestiges of divergence to gain artifacts power enough to rival, hopefully, the power of the Chroma Conclave, a group of chromatic dragons that have been terrorizing the countryside of Taldore. The party had just finished their journey through the Feywild, a strange, magically overgrown realm of fey creatures, illusion, and apparently corrupt tree bros. After a fight with this long... mentally disturbed Fey, heartbroken and driven to vengeance and soiling the land around him, you defeated him and took from him the bow Fenthras, of which you've been seeking your vestige Vex.
That's right.
And that's just to... Oh no. It's gonna overflow. Just to drive home like what I think and why I think it, like in that Matt didn't even mention the tree, which was the original hook for this vestige. And that's not necessarily a critique. Sometimes things change and like your foreshadowing doesn't make sense because things change. You want to do different stuff. But that is, I think, an example of like, there was foreshadowing, but the foreshadowing doesn't make sense anymore because of the change. So it's an interesting, like, you should foreshadow, please do that. But also keep in mind what you're foreshadowing. Especially if you decide to change it, that foreshadowing might have an impact on your players' kind of thoughts. Because even before they went into the Feywild, Marisha was on my level of like thinking that the trees were potentially connected. Like she asked the Sun Tree about the Cancer Tree. So when you foreshadow something, you get the players' minds kind of going in that direction. You can always change. Like you have full autonomy for that sort of thing as a GM. But keep in mind that if you do change something that you have foreshadowed, you need to really drive home the change, which I think Matt did to an extent. Like I said, the moment they got to the Feywild, he started emphasizing the Archfey way more. But I think I might have done it maybe even a little bit more. I don't know. It's hard to say. That's maybe getting in the weeds a little bit as to how much more he should have done it. But it's a good reminder to us that if you do change something that you foreshadowed, you need to now foreshadow the new thing multiple times and not really kind of tamp down the other thing. Because even when they got to the Shade Merc, Keyleth was still asking and talking about the tree. It is kind of interesting. I don't remember anyone saying anything about the Echo Tree. So I don't... It's a little odd. I'm still like, what's going on there? But I suppose we'll see. Maybe we're going to see some sort of maybe an evil politician or structure will die in the real world because they had this analog to this Archfey Archon. I don't know. I don't know why it was called the Echo Tree. That's like a big kind of question mark in my head. In terms of the theory, I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of theorizing this stream. I can already tell you. But in general, I think it's a good example of, regardless of how successful it was, I guess I might say, I think that Matt did very clearly to me put in the work of it may have originally been about the tree, but after actually building it out, I want it to be more about the Archfey. So the moment they got there, and the moment that I know that, I'm starting to slip it in. So Allura talks about the Archfey and the tree to kind of do a little bit of a transition. And then we only talk about the Archfey to really drive that home. So I think that that's like a good like train of thought and track to be on, regardless of the nitty-gritty of it.
That's right.
I'll check that off.
You then gathered hands, and through the magical capabilities of Keyleth, the druid of the Ereshari, you managed to plane shift the rest of the party back to Whitestone itself. Speaking of which...
No.
Oh, wow. Why are you rolling?
Already?
Oh, I know why.
He's figuring it out. How long have we been going?
And I also need
Where are we ending?
Sam.
What?
Oh, sorry. Scanlan,
No, I know.
Percy, and Grog to roll wisdom saving throws.
Yeah.
What did we do?
Hey,
I'm
What
so
did I do? I know, I feel...
We're too
We
pretty.
all deserve it. We know we
Too
do.
pretty.
Got the right blood.
Not great.
That was terrible. I have a thing called resolve, and I have one usage of it left. May I use it?
We can roll a saving throw?
Yes.
Yeah, you may.
Okay.
Why
Would
is
this
this
be
happening?
magic,
That's
Matt?
not much better, T.
That's double.
God damn it.
It's a magical effect, but
Okay.
We're in trouble.
What?
okay.
Oh no.
If it's not magic, then I have an 11.
Okay.
Oh
Guys,
no.
drama needs conflict.
8.
No!
6.
Oh my god! So excited! What?
All right,
What the
all right.
fuck?
I'm so
So-
excited.
Please don't get left behind.
No, as the portal shifts close behind you, you all step out into the center of the Whitestone city square. You can see behind you the sun tree where you guys left originally. It is midday. Clouds are high in the sky. Little breaks where you can see beams of sunlight coming through. It looks like there's a darker rainstorm.
Never mind. I had something that I was like, is that what Matt's saying? But it isn't. I had a brain cloud. I don't know.
Storm coming probably in the next half day or so off in the distant northwest, and there are townspeople now looking about at the group of you guys. Keyleth, Scanlan, Vex, and Vax returning. You kind of your mind feels a little fuzzy, but overall nothing seems to have affected you. You know, you're glad to be back. Percy and Grog, you are very confused how you got here, and not quite sure why nothing has happened since you gathered here as friends. Yes.
We have. So do we just have a straight piece of missing time? Are we still waiting to go to the Feywild?
As far as you guys
Okay,
know
just
right now,
checking.
you guys.
You never
still
were
waiting.
there.
Never even went. That's horrible for Percy.
All right,
Wanted to go your whole fucking life.
I'm ready to go.
What?
Boy.
How long does the spell take?
Oh boy.
Yeah, do we have to wait long?
Oh. Oh man. Oh. I'm gonna think about that while I'm in the bathroom, cause we gotta we're taking a break. Oh, I don't. Oh. Yeah, I need to think about that more. We're gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Yeah, Zam. Maybe I'll see how it resolves, because if they get their memory back really quickly, that would change things. What up? Hello. Okay. I thought about it a little bit. We'll have to see. It'll depend. I think this is super fun if the Feywild experience was like one session or 1.5 sessions. With it being like 5 sessions, I think. Maybe 4. That's a lot of... It's honestly just a challenging thing to roleplay. It draws a line between player knowledge and character knowledge. And I'm okay with doing that. I think that's fine broadly. But that's a big line. That's a line between a lot of knowledge. And the more knowledge is behind that line, the more challenging I think it becomes to roleplay it. Or maybe there's an event horizon where it actually becomes, where it like wraps back around to being easy. I don't know. It's interesting. We'll have to see if they're capable of recovering their memories. I don't know, because that might change my opinion. We'll see. Maybe it's named after the Greek myth of Echo the nymph, who fell in love with someone who didn't reciprocate and slowly faded away until only her voice remains. I mean, that would absolutely make sense. Still weird to put it into the title. Like that, I mean, that seems very analogous. And would be a good name. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I know. I have like the P, you know, where like I can go seek P. Like
I did. I feel fine now.
Like ready to go to the actual castle? What?
We've done it.
We've done what?
Paywall.
Just brought us back. We're back.
We're back from
We just got back.
You're a terrible liar.
Yeah, no.
It's also like, why were they because I agree, Ivo. Yeah, it would really suck if Vex was affected. So that's the other question is like, why is it Percy, Scanlan, and Grog? That's why I feel like we're going to get more about it. Like, I don't want to dive too deep into it because it seems like, why were they the ones? So I'm gonna half-elves didn't have to roll resistance to Fey Realm magics. Oh, is it the half-elves? It might be, yeah, it might be the half-elves is why they didn't have to roll. Huh. We'll have to see. I don't know. We'll have to see. Normal caveat with Matt sometimes tweaking things, but a weird thing, this memory loss thing is raw 5e. Yeah, which is like... And I know that memory loss in general is part of Fey lore, but it's strange for something that large. I don't know. Oh, we're at the memory part? Yeah. There are some things you don't need to take from Raw. If it's gonna be strange. I strongly disagree with it being Raw 5e because it's so tricky to do well. I mean, amnesia and memory loss is generally tricky to do well, but I find it it happens, or it's the best when when there's not asymmetrical access to information. So like, I think a character backstory where they have amnesia and they're like, oh, I don't know what happened. Very dirge style. And then the GM can like slowly reveal all of that to the entire party. I think that sort of amnesia can work because then there's no difference between what the player knows and what the character knows. Easy to roleplay. I think that the character getting amnesia about in-game events that the player witnessed, like I said earlier, it just gets harder and harder to roleplay the more and more that character forgot. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the asymmetry makes it weird. I think 99% of tables, the Vax analog just says we tell them everything that happened and they try to move forward. Yeah, because it's not interesting. It's not interesting. I think that Critical Role will make it interesting because they're good players. They're interesting players and they have good senses of dramatic timing. Like I think especially Taliesin will probably make this very interesting. But I think that is a demonstration of their strengths covering up a weak point. Like they are paving over something that is weak with their own personal strengths. Yeah. Interesting.
That's true, but it's irrelevant. The fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Oh no.
Does the name Garmelie ring a bell?
No, what,
Does it remember me when? Does that mean I lose my title?
no, should it?
Maybe you can work it out?
Oh no.
You titled Vexalia?
I did what?
Oh no!
You gave Vexalia a title in your Whitestone kingdom. She was the Duchess of some hut.
Can someone who can't successfully
Baroness,
lie to me please explain to me
Lady
what's going
Vexalia,
on?
Baroness of the Third House of Whitestone, Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt.
How do you know about the Grey Hunt?
I don't know anything about the Grey Hunt, but it's written down on a piece of paper you gave me, Percy.
Is it written on a piece of paper?
It is written on a piece of paper.
That I actually threw out because I fixed up my notes, so I don't know. Paper in this piece of paper.
You did not
Did he-
throw out the.
Why
Did he
title?
Percy
I wrote it down, right?
I wanted to
How
write
did you throw that away? Fucking.
So this is how I know you're lying, because if I had written that down, you wouldn't have thrown it away.
It's right
That's
here.
ridiculous.
I found it. It's right here. This
Don't even fucking
Shit, mother bitch.
Are you certain you're not trying to do comedy right now?
I feel funny. I don't know. I don't what for the sake of actual
For the sake of actual sanity. Sometimes I think Matt gives them the concrete to pave with. I think you're right. I think you're totally right. I think they a lot of times Matt gives them concrete to pave with. I don't think this was that case. And that's not to go too hard on Matt. He's just following existing lore. And I think that a lot of DMs, myself included, if we're using a pre-written setting, especially one that's so popular and that is so iconic, we kind of just assume that the various parts of that will just kind of work and will be fun. But I also think that there are a lot of things that are for NPCs that aren't necessarily for players. Like, an example I would use, I don't think intellect devourers are a fun enemy. I think if your players make it a fun enemy, that is them paving over a weak spot. I think intellect devourers are there as world-building devices for larger illithids and to be used on NPCs and for players to witness them being used on NPCs. Similar with some spells. Some spells, like teleportation circles, permanent casting, the amount of gold and consistency that it takes to establish a permanent teleportation circle, there are absolutely tables that will engage with that and that will successfully do that. The vast majority of tables will not. For the vast majority of tables, that part of teleportation circle is pretty exclusively for the DM and for NPCs. And I think that that is similar to that segment of the Feywild. That is for like an NPC getting abducted into the Feywild and then not remembering it when they come back, and ooh, that's a big part of the investigation. Or even for like using the Feywild as like a mystery box that you like are hopping back and forth between and you don't remember some of it, and it's like a big mystery dungeon that maybe takes 1 or 2 sessions. But to add on to the end of a big arc, I think it's a slight misuse and a bit of over trust on settings, which I've done so many times. This is not a unique trap, I don't think. But I think that like the Magnificent Mansion, like the fact that Matt is, I think that's a good example of Matt giving them concrete to pave with. Matt is so permissive about what happens in the mansion, like the types of things that Scanlan can affect, the servants, all of the different things that they can do in it. He basically treats it as the holodeck from from Star Trek, even though Raw, it's a bit more limited. But I think that is a good example of him absolutely giving them the concrete to pave with. Like, he is incredibly permissive about it, which I think leads to them having a ton of fun. Where another party might be kind of boring about that. Like, they might only use it to, like, try and do, like, weird mechanical fuckery. And it would not be fun to be that permissive with it. Whereas this party, it's incredible. It leads to a lot of fun for them, fun for the audience. So yeah, I think everything with the Magnificent Mansion is a great example of what you're saying there, but I don't know about this situation. I heard of a one-shot idea where the characters all have amnesia and the players get a blank sheet. When they make a check save, the player fills in the sheet to learn who they are. That's kind of fun, yeah. And I think that's a good use of amnesia. It's like one-shots, limited, small segments of sessions. Yeah, I think that could go great. The Feywild memory loss is on DMG 49 if you want to look it up. It's an optional rule. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see. D&D. I do really wish that D&D Beyond would list the fucking page numbers. Creating a multiverse. I'm assuming it's in the Feywild. Fey Crossing memory loss. A creature that leaves the Feywild makes a DC 10 Wiz save. That is pretty low, admittedly. Which honestly puts it even more firmly in my mind into, like, it's kind of meant for either frequent back and forths, like a dungeon where you have to, like, go back and forth between the Fae, or for NPCs that have shit stats. Fey creatures automatically succeed on the saving throw, as do any creatures like elves that have the Fey ancestry trait. So that's all the half-elves. Which is a little bit interesting that Matt didn't have them roll even, because... And maybe this is something... I actually don't know. I'm just realizing that I was about to say something as if it's, like, the way it goes, but I actually don't know if this is, like, the standard way that people do it or not. Whenever a text says, blah, 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 automatically succeeds on the saving throw, I always still have that thing roll. Because in my mind, that's not saying that they don't have to do the saving throw. That is saying they do the saving throw, and no matter what they roll, they succeed. Which I just realized may not be the most common way to run that sort of text. But that is absolutely how I've always interpreted it and run it. I don't know. Because I just saw how Matt did it, and I was like, oh, well, Matt tweaked it a little bit by not having them roll. But then I was like, wait, did he? I guess that's not an unreasonable way to run it. Interesting. I've never even considered not having them roll. That's so interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. I've seen the blank character sheet thing done with scratch cards. The GM had made their sheet, but they only got to scratch off things as they were discovered. Ooh, that is fun. Yeah. Creature that fails a saving throw remembers nothing from its time spent in the Feywild. On successful save, the creature's memories remain intact, but are a little hazy. Okay. Any spell that can end a curse can restore the creature's lost memories. I would, if you're going to run this, I would make sure to make this information available somehow. Either through a pretty easy check. If Percy, for example, has always wanted to go there his entire life, I would maybe make this part of the information that he knows. Because honestly, This line of text makes me a lot softer on it. If the creature's memories can be restored, and the players find that out and know that, I think that's okay. And even more interesting for a in and out sort of thing. Very, very interesting. I don't have them roll. Interesting. Yeah, I was about to say it, and then I was like, oh, this may not be the common way. I don't know, actually. I never thought of it like that. I might going forward, because rolling is fun. It's strange. It creates this weird, well, not weird, but it's definitely different, because like I've had it to where, you know, someone is going to automatically succeed. And so they roll worse than someone else. And I tell them that one of them succeeded and one of them didn't. I find that actually draws a lot of interest towards the reasoning that someone succeeded and someone didn't, as opposed to someone rolling or not rolling. Like there, I'm not curious about, I honestly wasn't thinking about it in terms of why didn't they roll? I was thinking about it in terms of why did they roll? My initial assumption was that there was something that happened to these three, not that there was something that these three were protected from. But if you have everyone roll and, you know, one of these three succeeds, even though they got a lower roll, in my experience, it draws a ton of interest towards why, you know, why was that person successful but the other person wasn't. It draws a lot more attention towards the people that have the protection from it rather than the people that had it applied to them. Which honestly, it's a very interesting technique for if what you want to highlight. In this case, I think you would want to highlight the people that are having the amnesia applied to them. So I actually think it's better to have the automatic success not be rolled. But if you wanted to draw attention to the immunity or the automatic success, I think it probably is more advantageous to have them all roll on the chance that one of them succeeds on a weird roll. Interesting. I've never thought about that. That's super fun. Very, very interesting. I never thought about it. Would you then explain it to them if, for example, Vex succeeded on 2 and Percy fails on an 8, for example? I wouldn't have thought to have them roll anyway. I wouldn't explain it. I would just say, yeah, Vax succeeded and Percy did not. And they would say, but Vax got a lower roll. And I would say, I know. Which this leans into, I've talked about this before, but one of my general guiding principles as a DM is set up concrete rules so that you can break them in strategic ways. And that's a good example of you set up a rule that higher numbers are better. And then you break it, which draws a lot of attention towards why was the rule broken. Like I at this point, I can be pretty coy about it with my players because they know that I operate this way. But if I was playing with a new table, I would make it a little bit more clear. I'd be like, I'm not just choosing this randomly. There's a reason that he succeeded and he failed. You just aren't aware of it. So if I was playing with new players, I would explain it a little bit more straightforwardly. But with my players, they know that I don't do that sort of shit just like out of nowhere. Yeah, interesting. That would make the players really confused if they got a 2 and saved and their friend got an 8 and failed. That is funny that you both use 2. But yeah, exactly. It does make them confused. It does make them confused. So it draws a shitload of attention to it because they're like, wait, what the fuck? Why'd that happen? Draws a lot of attention. And so the writing factor is, do they think you're doing it randomly? Or is this a clue? Is this a hook? That it really depends on if you've like kind of trained your players that way. Yeah. I find it funny when there appears a scenario where you are more high roll than Matt Mercer. Yeah, in this case, I definitely am. Yeah. Weird. Yeah. I would have them not roll by default, but may have them roll if I don't want the players to know metagame the immunity. Maybe. Yeah. We have gone into two of the Feywild in 2 campaigns, but one was set in the Feywild, and in the other, we are all some sort of Fey connected to there because of the homebrew history, so we remember. I think it would be really interesting if you automatically regained your memories when you went back to the Feywild, but then you had to make the check again. That could be kind of cool. I don't know. Yeah. I have them blind roll to make it feel like they still have an input, even for things that they would auto succeed. Most of the time, my players forget that kind of stuff, so it makes my life simpler. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But you could run into like the 2 and 8 scenario, but I don't think that the 2 and 8 scenario is necessarily a bad thing. It just needs to be very clear to the players that it's purposeful. They can't think that you're like having it and I would say purposeful and like mechanical. I never have an auto success because of like player backstory. That's not, I don't play with that sort of like flavorful stuff. I always tie it to hard mechanics if it's something confusing like that. Because if you tie something very confusing that breaks a rule to something that is flexible, it can appear too much like DM fiat, like hand of the author. So I always tie it to a hard mechanic. Like if there's an auto success, it is because that effect or that creature has a thing that says it's an auto success in this situation. So I like, to that end, I already exited out. To that end, I really like the optional, the losing your memory part of the Feywild. I like for that text to say Fey-connected creatures that have the Fey ancestry trait. That's a hard rule, a hard mechanic that I can reference. That's not like, does Taliesin have a connection to the Feywild? I guess he doesn't have Fey ancestry. That's it. So that is part of the way that I run this, to make it to where these rules are divinable, they are discernible, and once you figure them out, you can apply them in any situation where that sort of thing is coming up. So yeah, they are repeatable things. Our time in the Feywild, though Feywild is abandoned in our campaign, so different circumstances. Yeah, that's true. And you can always, meddle with this and change the rules, change the mechanics. Especially settings are so malleable. You can do anything you want. Our DM had our characters and NPs forget things, but more due to other circumstances. Okay, yeah. New terminology created, a 2 and 8 scenario. I'll forget what a 2 and 8 scenario means is the unfortunate part. It's not specific. Well, it is very specific. I don't know. Maybe I will remember that. A 2 and 8 scenario. Yeah. How would you rule a Fey Warlock rolling for memory? This is why I stick really hard when I'm breaking a rule, which I would consider auto success on a saving throw to be the equivalent feel of breaking a rule. even though it happens relatively often. That's why whenever I break a rule, I have to have a hard text, because the answer is no. I would say the Fey Warlock does not auto succeed. They have to roll just like anyone else, because in the text, I have Fey ancestry. Now, if I as the DM know they're going into the Feywild, I know I have a Fey Warlock. Ahead of time, I might edit the text to say Fey ancestry or someone or a cleric or warlock bonded to a Fey deity or Fey patron. I would be that explicit in my back end stuff, because I want to make sure that my rules are consistent, and that when I'm breaking rules, I'm breaking them consistently. Because when you break a rule consistently, you're not actually breaking any rules. There's just a different rule. So yeah. So I would, especially for something like that that's tied to a roll. Yeah. The sad part about this is Vex got a title in there. Percy can't hold it over her now. That is truly the loss here, yeah. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, interesting. I've never thought about this. That might be something I do differently. Yeah.
Well, sanity. Does she actually have the piece of paper that he wrote?
Did he write something down?
I did. I wrote it down.
He wrote, and I just, it's in my.
You would have it with you. You would
imaginations.
definitely have it with
I
you.
would still-
And yeah, she does.
Okay.
It's in her brain.
It's just not in this particular, not in that world binder.
It's not in this realm.
This world.
The binder that Vex carries is much
You know,
better.
like, yeah.
It's got
Keeps
fur.
under arm,
It's
trapper
like it's a
keeper.
trapper keeper.
Yeah.
There are more worlds than these.
It's got a happy kitten on it.
Yeah,
It says,
Saved by
hang in
Bells.
there.
Hang in there.
Yeah.
It says life.
Life and things
Life
to
needs
live.
things to live.
I don't know what's so funny about that either. I don't remember any of that.
It grows on
Okay,
you so
okay.
quickly, though.
Grog.
Wait, so
Did I?
Can you show him the paper, Vex?
Oh, here. It's right here. And that's
mime it.
that's your handwriting. You don't
I'm
see it?
standing right in
We
front
were
of you. I don't
committing.
know.
No,
Shut
it's
up.
fine. I'm happy to commit to this. Why would I? What?
Oh, God.
We were in Singorn.
wait, I think I can help. I'm gonna cast Modify Memory on Percy.
Grog's just content, like, sitting over here, like, completely
Eat
blank.
chicken that he found on the
Level
road.
7.
I think it's a pigeon.
It looks like a pigeon.
This is so exciting.
Little guineas.
I've never seen him laugh like that before.
Oh,
This is the way to do it. All right.
Gonna
All right.
kill him.
I can help you remember Percy.
Doesn't Travis have ADHD? I don't know if he's purposefully playing Grog like this, but it's very funny for them to be like, oh yeah, Grog's just chilling. I was, yes he does, okay. Because I relate to Grog in this moment so hard. I was trying to describe this to someone the other day of like, I feel Travis's big ADHD D&D mood so many times. I try to describe it of like, yeah, I live my entire life just assuming at any time that I have forgotten something important. That is just constantly, and it's like not something I can worry about, because if I was worried about it, I would never stop worrying. So I just have to assume that I have forgotten something important, and that's it. So when something important comes up, I have to complete it basically to completion, or basically to the point where it's handed off to someone else that will notify me of when I have a new thing to do. So it's not reliant on my memory anymore. And so it's like, yeah, if I was in this situation where they're like, yeah, you've like forgotten this large swath of time, I don't think I would be as calm as Grog is. You know, obviously a little bit hyperbolic. But I would. It'd just be like, oh, no. Well, I bet it was cool. Because I experience constantly people telling me about things in my past that I can't remember. And like fun things that we did. And it used to be like, before I knew that I had that, like before I got diagnosed, I used to feel bad about it. I used to feel really bad, and I would fake that I remembered it because I felt like if I didn't remember it, it somehow implied that like I didn't have as much fun or that I didn't value the time that I spent with them. But it just slips out. Like it's very similar, but it's like anytime I'm thinking about something, there's just like a 5% chance every second that it'll just disappear. And I'll never be able to get it back. It doesn't go anywhere. It just ceases existing. It's not a very high chance, honestly. I don't forget that much, but I forget things so consistently that I have to assume that there's something that I forgot. So yeah, amnesia wouldn't be that, I don't know, wouldn't be that disorienting, honestly. Yeah, Feywild memory bullshit is an apt comparison. Yeah, honestly. I find some people go, man, I relate to all these ADHD people buffering thought process. As soon as I don't put a thing in my calendar with several reminders previous to it, I will not remember to do it. Yeah, I mean, even more than that, even if I put it on my calendar, I will still forget about it. I won't remember it. It's on my calendar so that I can see the things I don't remember. Like, I look at my calendar, I'm like, oh, right. Like, I have to check my calendar every single day because I just know that there are things on there that I haven't remembered. Yeah. I love how committed Travis is to being grown. Yeah. I feel like I need an ADHD check after this because it feels far too familiar. Yeah, I mean, talk to your doctor about it. I did not get diagnosed until I was 25 and I was in therapy, and I don't have one of the dominant symptoms of ADHD. Very, very, like, it's part of the fucking name. I don't have attention problems. Like, I don't have distractedness issues. I can really easily focus on a conversation. And so, like, just like a casual understanding of what ADHD is, I wouldn't fall into it. But when I actually, I talked to my therapist, and my therapist was like, maybe you should get checked. And multiple people over my life had told me I should get checked. And I just hadn't. And when I went to the doctor and actually took a screening, the doctor was like, oh, you are nearly maxed out on every other symptom. So he's like, yeah, you have a near 0 on distractedness, but you have like an 8 to 10 on every other known symptom. It's like irritability, like everything. Pick one. And so discovering the other symptoms, discovering my level with them, made it way easier. Like I'm a pretty chill person with a pretty long fuse, like a really, the opposite of a short temper, a long temper. But some things just make me so irritable, just out of nowhere. And I found out that certain circumstances proccing irritability is part of the constellation of ADHD symptoms. And it made it really nice that now I can look at when those situations come up and know like, oh man, that's going to make me irritable. I'm starting to feel more irritable, but I know why it is. I know why this is happening, and it makes it so much easier to like process through the emotions. I had so much trouble processing any irritability that I felt before I knew why it was happening. I was just like, oh, this is just like a natural. I mean, it is natural for me, but I thought I was like, oh, this is just something that everyone deals with. I just deal with it worse, I guess. And that's not the case, which was very empowering. Yeah. The fun thing about ADHD is that I can remember the minute details about something that happened ages ago, but I can't remember if I brushed my teeth or not. Autism and ADHD share a lot of symptoms and have like increased magnitude in a lot of symptoms that they share. There's a big correlation between autism and ADHD, a big like studied correlation. They don't know if it's no sort of causation is proved, but there's a huge correlation between the two diagnoses. The calendar must be referenced. It's that joke, Faye. Can I have your attention? Me. Sure, Faye. Thanks, me. Now with ADHD. Yeah. Distractedness is what I'm highest in, and I don't even know what everything else is. What everything else would be like not coupled with distractedness. Yeah. It's why it's these sorts of, I don't know if what the correct medical term is, if it's a disorder or if I don't know the actual medical term. But I'll say disorder. These sorts of like spectrum disorders are so interesting and also so confusing because not having one of the symptoms makes them manifest so wildly differently when you have like certain combinations but not others. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Yeah. I'm deeply sus. I have some undiagnosed form of it. The amount of times I forget to eat during work hours. Yeah, I mean, it's. I think it's a worthwhile conversation to. I forgot to turn off my ringer. I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have with a doctor. I do know that like I mentioned autism with ADHD. I know that getting a diagnosis for autism is different than ADHD. It's not quite as clear cut. And self-diagnosis is much more of like a very acceptable thing within the autism community. But for ADHD, I don't think there's any harm in at least like going and taking a screening to see what sort of symptoms you might have. Because even if you don't have the disorder, just them saying like, oh, we collated all of these answers, like you probably don't have ADHD, but you are pretty high in this one particular symptom. And maybe that'll tell you something about yourself. Yeah. Forgetting to eat while working gaming is my superpower. Dude. Oh, man, we can't turn this into therapy. I had a long conversation with my therapist where they're like, hey, it's not like an explicitly good thing that you can go days without eating and like not be that affected. And I'm like, I know. And they're like, but you kind of think it's a good thing, don't you? And I'm like, but it kind of is. and they're like, no, you need to take care of yourself. You can't, just because you can push through sleep and eating and all of these things is not like an inherently positive thing. And I'm like, but it feels like it is. Oh man. So we but that's not for stream. That is for therapy. Yeah. Like half of all people with ADHD are also autistic. I think the correlation is the opposite. If I remember, I might be remembering incorrectly. I think it's 60% of people with autism also have ADHD. And I want to say it's like 23% of people with ADHD also have some form of autism. I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass though. So I do not take them to the bank, actually look it up. Days? Yeah, I mean, if I don't force myself to eat, I might just not eat in a day. And if I'm actually trying to avoid it, I could certainly go days. But it's not good for me, so I need to not do it. But I do have a little bit of underlying superiority about it, which is not good. I'm trying to deconstruct that. I usually forget to eat until my stomach is screaming in pain. I don't remember the last time I felt a feeling from my stomach. Like, I can kind of feel something now. I haven't eaten today. It's like 3 p.m. I can kind of feel something, but, like, that's only if I really focus on it. Yeah. The comorbidity is pretty high, yeah. Someone with diagnosed autism, but not diagnosed with ADHD. I've definitely been guilty of forgetting to eat. Not for days, granted, but also not sleeping as much. Yeah, the not sleeping as much is a really bad thing that I am actively trying to get better at. Being officially diagnosed with autism is more complicated because in some places you have fewer rights. For example, you can't immigrate to Australia. Yeah, and there's a lot of medical, not bias, stigma. There's a lot of stigma in the medical field around autism. There also exists an amount of it for ADHD, especially, not to go into it too much, but especially if you're not like a white guy, because that's who a lot of the research, that's the population of people that a lot of the research has been done on. So getting an ADHD diagnosis isn't, exclusively straightforward, but it's more straightforward than autism. Yeah. Anyways, that was a big old diatribe to say I relate to Grog. But anyways, we'll get back to it.
Percy, just look into my eyes.
I don't want to
look into my eyes.
No.
Well, that's getting gift. Okay. Yeah.
But wait, are you just gonna make up what he remembers?
So
No!
Percy,
Too late.
I need you to make a wisdom saving.
Yes. Oh, and I'm out of.
What is your spell
resolve?
DC? Is this with the cone? Scanless, this is with the cone.
Oh, with the cone. I want this to work.
Choose the
Wisdom
best.
saving.
You're gonna scream it in his face.
Yeah. Wow. 8.
What the fuck?
I don't
All
know.
right,
That's
so,
twice.
So,
maybe
Scanlan,
once a night off.
How do you modify his memory? Because at this level, you can alter the memories of an event that took up to 7 days ago.
What level are you doing?
Level 7.
Now,
But you can only modify 10 minutes of it.
speaking as Liam, remember that this is a man who gave an evil sword. He gave crystal meth to Grog.
Why are you trying to
The best
instigate?
crystal meth.
Have
The
fun.
finest crystal meth in
loves you for
Christendom.
I could change
It was
any
really
memory.
good.
What was it called?
10 minutes.
What was your title called? There's nothing on this piece of paper.
Inception.
Lady Vixolia,
She was mistress of the great Grey
Grey.
Hunt.
Baroness of the Third House of Whitestone and Grand Mistress
Jesus
of the Grey
Christ.
Hunt.
Baroness of what?
Of the Third House of Whitestone.
And Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt.
Well, I have no patience for any of this shit.
Whitestone and Grand Mistress
Of the Grey.
I mean,
Grey
of all the 10 minutes to
Hunt.
have him remember, maybe that's not the one.
It's not remember.
Focus
He's going
on-
to be making it up. I'm not actually going to remember it. He's
Make
going
up
to
something
lie.
wonderful for him. He's wanted to go there his
He
entire
wanted to
life.
go to the Feywild. He
Make
was so-
something magical.
You don't have time to have this conversation. This is happening right now.
Yeah.
Go for
He
it.
has
This isn't happening.
3
Fuck with me. I'm so excited.
So, Scanlan.
Oh my god. When did we leave? How many days has it been?
It's been
Taliesin is such a fucking chaos gremlin. He's literally like, stop talking. I want Sam to fuck with me. And you are trying to convince him not to fuck with me. And I want it, baby. Oh, Taliesin, my little gremlin, my little cherub. I love Talus leading into it so hard. It's definitely a specific type of character of player, and it's one of the types of player that I go in and out of feeling like, man, I can really support them. I feel like I can target them so well, to, oh my God, I cannot fit what they want into this segment of the game. And I know that they are going to cause an amount of chaos that I don't know how to deal with. Like I go so back and forth on the Chaos Gremlin, because in some ways they are the absolute easiest player to please. And in others they are and in other ways they are so hard to control. And just stop them from messing with stuff. They're so much fun, but I don't know quite how to handle it like I think I do with like other player archetypes. Yeah. It's also a rare opportunity for something like PvP modify memory to be pure comedy. It is. And I think Sam is good at thinking creatively, and I think that Taliesin is such the devil on the shoulder that he encourages the other players in a reinforcing loop to think about these sorts of things. Yeah. All the C1 characters are aspects of the players, but there's no point where Percy and Taliesin are more different than this one. Really? Taliesin's not a little chaos gremlin? Oh! Percy's not a chaos gremlin. You're right. He's not really. He's kinda. I would say he's a little neutral, but Taliesin is so chaotic, yeah. Easy to excite, hard to control. Precisely. The chaos, and I think that is the best way that I have found to handle the Chaos Gremlin. And I say handle in like a neutral sense. I don't mean it as like they are something bad that like needs to be contained. I am saying handle in a every player is going to come with some amount of good and bad for the table at large. When I say handle, I mean mitigating the bad, emphasizing the good. And I think the best way that I've found to handle a Chaos Gremlin is to consistently give them small things to excite them, because it's way easier to excite them than other player archetypes. So that they don't get restless. Because if you go without feeding the gremlin too long, they get restless. They want the food. And they will find it. But if you consistently feed them, they won't go looking for the food too often. But I don't know. It's probably what the initial people that domesticated wolves felt like. You know? I don't consider myself a Chaos Gremlin, but if this happens to my character, I'm pretty sure this will be fun to have. Oh, I mean, I think it can be, I think you can find it fun to watch, but not necessarily to participate in, or vice versa. Yeah, I think there's a lot of nuance to it there, yeah. There are moments where Percy is a chaotic joke for like 10 seconds, but Percy would never give up control. True, yeah. Tal being the most experienced at the table really helps in this moment, and an inexperienced player would never dare to encourage this. Yeah, he knows when something... That is also the thing that helps his Chaos Gremlin energy not get too out of hand, is he knows the boundaries that he can push on. Like, having a first-time player who's also a Chaos Gremlin, oftentimes they don't realize when they're pushing buttons or pushing boundaries that are disruptive. Whereas I think Taliesin has a lot greater of a sense, because he's more experienced, of this certain Chaos Gremlin action is not going to be that detrimental to everything, and it will be really fun and funny for everyone involved. I think it also helps, as we've talked about with every person at the table, his dramatic experience, his dramatic timing. That also helps a lot. Yeah. 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 I think you guys are right. Yeah. Anyways,
close to a week. In the Feywild total. All
Is it only?
I can only modify 10 minutes of time.
I'm proud of myself for not reading every single comment because I really wanted to, and then I was like, no, close the conversation. You can do it. I believe.
Correct.
So I can't build the whole story up.
No, he'll remember 10 minutes that you plug in right now.
Remember?
And by remember, meaning whatever you explain.
All right.
And remember, as truth, whatever 10 minutes he hands him.
This is amazing.
This spell is my favorite spells in the game.
Amazing.
You know?
All right. I don't know. I'm going to make him remember.
Okay, actually, before we go, I have to pee so bad, and I've had to pee for like 20 minutes. So I'm going to take the break a little bit early. Because we're about to go into Sam's description, and I don't want to be just thinking about peeing during that. So
take a break.
Take a break. And I'll be right back. What up? Hello. We are going to actually start watching this episode. I swear. We've got about 10 minutes and 2 hours. So let's get into it.
That we landed in the Feywild together as a group. It was a beautiful field filled with naked nymphs and fey creatures that all came to him and gave him a wonderful full body massage.
Very uncomfortable. All right. Oh, no, but that was tension.
Okay, yes.
Vax saw him, and he did not want anyone to know about this moment that he had. So, in a fit of panic, he gave her something, anything, a title. A title to keep her confidence. The title was Lady Vexalia, the Baroness of the 3rd House of Whitestone, and Grand Mistress of the Grey Hut.
Oh no. There it is.
She agreed to keep his secret, and he had a wonderful time before his memory fades.
Oh my. Wait, that was how we were, but there was, you shouldn't, no. Yes, I did this, right, I did do this, yes,
remember?
I do, and we will never discuss why again. But yes, I did do this, and I'm so glad I wrote it down correctly, because that was very embarrassing. But, I'll have this approved. As long as, yes, well, I'm going to make sure, I have to, of course, inform, yes.
Who's yes?
I don't know.
Your new nickname is Jabba.
Jabba.
Yes.
I like it.
It seems the awkward curse of the Feywild has set into a couple of your allies.
I apparently am missing an awful lot of time. But this did happen. Yes, okay.
Well, you know, Percival, look at this. Show him the bow. Show him the bow. The bow.
Oh, that kind of bow.
Oh, Grog. It's really badass. You killed the guy that was holding it. You did.
Me?
Yeah.
Was it, I pull
no.
out the piece of the petrified crocodile. We killed this too. This is all that's left of him.
Those are like amazing things.
Is this normal? Would we have known that this is normal for people to lose their memory when they come out of the fucking Feywild?
No, you would have no idea.
We wouldn't have learned any of that in our studies.
I mean,
No.
your studies aren't extensive on the Feywild. And people that may know partially are suffering from
we
this
would have learned about
circumstance.
There's a
Feywild when we were
petrified
studying this.
crocodile. What else did you see while we were in
To be
this
honest,
magical
my
place?
memory is kind of foggy as well.
No, a little bit, but you guys also weren't heavy studiers.
Yeah,
you weren't the most studious children.
Did we see pixies?
I was very
For certain
studious,
things.
He cheated off my test all the time. I was incredibly studious.
Yes, that means I was smart.
Percy, I am so sorry.
No, thank you.
I know
There were
how
pixies?
badly you wanted to go there.
There were pixies.
Your
But here's the good
girlfriend
news.
was there, Grog.
My girlfriend.
Your
Now
girlfriend.
that I've been there, we can go back at any time.
Really?
Nala.
We can go back.
Nala.
Girl, did this happen the last time you went to the Feywild?
What?
When you do you remember? Okay.
You know, I really don't think we need to worry about Grog so much. I think he's fine.
Thank you.
You killed so many things, Grog.
I did?
You fought.
Oh God, did we get alcohol?
many
Did
people-
someone give us alcohol?
No.
Damn.
But that can happen today.
Yeah,
I
we've been
won't be
actually without
very
alcohol.
alcohol, but
We
I
need to
know.
find Pike.
That's right.
Pike came.
How long have we been gone for?
Mike was there.
5 days?
I don't know. It's a bit foggy, but a few days.
Guys, let's just go find a wizard and some alcohol in whichever order.
I'm gonna go file
Where's
this and I'll meet
Gilmore?
you in a moment.
We can talk to him.
Violet?
Alora?
Yes.
Maybe she can help.
Here. I'm going to make sure that that's finalized with the correct spelling.
Baba the Hutt. Not that grand to me. I start walking off towards the castle.
We're in Whitestone.
You're in Whitestone currently, yes.
Midday.
Come on,
All right, let's
All
go.
right.
Gavin, let's go.
We just left there.
Just eat your pigeon and come along, Grog.
Strangely, I am suddenly hungry. Are you suddenly hungry?
Yeah.
We should eat
And make sure
something.
trinkets out of the necklace.
We should drink and eat something.
Yes, I could use a glass of wine.
I could use a carafe of
Wine.
Drink it, looks inside of your face. Kind of nuzzles you as you walk towards the castle.
Wait, if you got a bow and there were pixies and you gave her something, did I get anything? Did I pick up any diseases?
Lots
Did I-
of diseases.
You fought bravely and often.
Just
Proof.
You wielded your weapons strongly and proudly and had many definite physical encounters and were never frozen. And
became
showed
best
your
friends with a
power
werewolf.
and defended us to the best of your ability.
You waded through blood, Grog.
It's true.
Can I insight check Scanlan?
You can. Scanlan, make a deception check.
6.
Okay, good. 17.
Seems legit, and a part of you is disappointed that you can't recall the memory, but even just them speaking of it is almost half of the fun. So
That's pretty great. I like all those things you said.
You were great.
Did I get any new weapons?
And
I won't be able to pull it out of the bag of holding unless I know what's in there.
That's true.
you didn't.
I'm going to check my pockets for anything interesting.
I don't have pockets.
Percy, your sketchbook.
My sketchbook? Yes, what about it?
You made sketches the entire time.
Oh my God, I did!
oh my
you
god,
look through the pages, and there are sketches you don't remember drawing.
Oh, fuck! I mean, over.
This is so weird.
You had a lovely time.
This'll do.
We can go back. We'll take a lovely
No,
vacation.
this and liquor will do.
You used your lightning javelin. You.
As you guys approach,
Yes, you have
That's
that. You have a little
Scarmini.
statue. You have a little statue, Grog.
Oh, that's right. A little statue of a dog.
Yes.
Yeah, the
that
dog.
that might be magical.
I will say, I want to provide a caveat to my own advice that I often give or say that Matt should have done or whatever. I often say at the beginning of a session, you should give the players something to react to. You should give them something to get them into role playing. And often, maybe this is only implied in my head and you guys haven't, picked up on this implication. I kind of hope so. That does not necessarily have to be an exterior thing. So I think that this loss of memory absolutely counts as that. So it's like, I'm done with my recap. They get back, roll whiz saves. You're in, you're rolling the dice, a thing happens, and now you react to it. You're in the role play. We're there. Rather than just getting back and saying, what do you do? But even then, caveat number 2, I think that whole giving something to react to bit is less important at the conclusion of arcs. So they just finished, even if you maybe, you don't think too much about arcs, clearly last session was the end of something. It was a big kind of moment, and they're going to regroup and decide what to do next. On those regroup sessions, I don't think you need to start with something for them to react to. Because during a regroup where they aren't quite sure what they're going to do yet, if you provide that thing to react to and to direct them and to get them into it, it might be a little bit too, the DM is directing us towards something. If you can get away with doing something that is mostly flavorful like this, I still think that's great. But you don't need to progress a story or give them a hook or any of the normal ways I might start a session. Now, during a regroup session, depending on the arc, I also think it's a good opportunity for them to blow off steam. So my favorite, blow off steam was also a conclusion to an arc episode. It was Winter's Crest and Whiterun. I think that episode was great. I think it really solidly served as the end and the conclusion of an arc, while also giving them a great opportunity to blow off some steam with their features and mechanics. I also have brought up the Qual dungeon that they had after defeating Kevdak. I thought that was great. So those sorts of low stakes but still mechanical challenges, I think, are great things to offer your players at the conclusion of an arc, so that they can kind of fuck around while still thinking about what they're going to do next, not tying themselves too distinctly to anything. It gives them kind of something to do while they think, kind of like going on a walk to think something out. Similar to that. Hey, we'll get you rolling some dice, even though the results don't really matter that much. I think that's a really, really good strategy for ending and sort of starting the transition to a new arc. I'm very bad about giving my players something to do. Most of the time, I just ask, what do you want to do? I think the way I do it is not good. I think it's a really fair instinct, because I think a lot of us really don't want to control the narrative too much. We want to really maintain player agency in as much as we possibly can. And starting out the session by giving them something is, I think, a bit counterintuitive towards that player agency goal. But I think that its efficiency towards getting them into the role play is worth it. But I one of the reasons that I think about it so much is because I also struggle with it, especially in. I think I've gotten better about it in D&D, and if I ever do Daggerheart, I think it'll be similar. But Blades in the Dark, whew, especially during non-heist and non-downtime, man, it is tough. I have a really tough time with it in Blades. But I think it's possibly more important there than in D&D. But almost partially because it's harder. Yeah. The desire to avoid railroading being pushed to the point of detriment. Yeah, basically. Because it's a good thing to try to avoid. But things that might be traditionally associated with that may have their place. Yeah. It's table by table and session by session with the right players in the right point in the game. What do you want to do is all you need. It's true. It depends on, it also depends on how you ended the last, session. It's like sometimes you don't even need to ask. You don't need to give them anything to react to. They'll just do it. Depends on how much you've had exterior conversations. That can definitely play a role. Like if they've been talking in the group chat the entire week between sessions, you probably don't need it as much. If they've been thinking about it every day for like 7 days and now you're going into the session, yeah, you can definitely deprioritize giving them something to react to. But if it's been a quieter week, if the last session didn't really end on a bang, I think it's a good way to kind of get them back into it. Yeah.
A little statue of a dog.
An onyx statue
Yeah,
of
it's
a
this little
dog.
black statue.
Can I reach into the bag of holding for an onyx statue of a dog?
Make an intelligence check.
I'm loving every
I've
moment.
seen
of
it. I
this.
can
I
reach
know,
in
we
there.
can.
Yeah,
we
one of you guys
do
can reach
that.
in there and gather if you want to. I just want to see if you can.
Oh.
11.
Unfortunately, your lack of imagination is finding it difficult, based on the words you were given, to formulate enough of a solid creative thought.
It's black.
An
Onyx
honest
means
statue of a hog.
black.
It's an honest statue of a hog.
Doesn't know what onyx is.
Yes,
He's
He
picturing.
barely knows what a dog is at this point.
I mean, if you want to reach in here and,
right.
reach in my bag.
Oh. Give it.
Sam, you can do this to me too.
And there you have it. The Onyx Mastiff is there before you.
And we can sit here awkward.
Do we know what it is?
It's an onyx mastiff. It's an onyx statuette of a mastiff. If you use an action to speak the command word,
Which we don't know.
I know, and throw the figurine to a point on the ground within 60 feet of you, it becomes a living mastiff for up to 6 hours.
I thought the guy told us we'd have to figure it out. Did he whisper in your
Then
ear?
what happens? Does it have?
It was etched on the bottom in Elvish, and I totally understand
Oh,
it.
you read Elvish.
I do.
You're partially Elvish.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's Instadog?
It's Insta
Yeah.
Dog.
And then what does it do? Can it fight?
Things
It
that attract
fights.
things.
It has sight and hearing checks. It bites and it claws, just like. Oh no, it just bites.
Farts a lot.
And what happens if it gets killed?
It has
God,
an
I'm looking.
It has an intelligence
Duration.
of
The
8.
creature. Wait. At the end of
What's
6
your
hours,
intelligence?
6.
Oh my goodness.
the creature reverts to its figurine form. It reverts to a figurine early if it drops to 0 hit points, or if you use action to speak the command word again while touching it. When the creature becomes a figurine again, its property can't be used again for 7 days.
Things to note.
To the bottom part. Come on.
Oh wait.
Mastiff has an intelligence of 8 and can speak common.
Oh.
It's smarter than you.
It's a talking dog.
Yeah.
I wonder if it has a name.
It can also see invisibility.
Triumph.
It can see invisibility.
Oh, it says that.
That's
It
why
can see
it's-
invisible
it's
creatures.
a good guard dog if
And
you-
objects within that range.
I like this.
The
guy.
only important thing on that paper.
So wait, and how long do you last? He just lives
6
until
hours.
he's
Hours, isn't it?
6 hours.
6 hours.
Wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to read
Every
all
7
that. And
days.
If you
make
set
it
camp
not
though.
interesting.
Good set.
Yeah,
It's a
he's
camp.
great
It's a
at
guard
it.
dog.
Yeah.
But we need to know the magic word.
We know it.
It's good doggy.
But we know we know the word already.
Yeah, it's written in Elvish
It's
on
from the
it.
enchantment, yeah.
Good dog.
It's good doggy. Can you
In
teach
Elvish.
us how to say that in Elvish?
Don't teach him how to say it in Elvish.
You can say it in common. He understands common.
He understands common. That's
And
fair.
what-
Lorelana. Lorelana.
La 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 la.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
La 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 la.
All right, we shall welcome back to Whitestone.
Yeah.
Grog, I'm sorry.
Let's get the dog out here.
Let's hold off on the dog.
As you guys make your way towards the castle, there's a small group of figures. You see like 3 armored
scamming.
Whitestone soldiers with one figure following them. Different outfit, looks to be simple dark blues and grays, dark skin, short dark hair, carrying his crossbow at his side. As you make eyes, you immediately recognize this as Jareth. Jareth is coming down. He says, "Hi, friends, it has been a while. I'm happy to see that you survive. So, it's been a while. Is everyone okay?"
A while.
In a while.
It's good
How
to
long?
see.
Most better part of a week. Yes.
So it is like Saturday here, right? Time runs the same?
Saturday?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Why did you taste the wind?
I don't know.
Who is Jarrett? Who the hell is Jarrett? I have jars. I have jars in so many articles. I don't have an article on a Jarrett. Is Jarrett their old butler or their old guard from their castle? One of their guards. Oh, that guy. The guy that helped Percy against the shadows. Right. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. I think I remember them telling him to come to Whitestone. I don't think that's suspicious that he's here. Probably just took him a while. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, why? It's a strange question.
It tastes like Saturday.
A little confused by the question, but it's fine. All right.
How are things here?
Well, let's just say better for the time being. And as you look up, what you didn't notice before when you saw the clouds is there's this slight kind of light blue hue to the entire sky.
Excellent.
There is this very faint shimmer to it. And he goes, the barrier is now up, which is good. As soon as they finish that, Allura, Drake, and Kima all left to find information on the green dragon.
Where?
I did not inquire as to the location, but they said they should be back in the next few days.
Cassandra might know.
She will.
They said, when did they leave?
3 days ago. They were hoping to get insight on Thordak's current situation. It'll be a mess.
Wait, I just wanna confirm who left. It was Kima, Allura. It was Kima, Allura, and Drake? Is that correct? The bear's now up. Allura, Drake, and Kima. Okay. Then Allura, Drake, and Kima all went to find info on the green dragon, Raishan. I assume that Gilmore's tasks his talents were just better served in Whitestone? Or he's still recovering? But Kima left. She was the one that was helping him recover. Interesting.
As many armored folks here as possible and continue to reach out for allies. I think that's just the main goal right now, is to find as many allies as we can. It was interesting to put a stake into this fight.
So you're leading an army?
Well, we're building whoever we can in this vicinity. There's not many, but at the very least to defend in case this ends up falling.
And what's your role in it?
Welcome back. Slight little technical issue there. We're going to roll back a little bit of information, and step into the moment. So, as Jarrett has walked down the steps of Whitestone and began a conversation with Vox Machina about the current situation here, he says how, currently, Allura, Kima, and Drake are off trying to find information on the green.
Repeats it. Okay.
Dragon, Raishan, in trying to discover what best can be done regarding the attack on Thordak with Emon. Here, I am doing the best I can to build what armed forces we have at our disposal, and we're trying to reach out to bring whatever allies are willing to put their stakes into this battle. But yes, this is a monumental task based on my own experience, and I'm doing the best I can, but bear with me.
We have faith in you, Jarrett.
Thank you. I am glad that somebody does. Assume, actually, just arrived here.
Oh,
About 2-3 hours ago.
Perfect.
yes. We were wondering what happened
In
to
a
you.
while.
As we're
Assume? It's Assume? Are we finally going to Wildmount? Are we finally going? I don't know where. I don't think we know where Vorugal and I haven't stood up on stream in a while. This feels weird. Do we know where Vorugal and Raishan are? I'll be real with y'all. We know that 2 dragons went to Wildmount and then passed to destroy Draconia. I don't remember if they called out that it was Vorugal and Raishan, but I was pretty sure that it was either those 2 or Raishan and Umbrasyl. But I knew that I don't know if I know that, but I assume that Raishan took up residence in Wildmount. That was my assumption. Because there's not really enough impactful cities just in Tal'Dorei. And it's not even like, they're only setting up above siphons or temples of Ioun, or, it's doesn't seem to be anything like that because none of them are in Whitestone. So, and we don't really know that there was anything special about Westrun other than that it was big. So I don't know where the fuck Vorugal is, but my assumption is absolutely that Raishan is in Wildmount. Probably one of the major Wildmount cities. Maybe even the major Wildmount city. We'll see. Or maybe lording over Draconia, like the burned out husk. Although that feels more right for Vorugal. And I assumed that one of them was in Marquette. Probably Umbrasyl. But weird. The dragon setup is so strange. Because they have 4 of them. And there are 4 continents? There's Tal'Dorei, Wildmount, Marquette. Or I guess, Marquette and Othanzia. So I assumed it would be 1 dragon per continent, but then Umbrasyl being in Westrun kind of fucks with that. Even though they said that this was like a new layer that Umbrasyl was like moving into, unless Umbrasyl was splitting time and was like mainly lording over Marquette. That could be possible. And then Vorugal did go back to Othanzia, and Raishan is the ruler of Wildmount, and they just wanted Draconia gone. That's what I can put together. Either way, it makes me think that Raishan is in Wildmount, which means that the NPCs going to gather information on Raishan is pointing us towards Wildmount, and Assume is back. And the last time we talked about Assume, he was going to Wildmount. I thought he would come back into the story way sooner, but him coming back also points us towards Wildmount. So are we finally going to Wildmount? I don't know. We'll have to see. I fucking hope so. We'll see. It's been tantalized. It's been shaken in front of me like a set of keys to a Hummer I can't drive. I would want to drive a Hummer anyways. What's a car that I would want to drive? I'm not really a car guy, so I don't really think that metaphor works. Wildmount mentioned. I'm pretty sure Vorugal is one of the dragons that attacked Draconia. Might have been. I honestly don't. It was a combination. It was 2 out of the 3 between Umbrasyl, Vorugal, and Raishan, and I'm most confident that one of them was Raishan. I think we heard some dragons were heading to Wildmount, but that's it. Yeah. Technically, Draconia is in Wildmount, just in an isolated place. I've seen briefly a map of the world. So I knew that it was kind of near, but I don't know specifics. Would drive a Subaru Forester? What's a Subaru Forester? Subaru Forester. Sure. I don't got any problem with this car. Looks fine. A little big for my taste, honestly. My First, my first and main car was a 2005 Cadillac Seville. It was delightful. If you can find one of these guys in good position, they are cheap and they are awesome. They do not get good fuel efficiency, but they are fun and they're safe and they have a really big interior. This is a fucking boat. I don't know how else to describe it. This looks the most like mine. I loved this car. I was very sad when it died. Oh wait, that's a DeVille. That's not a Seville. Anyways. Yeah. Today's been weird for me, trying to catch up. Started the stream talking about sleeping issues, mood. Yeah. Yeah. I feel you. The interior is nice. Can confirm big car. Get a Mini. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't have big opinions on cars. I'm kind of whatever on them. You know. I don't got I just I don't know. They're fine. No, all three flew off from Westrun after destroying it, and then Umbrasil came back to a ruined Westrun where the herd had just arrived. Well, when we know that Vorugal stayed behind, but it wasn't part of the plan. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, old person town cars are the best. Oh, they're so comfy. So comfy. American cars are way too big. Depends. I mean, I broadly agree with you. Some people need big cars. Most people don't. Most people don't. Like, I was glad to have my big car during, like, snowstorms. And, like, the power and the traction that it has. But, like, the fact that the F-150 is the best-selling car in America is ridiculous. The vast majority of people that own F-150s do not utilize the capabilities of the F-150. Some people need it, legitimately. Some people will utilize it. The vast majority will not. But yeah, I mean, the Cadillac was nice to have during the winters. But I don't know. Now that I'm in Chicago, we sold our car when we got to Chicago because we just don't need it anymore. And if I don't need it, I like not having to take care of it. We need them to hold all our freedom. Hurrah! Yeah. They're too big for Europe. America has big roads. We do have big roads, which counts. Yeah. I can't dive into American infrastructure. I'll talk about it too long. Yeah. American cars are wildly variable. They really are. Yeah. American cars, American roads, widely vary. Really depends on the city. But also kind of doesn't sometimes. Yeah, I do not like the F-150s. I don't like people that buy them that never put shit in the bed. I have family. They don't even have the F-150. They have the smaller trucks because they're more efficient for actual hauling. The F-150 isn't actually that amazing of a work truck. And like they actually use the bed. They need the towing capacity. Like they utilize all of the capabilities of the car for their job. And that is good. I hate people that buy a ludicrously big car with a giant bed that they never use. So stupid. Yeah. It's not about the roads. It's about being able to see pedestrians. Yeah. And like no. I can't go down. I can't go down the road. I can't go down the road. Yeah. For a rural person, trucks have use, but you don't need them in town. Construction people exempt. Yeah. Anyways, I can't. Because this is an area of American, like, life and culture and politics that I have so many opinions on, but I can't get into them on stream. It is a jar of worms. I can't do it. Not because I'm like afraid to express the opinions. I've definitely gone into it before, but it'll just take too long and we've already had major tangents.
Last we heard from Gilmore that he disappeared with Topher within Emon after the attack.
Yes.
Is Sean still in the city?
Sean is still in the city. I believe he's actually up meeting with Asum and Cassandra right now in the castle.
Let's clean up and head in that direction, then, I imagine.
All right.
Certainly. Well, if you need me...
I will also say, Chat Noir, I have not read it yet. I wanted to pass it by some other people to make sure that it's and that I have the right one. I did find it though. I found the saga of Trinket. So I have it, but I have not read it yet on or off stream. And I'm also debating if I want to do anything extra with it, if I want to do it on stream, if I don't know. But yes, I have it, have not done anything with it yet. Yeah.
I'll be around. Just...
Jared,
Yes.
has there been any eyes on the Green Dragon here recently?
None of us have seen the dragon. None of us know its whereabouts, and attempts to scry have been balked. I do not know.
Okay. Thank you.
It's all right. I believe there is information on the whereabouts of the White.
Do you know where?
I do not know. That is more for what they hold at the castle.
Okay.
Yell loudly if you need me.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
It warms my heart to see you are safe.
Same.
He gives a little salute and a smile and continues with the other guards back towards the center of the city. As you guys ascend the steps to Castle Whitestone, you enter the large gates that slowly creak open as you come to the familiar interior. You can hear the voices echoing in the distance from the nearby, what was once the kind of the guest dining area of the castle has now been converted into a war room. And as you approach the outside of the doors, they're partially ajar. On the inside, you can see your sister Cassandra sitting at a table. Gilmore is kind of leaned back, arms crossed, kind of...
I will say, something to note about... I don't feel confident saying that this is like a hard rule or anything even close to that, really. But it is something that I'm noting down for myself. They had put a lot of time and effort into Emon, at least to a degree, right? But it was always this place that was kind of tainted, and they couldn't like fully root out the corruption. You know, they had their castle that, you know, they could manage, but Emon was always going to a degree, stand apart from them. Even though it was their hub, even though it was their people to an extent. It was never really fully that. Whereas Whitestone was nearly burned down to rubble, to the studs. And Vox Machina came in and pretty much completely rooted out the corruption, at least the ostensible corruption. And there was so little left that they can sort of reshape it, an entire town, city, in their own image, to an extent. I mean, Percy is trying to start a new religious movement in the town. They're handing out nobility titles. They were the ones that decided what happened to the old nobility. And all of that is to say, losing Emon, when they did and how they did, was huge. Very, very impactful, you know, for them. And but it didn't turn out bad. Like it doesn't seem like they really harbor any amount of ill will towards Matt for destroying that place, destroying all of their progress there. And I think, or at least I theorize that what's the math term for it? I have a conjecture that it might be the reason that they have such maybe neutral feelings about Emon being destroyed is because they'd kind of gone as far as it seems like they could, and they weren't fully in it. Even towards the end, the guards were still occasionally denying them access to the Cloud Top district. You know, even though they were guests of honor, they were always still standing apart. It wasn't truly theirs. Whereas Whitestone, much more is. They're kind of the law in Whitestone. If they murder an old woman, they're Vox Machina. Nothing's probably going to happen. So, this made me realize that VM could have been the God Emperors of Whitestone if they were so inclined. Kinda. And that's not saying that you that's like an inherently good thing or that the setup in Emon was a bad thing, depending on the story and the party and all that. I think either are valid, but I do think the thing that I'm kind of getting to the bottom of and identifying is that it allowed Matt to destroy something that they cared a lot about because they kind of had an upgrade. You know? It's like, I'm gonna destroy your house against your will, but it's kind of okay because you have a second home that's a mansion but you're just very sentimental about the old house, so you haven't moved into the mansion yet. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting phenomena. And then they immediately started gathering everyone. They started talking to people and sending them off to Whitestone. And now it's the new hub. They go back to Whitestone. Every time they don't know where else to go, they go to Whitestone. Did you listen to the end of The Fall of Emon? Yes. I mean, back in the day, I don't know what you're referring to. But if it was in the episode, I heard all of it, yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting thing of I think that my gut instinct would be destroying something that impactful to the players and that much of basically their hub world and where they go back to by default. I think it can work in a lot of situations, but I think the way that it worked in this situation was an incredibly emotional moment, but nothing about their play actually changed. Whitestone just became the new hub. And because they already had it kind of on deck. So it's interesting. I don't necessarily have a takeaway. It's just something I'm kind of noticing as they keep coming back to Whitestone. It's something that's becoming more and more apparent to me. And I was thinking about the barrier and how the barrier and would Matt ever destroy Whitestone with dragons? And it's at this point, I don't think he would. Because the only other place, and I don't think he should, because the only other place besides Whitestone that they can kind of come back to regroup is Vasselheim, which is a place that they are incredibly separate from, especially Scanlan and Keyleth, with their magic. So they're incredibly separated in Vasselheim. That'll never feel like home. But the only time I could see him destroying Whitestone is as a prompt to go and fight Thordak. As a prompt that this is escalating, you need to deal with it now or never. Because at this point, destroying Whitestone, I think, would essentially turn them nomadic. And I wouldn't want to do that until basically the end of the Chroma Conclave arc. So it's like the last beat before they start planning to fight Thordak. Like they are going to do it, they're just planning how. The last beat before that. Maybe the thing that spurs them into that. Destruction of Whitestone. Maybe. Big maybe. I don't even know if that would feel good. Because then, but an argument for why it might is then, now that you have destroyed Whitestone, they're now kind of rudderless, but they have one enemy to go and attack, and once they take down Thordak, it's a new world. There's no more Chroma Conclave. We set off for the distant horizon to find new adventures. And it's actually kind of good that we're not tied down to Whitestone anymore. That would have to be handled carefully, but I think that is the first time that Matt would even be able to maybe satisfyingly destroy Whitestone. When Matt talked about how destroying something he created felt, destroying something he made felt, yeah, I did. And he also talked about that in a Q&A that I watched. Yeah. No, I remember him talking about like how like weird but also kind of cathartic it was, which I totally feel. It can definitely be that way. But destroying but especially in a situation like that where the players didn't have, at least from my perspective, maybe there's things that they missed that would have gone more into this. But from my perspective, they didn't seemingly have a ton of warning, or ability to stop Emon from getting destroyed. So to me, the destruction of Emon is more of like a narrative set piece. And you have to be careful about how those sorts of things make your players feel. Because when they don't have a lot of agency in it, it can be a little tough. Like, I think if they hadn't had a Whitestone, it was a quick dev event. Yeah, exactly. If they hadn't had Whitestone, like if he had done the introduction to the Chroma Conclave before the Briarwood arc, I think it would have felt really bad. Like, it might have felt kind of cool in the moment, but I think it would have, like, long-term been looked at as, like, kind of shitty. But because they have Whitestone, not as big of a deal. That is my conjecture. I don't feel totally confident in that, but that's my conjecture.
Just tugging on the end of his chin goatee, and you see Sikarasum currently facing towards Cassandra, and they're in mid-conversation right now. As soon as you enter the room, it is good to know that you all survive, as they've told me.
Same to you, assume.
As he turns and looks towards you, you can see the side of his face that is has all the heavy tattoos. Now,
fuck. We can't be standing. We can't be standing. The hose to the water bottle isn't long enough. Wait. It's a water bottle. I can just put it on my desk. And then it raises with the hose. Now we're thinking with portals. There we go. Fixed. So we can stay standing.
bears what appear to be heavy acid scars that have kind of blended the tattoos into the scarring. And it's not a very pretty sight, but he seems to at least be in one piece right now. He still has this thick hooded cloak around his shoulders, and where normally he has a shaved head, some of the hair is growing in areas that can grow hair based on the damage to this side of his face.
What happened to you?
What happened to me is I made out a lot better than many of the people there that day. I'll take this.
So
Come.
sorry.
It's fine. I've had worse. Trust me. Come, sit. And Cassandra sits up. My brother. And she comes up and gives you a big hug and holds you for a second.
Pardon our appearance.
Oh, it's all
That
right.
stench.
Yes.
We smell.
We're covered in that black nastiness, I assume.
I hadn't even
Smell
noticed,
like swamp.
actually.
And you do, and it's the scent has faded a bit, but you all still are not in the most presentable means. But however, the conversation's dire tone seems to be enough where no one pays much mind to it.
We were successful. I will let the others fill you in with some details, although I do, and I'm going to double check, and I'm going to find the brief letter explaining what I've set up with Vax, although it will not have any of the reason why, but it will have at least the nature of what's been done. And we have acquired, well, Vexalia, if you would.
Another vestige.
So you pull it out and they all kind of step back, and Gilmore leans forward. Very good.
I would love for you to take a look at it, Sean.
I would love to have a look at it. He takes it. As you hand it to him, it actually kind of curls around the back of his hands and kind of whips back into a strong tensile stance. And he kind of, that's weird. He kind of takes it and starts looking over it as Cassandra looks back. I'm glad you're all safe and apparently named. Welcome to Whitestone, Lady Vexalia.
Thank you.
She takes it and folds it, and I'll have this put in the books immediately.
I appreciate your kind generosity.
I'll request more information soon.
We'll see, yes. That might be complicated, but yes.
Anyway.
What's up, Your Highness?
Anyway, have a seat. Soon, please inform them of what you've been telling us. As you all find a seat, he kind of sits there quietly, his eyes darting around and his...
Was he Ebster? I didn't remember him being back when the Conclave attacked. Where the fuck's he been? Was he the one? Was it him and Gilmore that assumingly went to check out Thordak? Is that what happened? Where the fuck's man been? Oh, what the heck? These are two different documents. I don't know why they're both there. Gilmore was conspicuously missing. The dragons continued westward. I don't know why I have two articles of this. Interesting. He was one of the guards actually told about the dragons on stage, assumingly. The queen mentioned that he was helping the people get away during the attack. Got it. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so maybe not fucked up in Wildmount. Well, assumingly not. Got fucked up either during or in between the fall... The fall of Emon and now. Huh. Interesting. Then I think Gilmore does mention after they heal him under his shop that he had seen Assume, but he had gone back out to find more people. Interesting. I remember someone getting mentioned when they were healing Gilmore. I didn't remember that it was Assume. Interesting. Okay. So he didn't get fucked up in Wildmount. Unless, we don't know where he's been between, but he just we don't know where it was. It was just between now and the fall of Emon.
His head just kind of ruminating over the thoughts and trying to formulate his presentation. He crosses his fingers in front of his face. Things are a bit of a mess within the city. None are allowed to leave. Living under the watch of the Wyvern Guard, hundreds of lizardmen worshippers of Tordak. Ever watching the city from above? Some have tried to flee beyond the walls, but ultimately end up being returned at the end of a set of talons and not seen again. Thordak calls a gathering every dusk of the surviving populace. Tens of thousands forced to come and gather at the center of the remnants of the Cloudtop district. He gloats, instills fear in all that be this, and offers forgiveness to those who offer fealty to him. All are to cheer his name, applaud his statements, and thank him for his mercy. And those that fail to do so are pulled from the crowd by his lizard men and devoured by the beast himself. Lined up for the slaughter as a show. And there is laughter from the beast that pushed them into his maw. Most of the wealth of the city is now amassed in the ashes of the district, forming a massive wall of shiny junk and coin like a nest around the fucking beast. He's enslaved a number of the greatest sculptors of the city to begin making his likeness in the surrounding stone. They chisel away at the tall, proud walls of the interior, showing his terrible face where once it does not belong. The vain fucker. He's crazy, that one. And what's more dangerous than an intelligent dragon than one who's crazy? I've been keeping an eye as best as I can. Thordak gives direct orders to his wife and guard often. Some off to communicate, I presume, with the other members of the Conclave. I know not. I've been stuck within the city. Most survivors stay indoors. I've been working with the Clasp, believe it or not, to shepherd over 1,000 people below the city streets for protection. The lesser of two evils, to be sure, but at the very least, at the moment, they have nothing to gain by working against us at this juncture. And not but 6 hours ago, the Cinder King was roaring in anger. His cries echoing through the streets, the people fell to their knees, thinking this was the end. He stepped up from his volcanic throne and set the majority of his army eastward. I used this distraction to slip into the now unguarded Lyceum and found a port scroll and a sigil for Whitestone before they returned. I came here to see all of you alive, so that's the best news I've had in weeks. No. That's the best All
right. Time for a copy and paste. Because I was starting to type all of that out, and I was like, no shot. But I do think that I need a lot of that. All right, copy. What Thordak's been up to lately, according to Assume. Does Assume have two S's? I know I spelled it wrong up there. I did that on purpose, but I actually don't remember how it's actually spelled. Interesting. Seeker, 1U. Also, Acid Scar and the term that day. Yeah. A lot of it is characterizing Thordak and like what he wants and what he is doing. And I think it's just like all just I don't want to say like par for the course because it's very interesting and important characterization, but I don't think any like theory fodder. I think it is just to what he is, which is important to do as a DM. I like this. Even if there's, it's almost better that I don't think there's any like crazy clues in this. I think it's all relatively straightforward, but it's good for them to get an update on the threat because they haven't actually interacted much with the Chroma Conclave, period. But the most recent one they interacted with, they murked. So I think it's good for them to get a little bit of a reminder of what this is about. I mean, there's potential foreshadowing of an interesting arena feature. This massive wall of shiny, it says chunk and coin. I assume it's like of shiny gunk, maybe. Yeah. And like I don't think that they're chiseling his face into the wall for any like, reason other than that he wants to see his face on the wall. And then I'm assuming, although this is not but 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago. That's an odd amount of time. But it's possible that it just took that long for him to discover Umbrasyl, because they did Umbrasyl. I think less than a day they were back in Whitestone. And then they slept, had the Rakshasa encounter, slept again, went to the Feywild. Who knows how long it was in the Feywild. And now they're back. It's possible that there was just information delay and he just didn't, and that's why he's upset. Maybe? I don't know. It's possible. This is the only thing that's like maybe a little bit of theory fodder. Is why is he angry? But other than that, I think we absolutely, I think it's a good reminder for the players about what this is all about. This is about
Take a break.
Oh, taking a break. All right, this is about an insane red dragon currently set up in Emon that will bleed the continent dry. I'm not generally a fan of calling a villain crazy and then just like ascribing anything nonsensical that they do to, whoa, they're crazy. But I think in this particular case, the crazy things that he's doing, crazy, can be seen as an extreme hyperbolic representation of his pride. That even though it may not really make long-term sense to just kill random people, and not even, it makes sense to maybe punish dissenters, but does it make sense to kill them? Maybe it's debatable, but I think that like combined with that, with the gold, with the like carving on the wall, all paint a picture of someone something that's pride is so huge that it overrides everything else. Thordak isn't thinking about, well, what if I run out of humans to worship me? Because I think in his head, if he kills all of the dissenters, then there will only be people that worship him left, and then they will reproduce, and that'll be fine. It's not possible that everyone in the world would be a dissenter. I'm Thordak. There's no shot. So I think overall, it's a very, I like the description. I do think that it paints more of a picture of our villain, which is great. Yeah. Cool reminder, especially exiting out of another mini arc that was a little bit longer than the standard, kind of refocusing Vox Machina on what the overall goal is and giving them not necessarily direction on what to do next, but reminding them, hey, this is the long-term thing. Remember. And hey, here's some even more information. He's worse than you might have thought. It's not an actual escalation because assumingly he's been doing this the whole time, but it feels like an escalation because the players are learning this information. So before, Thordak was a lazy asshole sitting on the couch ordering around some wyverns. Now he has escalated towards actively putting on shows of like cruelty and torture and these very prideful displays. He's reshaping Emon in his own image, which we already kind of knew right beforehand, right before the Feywild arc, and now we're getting even more of it, of him forming this gold wall, of him carving his face into the stone walls. It's not a actual in fiction escalation. It is a narrative escalation, where we're learning more information that goes further to characterize the situation. Really solid. Really solid to drip feed this out between mini arcs. So like Matt gave us that the area around Emon is slowly becoming volcanic after the Umbrasyl arc. And then after Feywild, he's giving us the Wall of Stone and these tortures. All this. It's really nice drip feeding out of the lore and escalation around this villain. Very similar to what like Curse of Strahd kind of wants you to do with Strahd when you're running it as a GM, but Strahd's is weird. It does a thing that I kind of hate about villains, or it tells you, where like it just wants you to kind of like have Strahd like show up and just like do stuff in front of the heroes, but like not have him kill the heroes, because that wouldn't be any fun. God, what an eye roll. I really, really prefer the way that Matt is doing this, of Thordak isn't showing up and delivering a monologue to Vox. They are just learning more and more about what he is doing in their absence. Like, they're preparing, but they're not actively contesting him. And they're learning more and more about, like, what does that mean, not to contest him? Because when we first started, we had no idea. It seemed like kind of nothing would happen if they didn't contest him. But as this is going on, he is becoming more and more characterized, and we are learning more and more of what is happening while we're doing this. So it's a kind of small thing. I've talked about lore dumps off and on for a while, but I think this is a really solid one, especially given its context. I think it's almost the opposite of how I felt about the Feywild arc. Is in this, it's an okay speech. If you bring the context into it, I think it's an amazing speech. If in the context, it's incredible. Even though singularly, it's, whatever. It's it's not bad. It's just like a normal speech. It's great. Great. I keep and then I'm gonna read this and then take a break. I keep forgetting that it's just been just a few weeks for the characters. For the cast, it has been months, so it feels the same for the audience, even though it's binging it, I guess. Precisely, which is why you have to kind of bring stuff back up, because it's only been a few weeks, and it's why you have to narratively escalate things, because the characters would feel that impending doom, most likely. It's like you said, it's been a very short period of time. But for us, it happened a while ago. We've kind of forgotten about it. And with forgetting about it, that can make the danger feel less. It's kind of like I've drawn out this sort of escalation curve before, or like stair step more like. Where it's like every time you escalate something as a GM, it slowly degrades over time. And so if you want it to keep feeling like a threat, you occasionally have to re-up. And then it'll start degrading again, and then you re-up. And if you're careful about this, you can like very slowly trend it upward, trend it downward, trend it neutral. I think that Matt has been doing a good job at keeping it mostly neutral, maybe with a slight tick up. Like, pretty perfectly. With Thordak specifically. I'm still a little torn on how I feel about the beginning of the arc and like how it opened and the stuff that happened in Vasselheim like right after the arc started. But broadly, I think he's done a pretty good job at keeping this arc incredibly open while also keeping them focused. Yeah. On the topic of wannabe god emperors, yeah, true. This arc always makes me think of the Guards by Terry Pratchett, just because of dragons. I've not read that. I'm not here to kill you. I've come here to show you a PowerPoint presentation on my backstory. Yeah, kinda, a little bit. The more interesting Strahd foreshadowing is the stuff you hear about Strahd. Precisely. The subtle but noted toy for Strahd in the Blinksys shop. The constant references make him so intimidating. Absolutely. And I think that Matt is employing an incredibly similar device with Thordak. Of, if Thordak showed up and fucked you up, or honestly, even if he sent goons that they defeated, that would kind of make him seem like a lazy chump. But him just ignoring Vox Machina? Totally. And just being horrible and not worrying about anyone. Like, it doesn't seem like he's worried about anyone contesting him. And that is way more intimidating than if he was delivering speeches or trying to hunt them down. His apathy towards Vox and really anyone else in the world is slowly transforming into something intimidating. Like, before, I thought it was kind of stupid that he's just in Emon. But now, the characterization that I'm slowly getting is making me fill in some of the gaps of like, oh, he doesn't really care about actively dominating the world because he kind of just has already. And like, whenever he needs more humans or needs more loot, he'll get it then because he can. You know? And I would have thought that, honestly, an unbelievable amount of pride and an unbelievable amount of self-confidence, but it is slowly becoming believable to me because of the gold, because of the carvings on the wall. The fact that he thinks he doesn't even have to touch another town until he's good and ready is slowly transforming from, in my mind, kind of lazy to actually a little bit more intimidating. And the fact that he's being so successful in Emon. Like, the fact that assume someone that we have evidence is pretty powerful, especially when it comes to stealth, did not feel as though he could get out. That also speaks to a level of non-laziness. Just a level of, I'll do it whenever I feel like it. It's a really subtle difference, but this continued characterization is getting me there. Big thumbs up. Big thumbs up. You would really like Pratchett. He's a good storyteller and so aware and subverts tropes and knows how to play with them. Ooh, Terry Pratchett. I'm going to look this up, actually, during the break. The monster you don't see is scarier than the one you do. Yeah, don't show the monster. Yeah. Talk about long-form world building. Probably the best I've ever read. Interesting. Anyways, take a quick break, and then we'll get back to it. Oh my God, we have so much left. I'll be right back. what up? Hello. I looked up Terry, Sir Terry Pratchett. I knew I recognized the name. He co-wrote Good Omens. I love Neil Gaiman. Yeah, Good Omens, co-written by Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett. Speaking of Neil, I just finished The Alchemist, which I think I talked about last stream or 2 streams ago. And the next book that I haven't even started yet, but just bought to read, is a Neil Gaiman book. It's The Ocean. Oh, you can't see it because it's flipped. It's The Ocean at the End of the Lane. I'm very excited. I liked American Gods and Good Omens, but I liked Good Omens a lot, which is Terry. So that's cool. Yeah. So, I mean, if the rest of Terry's authorship, is that the word? If the rest of them are that good, I'm super down. And I mean, having published 40 books, like, I don't know, to an extent a hobbyist doesn't really do that. He must be successful to some degree. Yeah. If you read one Discworld, I recommend Small Gods. It's a standalone. Interesting. Yeah. Ranked in awesomeness, Witches, Death, City Watch, Industry, and Wizards. I've heard good things about Discworld broadly as well. I didn't even realize that was Terry Pratchett. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. The earlier talk about villain tragic backstory got me thinking that Doofenshmirtz would be both an amazing recurring villain and a great base for a PC. I could see that. I could see Doofenshmirtz being great. Yeah. They're kickstarting Discworld TTRPG. I saw that in my brief Google. Very interesting. Anyways.
I have to bring you about the current state of the city.
That's our home.
It's our home.
What is Eastward?
Well, Kynal, Western. Technically here.
Did you bring any other survivors with you?
I was the only one who could make it into Lyceum unseen. Tofor is still back there fighting the good fight. She's working with Shen. They're trying to get as many below ground as possible and out of harm's way.
Good.
And Greyskull Keep?
I haven't seen it. I've been within the city walls.
Did you say Thordak's wife? Did I mishear you?
Wyvern Guard.
Wyvern. I heard
Wife and
as
guards
well.
is what I heard, and I was
That's what I
so
heard as
fucking
well.
confused.
I both the same.
Wyvern guards.
Sorry.
So wait, his Wyvern guard is
Wyvern
often?
guards.
Yeah.
Often?
In
He sent a majority of his...
Often. That's still being manufacturing shit. Okay.
we don't know where they've been sent, and we don't know
Eastward.
That's all I've seen.
why. We need to find out where they're going.
I had to use that time to get into the Lyceum. Usually it's too heavily guarded.
No, of course. I'm just making
You've
a
done
list.
so much.
I've done so little. There's more to be done. But the more time that passes, whatever it is they're planning, I'm sure is getting closer to fruition.
Do we have any known whereabouts on the white or the green dragon?
And he looks over and Gilmore sits forward. Sets the bow down. He says, well, first and foremost, this is a glorious piece. I could only hope to eventually create something of its majesty. He hands it over. A bit creepy in ways, but I think you'll make good use of it. Once we complete the barrier and put quite a bit of concentration each day into maintaining it, which Pike has been of a great aid to me, between the arcane and divine magics, I think we found a fine balance. Hopefully. But anyway, I've been putting the rest of my energies towards trying to procure this information. The green Raishan, as I believe you've told me, eludes my watch, my gaze. There was a lot of protection around that one. I get the sense that of those in the Conclave, she's probably the most trained in my arts.
She's the one that released Thordak, so that wouldn't surprise me.
She's on my shit list.
I do think she's on a lot of people's shit lists. Mine as well. The White, however, I know not its name, but I was able to look towards it. I was able to find it sitting amongst a large pile of rock and rubble. It looks like a fallen city, crumbled and destroyed. From what I saw, there were smoldering ruins, toppled landscapes of buildings and temples. Arcane crystals crashed and cracked deep inside a ravine. There the white dragon perched, setting out this slow-rolling winter amongst what seemed to be a shivering horde of dragonborn.
Oh, shit.
What did you say?
I was about to say a ravine. Isn't that like part of the weird shit of Draconia? Is that it's an island but also a ravine? Interesting. Okay, wait. I need to copy and paste that. So Vorugal is hanging out in Draconia. Let's see. Vorugal, and Raishan. But he didn't actually get Raishan, but yeah. She's on my shit list. Large rock from smoldering ruins. Yeah, interesting. Vorugal hanging out in Draconia. Yeah, interesting.
Shivering ring.
Yeah, we'll have to definitely see. This seems like it's gonna be a lore dump episode. I think I will have some theorizing to do at the end. So yeah, it's a good reminder from John. Don't confirm or deny. If you're uncertain, ask the spoilers chat. And yeah. This is shaking up a bit of where I thought things were. But if Vorugal's in Draconia, which it seems like Vorugal is, then that lends even more towards them going that way. Because I don't think they're going to take on Thordak until they get Vorugal and Raishan out of the way. And I already thought that Raishan was going to be in Wildmount, and Draconia is in the direction of Wildmount. Or opposite. Wildmount's in the direction of Draconia. So they need to go to Wildmount regardless of who they're going after. Maybe. If Raishan's actually there, like I think. Huh. Interesting. See Sputnik. That's
Cold of Dragonborn.
Amongst the horde of Dragonborn.
Draconia?
What remains of it?
Fuck.
That was days ago.
That's a card we no longer have.
I need to be careful when doing this.
City was raised?
What I could see, yes.
Did you see any motion, any slaves, any...
Oh, yes, there were many survivors, but they were not in the best of states.
This white dragon, does he bring weather or any sort of change? It's all ice and snow, yeah.
The very essence of each ancient worm, if you will, and carries with it its own element. It slowly transforms the landscape around where it takes up its new den. If it seems to sit atop the remains of the once proud Draconia, then it now falls under the icy grasp of the beast.
And the will of the people there.
Oh, I could not look that deep. My apologies.
Is this just
what? Okay. Many survivors, but not in a good state. The dragons shape the world around them, according to Gilmore. Tracks with what we heard about. Tracks with what we heard about the volcanic activity in Emon, but I'm not certain how Umbrasil was shaping Gat Shadow or the surrounding area. His lair had some acid pools, but not a lot else. Or were they even acid? I don't even remember. Yeah. It seems like what they're describing with Thordak and Vorugal sounds way more than a couple of pools. Like, and we know that if Gat Shadow, like a lone mountain, had been erected and then there was stuff going on inside of it, I always assumed that Umbrasyl was not there long enough. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. It's like, we heard about the volcanic activity around Thordax almost immediately after they killed Umbrasyl. Like, almost immediately. A few days. And assumingly, depending on how long they've been in the Feywild, this is only a few more days. So it's honestly, it's leading me towards a bit more of he didn't spend a lot of time in his lair. And we know that he had another lair before this. So maybe he was splitting time, and that's why. Because it's just the effects that Matt is describing for Vorugal and Thordak just sound substantially more pronounced than anything we saw with Umbrasyl. Like, it was like just inside the cave, basically. And maybe I think someone mentioned dark clouds. Yeah, I think the top of the mountain had some dark clouds around it. Maybe. But it sounds much more. Thordak is the big boss. His horn more. Honestly, I would have said the same. That was my initial thought is, okay, Thordak, it made sense to me when they described Thordax of like, oh yeah, Thordax, he's big boss guy. But Vorugal has assumingly had like less than a week. It's been less than a week since Umbrasyl died. For there to be that stark of a difference? I don't know. It could just be if we want to zoom out of the fiction a skosh, zooming out of the fiction and going into a little bit more of the Doyleist reasoning, it's very possible that all of the dragon's lairs upgrade every time another one of them dies. So from like a Doyleist perspective, it's very possible that the thing that made Vorugal and Thordax bases or lairs kind of upgrade into these larger environmental effects was the murder of Umbrasyl. Again, from like an out of game, like what triggers things perspective. In fiction, I think there's a slight problem in that the time frames are so short. But it also depends on whether or not these changes are conscious. Because it could just be that Umbrasyl didn't give a shit to do it if they have to consciously affect the change. And I kind of assumed that it just kind of happened passively around them. But if it's more purposeful, which the descriptions of Thordax did kind of sound purposeful, it could be that Umbrasyl just didn't give a care to do it. He just didn't, he didn't care. He had bigger fish to fry. That's a very, I would accept that as a more Doyleist reason, or as a Watsonian reasoning for it. Yeah, interesting. Vorugol and Thordak is having a stronger effect because they're older and therefore more powerful dragons. Are they older? That is information I'm unaware of, if they are. All I am aware of is that they're all ancient, but I don't know, maybe. Umbrasyl was just moving in. He didn't have time to unpack his air conditioner. Yeah. The ability to change the place is part of the inscrutability of dragons. Either its power intent, but characters in the game wouldn't know. Possibly, yeah. Matt narrated the treasure hoard was smaller to suggest he was in the middle of transferring moving layers. Yeah, so it's possible that it's like a splitting time thing where he has literally spent less time in the areas than Vorugol or Thordak have. It's also possible that it's a purposeful thing and that he just didn't care to do it. You know, I think there's some possibilities there, but it is interesting. I don't think Umbrasyl cared much about controlling the citizen and making it his home, hence bringing the herd. Thordak very much wants to control his people and therefore influence more. Possible. Umbrasyl cared about gold, Thordak power. I mean, Thordak also cares about gold, but I do see what you're saying. It's Umbrasyl's motives and like what was going on with him are very. It seems like he had the most going on in terms of background plotting and like motivations. And so I think it makes sense to me that if any of the three of them were going to be like a standout in this case, honestly, it makes more sense that it's Umbrasyl than even Thordak to me. But it does draw questions as to why he's standing out. There are some reasons we can come up with, but I don't know. Mega has done it again. I have the power to clean a kitchen, but I don't. Yeah, maybe. It's interesting. I don't know. I can come up with lots of reasons for it, but they all kind of set Umbrasyl apart, which has always been my sense of Umbrasyl, is that he or she was set apart from the other dragons, even Thordak. I've really considered Umbrasyl the true mastermind this whole time, but now fucking dead, right? So no learning about what the master plans were now. Interesting.
Just with a simple scrying spell. Okay.
We must be careful. We cannot let Whitestone be discovered.
Yes, and as we've learned before, scrying can alert your position.
At this point in time, you guys hear heavy footsteps heading up from the lower floor of the castle, and you hear two voices shout out, Lady Cassandra! Lady Cassandra! And they enter the room real fast. See one man, probably in his mid-20s or so, sweat pouring on his face, his eyes wide. My lady. And at that point, you hear echoing outside of the castle this loud, piercing, shrieking roar.
Oh my god.
Shit balls, mother.
It's distant, but even at that distance, it is loud.
Gilmore, does the screen keep us hidden?
You look back, and even in his most damaged state, Gilmore had an essence of confidence in him. This is a moment where you've never really seen him.
You got toe up last time.
Yes. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we?
I'm going outside.
I've run outside too.
I walk up to Sean and slap my hand on his forearm and say, what about the bow? Is there anything you can tell us about the bow?
In due time.
I turn to
Keep it at the ready.
Cassandra. We need to get all of the citizens underground immediately.
I can't fit everybody.
We can certainly try. She turns to the guard. Gather everyone we can. Gather, and there's another roar from outside, this time louder still. Go, now! And everyone starts rushing down the stairs to the outside of Whitestone Castle.
I go out and I do a skywrite in the sky again. Of
Wait, it's under.
They already know we're here.
No, they don't. They don't.
They already know we're here. Making pictures in the clouds right above the city. It's fine.
Maybe not.
I wouldn't skywrite anything right now, Keyleth. That screen could keep us hidden. He could be searching for us right now.
You could.
And what about the citizens?
We'll find another way to alert them. Send out the dog. I don't know.
Are you guys exiting the castle now?
Yes.
All right, as you guys step out onto...
They just answered a question you had about Scry? Did they? What was my question about Scry? I don't remember having a question about Scry. Was it during the segment where we found out that the class members had like a little scry ball, did I have a question about it then? If I did, you will have to remind me. Much like the end of Emon, I'm those are in the distant past. I know they were only a few weeks ago, but woof, they are out of my memory if they're not in my notes.
Into
Do it
the
by
front.
hand? We might not have that much time.
As you step out into the front, kind of open patio area just outside of the castle's main gates, you look up in that faint blue shimmer that kind of encases, and you can now see it as a kind of a dome, and it comes down around, just directly around the city, closing at the very outskirts of the castle. And you look in the distance as you see what appears to be a few dark shapes growing larger and larger.
They're coming this way.
I need you to go ahead and make a perception check, all of you.
Fuck.
Not bad.
17.
17.
26.
Keyleth said a thing about Scry that's technically wrong, Raw. You asked if the players thought Scry could give away their location. Oh, interesting. Saying interesting about myself. Yeah, and she was just very much like, oh yeah, and like you got to be careful with the Scry because it can give away your location. I see. Is that a Pathfinder thing? That Scrying can give away your location? Honestly, fucking makes sense. I'm kind of down with that. If you scry on something that can detect your scrying eye, they can potentially get a vague sense of where you're scrying from. Honestly, that sounds great. Yeah, it's not raw, but that sounds like a good homebrew, frankly, for higher magic settings. Because Scry is just so free. And especially if you tie it to magic items, ooh, so free. So I kind of like the like I said, homebrew. I kind of like the homebrew of you can learn where the entity is scrying from. That's kind of cool, honestly. Interesting. I think ever since Kavarn, they learned the wrong assumption. Oh, yeah. I remember what you're talking about, yeah. Because Kavarn knew where they were, and he could see the Scryball, and they just kind of mashed the two together. Because he knew where they were just like through other people's eyes. I'm assuming, I guess. I don't technically know how he knew, but that's what I assume. And then he also had true sight. Interesting. It's definitely more of an inherent risk to the spell than just seeing the eye. Yeah, way more of a risk. And you could make it vague. You could literally... A way that it would still be kind of interesting and kind of fun is you could make it a check, or you could just make it static of they know the direction and the like approximate distance that the person is from you. But when I say approximate distance, I'm talking like hundreds of kilometers, like a hundreds of kilometers margin of error. So like you may be able to pinpoint like a vague city or a vague region of wilderness, but you're not gonna get exact. That'd be kind of fun, because then you know, like, oh, there's someone in Emon scrying on us, or there's someone in this location scrying on us. Like that could be played for some fun hooks. Yeah. Watching CR made me paranoid about being scryed on in our games, but our GM never does it. Yeah, because it is a thing that if you do it more than like once, it instills paranoia so fucking quick. It instills paranoia so quickly because there is no amount of counterplay. It is just free spying that an adversary can constantly do. Yeah. Or do they? Maybe you just don't know. True. Maybe you just never detected it. Anyways.
23.
26.
16.
All right. Vax, Keyleth, and Percy. You guys glance off and you can see there are a number of shapes. It looks to be probably 2-3 dozen large winged entities flapping. You can't make out too much of the detail of their form, but you can definitely see some sort of aerial transport with large wings. At the forefront of them, you see one far larger than the rest. And while you can't make out the details at this distance, the one thing you do catch is the bits of sunlight that beat through the clouds, hitting the side of its hide. A bright, piercing white color.
Oh, fucking fuck.
You see it coasting at an angle around the outside of the city, making its way very quickly towards the outskirts of the town.
It's Thordak's army. Assume said himself we're eastward. We're directly in its path.
Hold.
Dragons have true sight. They already know we're here.
Maybe they can't get through this.
Any
protective
second we
barrier.
wait longer, more people could die.
People
Send
are
out
going
the
to die.
guards.
Send out
The guards are already currently running down, by the way, based on Cassandra's orders, and are making their way towards the city. You can already see people coming out of the streets and kind of looking up, covering their ears. Some people are falling to their knees and crying.
Percy,
Pick them up, keep running until the moment we
They
catch.
know we're here. This is not a coincidence. They're not flying by. They know we're here. They know.
You now
Look, at the beginning of this, I was way more like, Keyleth, don't do the sky right. And the longer this has gone on, it's very like, oh no, she is becoming more right as this goes on, which is a cool moral argument. Like moral arguments that are changing second by second. And I mean, she really hit it home there of like, the longer we wait, the more people could die. She is less interested about having a potential advantage against the dragons if it means putting more civilians in even a modicum of additional risk. It's a good test to see if people are going to prioritize civilian casualties, incidental damage, or if they're going to prioritize taking advantage and strength against the dragons. It's like not a clear-cut answer. All of the characters I have ever had, I guarantee this, would have shouted Keyleth down. Every character I've ever had would have said, maybe the people in Whitestone will die, but we need to maximize our advantage against these dragons. If we kill them, we're saving more people. But I think that she has a valid argument of the amount of power and advantage that we're gaining is heavily questionable, whereas every second we waste is not questionable. That's an additional second that people could use to get out. So it's a good argument. It's a good moral, like morality argument. Good argument for the heart to bring up. If you're wanting to play like the heart or the soul or like the moral type character, is a good like ends and means discussion. And works even better in like the jittery moment. Yeah. Because even though I would be very firmly on Percy's side in this, it's a good thing to bring up. This isn't in 10th grade English where you deliberately try to distract the sub. Do all dragons have true sight? I think. I'm honestly not sure. Yeah. We shouldn't abuse our power. Keyleth did nothing wrong. Oh, Keyleth does plenty wrong. Keyleth does plenty wrong, just not the things that people accuse her of, which is so funny. It's like Broomgate. Vex does plenty of shit wrong. I just don't think the broom is one of them. I wouldn't say it is about civilian casualties, as if they find Whitestone because of Skyrite, it would cause more casualties. I think the argument that Keyleth is making is that they've already found Whitestone, So she is doing the equivalent of like turning on the tornado siren. The tornado's already coming. We're not stopping the tornado, and we're not attracting the tornado by turning on the siren. The tornado's on its way regardless. So the sooner we turn on the siren, the more likely that people can get to a safe place. So I would say she's concerned about civilian casualties. But Percy is essentially implying that the tornado might be attracted by the siren. Which I think I have originally, like, gut instinct agreed with. But now, the longer this goes on, the more I am convinced that, that the dragon sees Whitestone and that we need to turn on the fucking siren. The tornado's coming. Yeah. What would Skyrat do, though? It seems like the citizens are already aware. Some of them. I don't know. It's questionable. We haven't gotten, we've gotten some description from Matt, but in the moment, it can be kind of unclear. Are only the people in this area, are they the only ones that seen it? Have other people seen it? Unclear. I think it's a fair argument. Like I said, I would be on the opposite side of it. But I think it's the right type of argument for, the heart character to bring up. Even if it's wrong. Keyleth did nothing wrong. The others think the dragons can't see them more than they want a tactical advantage. Percy would never risk Whitestone. I mean, at this point, the dragon is flying around the edge of the city. To me, I don't know. We'll see. We will finish out the scene, but to me, it seems like it's a tactical advantage. I think Percy is pretty distinctly risking Whitestone right now. Because they're flying around the perimeter of the city. So to me, that's pretty clear that they see it. But we'll see. Maybe that's not the case.
I'll see. The dragon and the flying horde have just come within a mile of the southern portion of the city.
Percy!
Wait. Do it.
No,
Wait,
don't do it.
They're coming for us.
This is my home. Wait.
It is his home.
Percy,
Keep moving.
Can we
you
run
have
down?
5 seconds to come up with a better fucking plan, or I am doing it.
Run down.
Spread out. Keep moving. Find a position.
Okay, so what order are you guys rushing down in?
What are we looking at from
You
our
guys
side?
got
And it's a very interesting argument between them two, given our discussion during the Pixie fight of how they are the true in-the-moment leaders. No one's really listening to Vax here. Let's be real. He is making a level of argument and agreeing with Keyleth, and no one is listening to him. They're listening to their two in-the-moment leaders disagreeing. And that's why everyone else is not doing anything and barely chiming in. A very kind of funny example of Vax not really being an in-the-moment leader. At least in terms of what is respected.
You guys are looking down at the wide 60-foot earth path that leads down from the base of Castle Whitestone into the city itself.
If I'm towards the front, I'm moving everyone towards the house where we made the tunnel that goes underneath the sun tree.
All right, so you have Percy at the front.
I'll be right behind him.
Okay, Grog's right behind Percy.
I'll follow behind Grog.
We're up above, though, or are we on ground level?
You guys are on ground level. You're above on the grade that leads down into the city
I
itself.
pull out the broom and I get on the broom.
Okay, so you're on the broom.
It's clear they're not deviating path.
It's not clear. We could just be in their way.
He said they're curving.
They're now curving around the outside of the western side
What are you
of
going
the
to
valley.
write? What are you going to write?
I would throw up the Dorolo crest just like before. It's a good alert sign.
Just people.
But people just
know
come out
already.
screaming. They won't know where to go.
The roar
prepared
comes
to
right
Come up
again,
with a better damn plan.
echoing through the valley.
Wait.
You watch as the entire crowd of these entities flies around the west side of the city.
It is a small thing, but also Keyleth's kind of continued insistence that waiting isn't a plan is kind of this is maybe getting a little bit too deep and granular with it, but it's kind of a philosophical statement. Because she said, come up with a plan. And then he directly answered her with, wait, find a position, wait. And then she has reiterated, come up with a better plan. And he is saying, wait. So there's an implication there that waiting is not a good plan, or not a plan at all. Which is, and one of the reasons I think this is an interesting argument is because it's not. And I'll explain. This is kind of a stupid argument if they are not in immediate danger. This is a really stupid argument. It kind of doesn't make any sense. But it does make sense given the extreme time constraints and pressures and danger and threat. It actually does make sense. Because the difference that I am seeing is he is saying wait, and he's not giving like a trigger for what needs to happen for us to not wait anymore, right? And that's what Keyleth is looking for. Keyleth's saying, waiting's not a plan. Give me a plan. Sure, we'll wait until something happens, but then we need a plan. We don't have a plan, Percy. And frankly, I don't think Percy has a plan. I don't think Percy has a plan. He is gambling. He is on pure hopium copium that the dragons don't see Whitestone for some reason. And he does not want to do anything that might make it more likely that they come here, that they come to Whitestone, because he is terrified of them coming to Whitestone and fucking it up. So the reality is he doesn't have a plan. And that is something that would come out in about 2 seconds if they were planning this with no time pressure, right? He would come up with a plan. He wouldn't just say, wait, and say nothing else, because there's no time pressure, there's no fear, there's no reason for him to do that. This argument only exists because Keyleth is pressing a moral question, a moral and strategic sort of question during a time pressure sequence. Which is, again, this is great for the Heart or the Lancer. If Percy was more of the leader, like a more distinct leader role, and Keyleth was more of a Lancer, questioning the leader's plan, or lack thereof, during a very tense, very time-sensitive sequence is amazing Lancer behavior here. And it's a Lancer-leader relationship, and it's a Heart smart guy relationship. And I would definitely classify Percy as the smart guy and Keyleth as the Heart. And this is a very distinct, like, smart guy Heart relationship where the smart guy comes up with a solution without thinking about, you know, the morality of it or any of that. Not saying that that's exactly what Percy's doing here, but this sort of argumentative, antagonistic relationship is pretty common with, like, a Heart and a smart guy, which is, I think, the roles that they more fall into. Because the rest of them don't want to make a decision right now because it is his home. And he is an in-the-moment leader. He normally makes good decisions. And they don't want to question it because questioning it might fuck it up. But the Heart is willing to question it. It's cool. It's cool. It's one of those situations that I think people might find annoying, and it is annoying, but I think I personally think it's a good type of annoying. Some of the things that Keyleth does, I don't want this to just be like fucking Keyleth praise session. some of these sorts of things that Keyleth has done, I also find a little bit annoying. But in this situation, I think it's cool. I think this is a fun type of inter-party conflict. Yeah. Keyleth is kind of stubborn. It's both a flaw and a virtue. Yeah, true. Absolutely. Yeah. Reminds me of the Iron Man scene. What's your plan of attack? Cap, I have a plan. Attack. Yeah. Is that not a simplification of weight? In this case, it's more of a trust the illusion. Yes. That is a, you can, the debate on whether or not it's an actual plan or if it's just not enough of a plan doesn't really matter that much. It's more that it's not enough of a plan for Keyleth. Yeah. Yeah. What up? I love it when a character sniffs a metric ton of copium. Yeah. I think any chance they don't know Whitestone is there has to be taken because revealing it unintentionally would have massive consequences. I think that's a very valid opinion to have in this situation. As a viewer, as a player, as a character, your player, like if you're playing in this situation, you might have a different opinion than your character. This is a great, sometimes these sorts of scenes come up and I really like pointing them out. This is a really good situation to put one of your characters in. Imagine if your character was part of Vox Machina, has this tight relationship with Percy. What would they do? Would they trust him? Would they trust him silently? Would they object but still go along with it? Would they fight like Keyleth is? Would they ignore him and act anyways? Do they disagree at all? Do they just flat out agree? It's a good situation to help suss out parts of your character's personality and like belief system. Really good scene for that. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think Percy is the Lancer or Vax or Vex? I think honestly, I think sometimes Scanlan steps into a Lancer role. And I honestly, none of them display enough consistent leadership for there to really be a super distinct Lancer. They kind of pick up roles occasionally. Some of them pick up certain roles more than others. I think that Vex and Scanlan are more often the Lancer type characters. Grog's always strong guy. I think Percy is very solidly strong guy or smart guy. I think that Vax sometimes smart guy, sometimes Lancer, more often leader. Vex also kind of oscillates between leader and Lancer, and then Keyleth is very strongly Heart. Yeah. I personally think that is what Percy is weighing up for the safety of Whitestone. Yeah, probably. Yeah. We could write a whole thesis statement on Percy and Keyleth's relationship and arguments, and I love them for it. Yeah, it's great. It's really cool. Yeah. I know what happens, and yet this scene always stresses me out. Usually it's the unknown things, good or bad, that stress me out, and yet this always gets to me. No, this is stressing me out. Even with me pausing it still is stressing me out.
Take a break.
Ooh, take a break. As someone who has been the girl who insists on things in a group setting, trust me, it feels frustrating to be seen as annoying for killing the fun with reasoning and ethics. It's annoying for us, her too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can imagine, yeah. Let's sit here at this... Oh, look, I hope that's a real Dash S, because I'll sit here for another fucking hour. Don't you worry. I hope that's a real joke, because I'll sit here for as long as I'll just sit here without talking to anyone. I will keep it paused. Mega loves to give us and himself cliffhangers. I do. I always pause before cliffhangers, before things resolve, so that I can talk it out before I know the resolution. All right. We'll take a break. and then we'll get the resolution. Goodbye. What's up? Hello. All right. Let's put a cap on that. I was thinking about it very briefly while I was peeing. I do like these sorts of pause locations specifically because it is harder for me to analyze like an argument or a debate and people's positions within them and the potential validity when I know who wins. Like I don't know how important the next couple of seconds or minutes are going to be, but I know that we are about to collapse all of the quantum possibilities. Like right now, Percy or Keyleth could be right, and I don't know. And so I like talking about the argument when I don't know who wins. That makes it I don't know why. It makes it way harder for me to talk about if I know that Percy is right, like if Vorugal just passes right on by, and I know that Percy was right the whole time, that really colors my perception of the argument. So I like to try and get it all out ahead of time. And then when the possibility does collapse back down, then we can briefly talk about that. Because it's more about the moment and the set piece than the actual resolution on something like this. Yeah. Often Mega pauses when he doesn't know something important is coming up. Yeah. This spot is so obviously pause rage bait. No. It's not rage bait. It's not rage bait until someone tells me to unpause. This little segment, after I come back from the bathroom, this is a bit of rage bait.
Curves past. The shadow of the actual light of the sky, you can see the dark, heavy shadow of the dragon and the wyverns pass over the western side of the city. You can hear distant screams as people begin to freak out at this. It passes over the western side of the city, flying right towards the castle.
Percy?
Arcs past the castle. Over the forest. And the entire cluster slowly flaps down and lands at the southernmost beginning peak of the Alabaster Sierras, just north of the city. The dragon lands.
Alert everyone you see.
They're scouting us.
Tell them to get underground. Tell them
They don't see us, but they know we're nearby.
What direction are they looking?
Right now, they're looking in all directions, actually.
We need to get everybody underground while we can.
Yeah, we have time.
Thank you. Find everyone. Tell them. Silence. We still have the cavern we built underground. Start making it larger.
Okay.
Shall we scatter and spread the word?
Spread the
We
word.
scatter.
Tell everyone to get
Under
underground.
the
I
tree.
go to the cavern under the sun tree and I start casting move earth and I start clearing it as fast as.
This is strange. And maybe I just didn't intake, or maybe my mental picture of what's going on is a little bit incorrect. But in my head, the dragons were flying straight. They flew around the city and then went straight again. Or was it just that they were like generally curving and it just happened to be near the city? I might be picturing it slightly wrong in my head, but it definitely seems strange and odd. He said they were about a mile away, to be fair. Yeah. That mega breaks such sass. Look, I have a bit of a petty bone, I won't lie. Yeah, I guess it's a mile's just not that far. Especially like as the crow flies. I don't know. It might have just been coincidental. It's hard to say. It might have been, and it might have also been like purposefully kind of provocatively described to heighten the tension, which would be fair. Interesting.
As I can.
Okay, it's going to take you a while, but you begin building
As fast
this
as I
cavern.
can.
More people.
Where are we
Maybe-
telling people to go?
We're scattering. We're just spreading
There's the
word.
inn that was broken. It's got an entrance. They either go there or they go underneath
Under the sun
castle.
tree.
All right.
I can hold 30, 40 people.
She's making
Can
it
we
bigger.
send
I'm
people
making it
under the
bigger.
castle as well?
Okay, under the castle.
Right, so you guys all begin scattering, grabbing everyone you can. The guards are starting to gather people, and as we get the word out, people begin quiet and holding their mouths, and the guards are holding people quite silently.
Yeah, Albie, but it's like a less than a minute fly. I don't know. It's just like when you're up that high, it's just not that far. In terms of like flying. Anyways. All right. I'm done with the pausing. That one was a little petty.
People begin ushering in mass up towards this giant exodus to the city, pouring like a funnel up this walkway to the base of Castle Whitestone. Keyleth, as you're down there, you're just pressing the dirt itself is just slowly molding its way into this large cavern, pressing downward further and further and opening and further down and opening.
Yeah, Fallout Cavern style.
Yeah.
Big, lower, bigger, lower.
Big lower.
Yeah.
You get about 3 platforms down before the earth stops responding.
What do you mean?
Fucking ziggurat.
Fucking ziggurat!
Yeah.
Ah, I go the other way!
But
Okay.
don't empty out the earth too much or it won't support the city.
Fallout style little pods.
All right, you start
Spread
creating all these various
little
things, and
pods.
people start ushering in, and it's getting to the point now where so many people, you hear crying children, families pressed in, you're feeling claustrophobic, and the room's getting hotter and hotter the more bodies that are in there. You just keep concentrating and pushing the earth out. You can feel the sweat beads pouring down your face, just concentrating. You hear the crying and sobbing, and people trying to comfort those that are freaking out, and every now and then you hear a distant echoing cry, a scream of a dragon in the distance, and everyone in the room tenses, and the sobbing gets even louder, then hushed against with whispering silence. You keep pushing, opening. You guys all begin to gather the rest as you watch, with that final cry, the dragon and the wyverns pick up and swoop towards the center of the valley,
Oh, fuck.
arcing to the west into a wide sweep of the mountain range.
Where's Gilmore?
Gilmore has been just bringing people en masse down to the castle, and you haven't seen him for a number of probably a good 15, 20 minutes or so. The dragons coast around and begin to disappear in the southeastern distance where they came from. You do at this point catch Gilmore, who has actually moved to the top of the castle and is currently arms out, concentrating, pouring all the energy he can into that barrier.
Look like the spell worked.
Good work. Good work.
Percy head slam. Interesting. Yeah. So now that I do know who was right and who wasn't, is more interesting from a GM standpoint. I think he works back to what I said earlier about the earliest point that I think Matt could destroy Whitestone, which is not now. I think that if he's going to destroy Whitestone, it needs to be later. It needs to be like right before the end of the arc, not now. Now, threatening Whitestone, That's different, which I would consider this a big ass threat. And a little bit of an escalation from Matt. There's been a lot of escalations this episode. I talked obviously constantly towards the beginning of this arc about how I didn't feel like the players had enough pressure on them. And again, I still think that the beginning of it was a little chaotic, but we're really ramping up the pressure in a way that I like. Like, this isn't it's kind of similar to the Rakshasa, where like the Rakshasa has a small timer on it, or a soft timer, where there's like a range of time that it could come back in. This is kind of similar to that, where it's not an actual timer. It's not like, oh, they will find Whitestone in this many weeks. But it is a threat and a pressure of they don't know when Vorugal will find this, but they're looking, and no one in the city seems that confident in the barrier. It's very, very possible that it's possible it could have gotten found then. It's possible it could get found later. So it's lighting a bit of a fire under the players' butts without putting a distinct literal timer on them. It's putting this vague, abstract timer on them, which is nice as a DM, because then as long as they're not making dumb decisions, like if they are using their time in a way that is logical and like they believe is efficient, then this timer is vague enough that you never punish them. But if they purposefully fuck around, waste time, and you kind of let them know that they're wasting time, and they accept that and they continue to do it, you now have something you can use to encourage them to not anymore. But broadly, yeah, I wouldn't have had Vorugal come to Whitestone right now. So it's all interesting. It feels contrived is the wrong word. It's maybe a little coincidental or serendipitous, I guess, that the Vorugal sweep happens to be on the day that they come back from the Feywild. But you can assume that it's because Thordak sent out the delegation eastward, so then that picked up Vorugal at some point. Like, but then that wraps back to, why did Vorugal get mad this morning? Because that's the thing that's ultimately coincidental. The fact that Vorugal's here looking around isn't actually coincidental. It is, why did Vorugal get mad 6 hours ago? That's the part that's maybe a little coincidental. And just results in this. But it's also a bit of a it's an unanswered question that is interesting. So I don't think we like need to know it right now. Yeah, interesting. Matt is so good at remembering the ziggurat. Yeah, that's true. Say it's a soft timer. Yeah. I definitely say it's a soft timer. Yeah, definitely not like a hard timer, but definitely soft. Yeah. Doesn't Vorugal have true sight? Why wouldn't he see the city? Great question. Great question that Vox Machina should absolutely ask Gilmore and or look up in a library. Because I don't know, man. I thought you saw through their illusion way earlier in Emon. This is a great example of potentially breaking a rule or seeming like you're breaking a rule. But this rule, I don't know that it's been established enough for the players to like inherently get it. But it can be a good moment for like Gilmore to provide, hey, this is probably why the dragon didn't see us. Either it's a special it's a special cloaking, or dragons have a range or whatever. This is a really good moment for Vox to be like, why the fuck did that happen? And for an NPC to explain, especially when they have a magic NPC right there. So we'll see if that happens.
Gilmore. Good job.
He eventually comes down from the top of the castle, and he's just eye sockets are sunken. You can see he's just pouring his face.
Give them 10 minutes before they can leave.
I'm gonna need a spa day. 'Cause I'm
just happened. It didn't help.
Done.
Where's Pike?
Where's Pike?
You guys go ahead and find Pike. She during this whole period was over by the Temple of Pelor that she was helping kind of write and construct. And going over and finding out where she's been placed, you guys see that she's shepherded probably a good 200 people into that temple, and has been keeping them divinely protected the whole time. As soon as you approach the outside, the people are beginning to slowly disperse back into the city, and Pike walks out, looking out to the sky, and
Let
locks
people leave
eyes
one
with
part
you.
at a time. Tell them one part at a time.
You're back! Runs up and just gives you a big hug, jumps into your arms at this point, and you catch her and realize how heavy she is with the armor on.
First of all,
I drop her because I'm fucking weak.
I will also quickly note, I'm not doing this on. This is not. I'm not pausing more than I normally would right now. We're past that. We're past that bit. Threatening Whitestone is going to be impactful for all the reasons I talked about earlier with my Emon Whitestone conjecture. But it's going to be even more impactful to Percy because he has a childhood background connection to this city. And because Percy / Taliesin has made an explicit point that the things we build, the structures, the city, the people, are like what live on after us. He essentially expressed that he's cool with dying as long as the good things that he built will persist in his absence. So this is not just a threat to their new home, their hub world, his childhood home. This is a threat towards his legacy, towards essentially his almost mental afterlife. You know, him and Keyleth had that discussion back in Westrun, and like, while the stones that you build are more durable than human flesh, they can't be moved. They are vulnerable. And if someone knows where they are, if Vorgal knows where they are, they're threatening not only all of those other things, but like Percy's like heart and soul and legacy and posterity. So yeah. Also towards the sister, he already watched die twice. Also that. So that is to say, threatening it can be incredibly effective, but Matt also needs to be careful about how often and to what degree he threatens Whitestone. I think this was good. Don't get me wrong. But like, you can see the effect that it's having on Percy, which is cool, but you don't want to overuse it. So it's all going really fucking well. This is a great session. That's one of the reasons I'm pausing so much, is this is a good session. But he is using a lot of things that are used with caution type of things.
Guys.
Better safe than sorry.
Hi. Amazing job with that.
Do we maybe want to camp down here, the entire city tonight?
It's mostly him.
No,
I've never done something like that before. That was... Everything go okay in the Feywild? I'm sorry, I lost my connection. We had to finish this ritual.
No, it was fine.
Of course.
Hi, Pike.
Hi.
Sorry.
Don't be. I'm glad you're okay.
Do you remember the Feywild?
What? Yeah, we were...
Okay. Just making sure.
He doesn't remember, Pike.
don't remember.
Yeah, apparently we went to the Feywild, and everybody remembers it but me and Percy.
Why is that?
I don't know.
It's just funnier that way.
Maybe you can look at his head later.
Maybe there's a way to cure it.
I'm just too smart.
She walks up and kind of takes a look at you, walks up to Grog, has a good look inside your head, kind of knocks you in the temple a few times, like,
What do you see?
there's nothing physical. I'll try restoration. She would have, let's see here.
Pike stats.
So I say you have an Ashley app. That's
Yeah.
adorable.
Don't make me any number.
Grog.
Can he?
It's not possible.
There, she tries greater. She's gonna try greater restoration. Let me check something here real fast.
That was not fun.
No. Percy, are you sure? It's okay.
All right. All right, Matt. I don't remember who it was, but someone commented on a stream a long while ago saying that they talking about a world building DM, a world focused DM versus like a plot building or plot focused DM. And they said that, you know, they thought that a useful definition of those referred to like your instincts in the moment. Do you do things that make sense in the fiction or make sense for like the plot in the game? And this is definitely a moment where like this all makes sense in the fiction, but Matt's wasting a good amount of outside time. And he was completely in control of whether or not this time got wasted. He is directly controlling Pike. And he's like spending all the time to like look up the rules, look up the Feywild stuff, look up her stat block so that he makes sure that it's a spell she has. And it makes a lot of sense. But also, I don't know. Let's move on.
Okay for me to let these people out.
We know where they are now,
Yes,
though. We
definitely.
could follow the dragon and attack
Right.
Here we go.
from behind.
We'll have to make it more secure and safer.
I think it's gotten quite a bit ways from us.
So Pike
We have
reaches up.
dogs.
The gauntlets begin to glow, and as she reaches and touches each side of your temples, your eyes close. And then suddenly you watch as Grog's eyes flash open, and where his pupils and whites of his eyes were, you now see a flash of divine golden orange light. As it fades, you are slammed with a series of memories that were previously taken from you, and you recall every moment in the Feywild.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You didn't get to kill anything. I'm sorry. Oh, you did. You killed the one thing. Okay, good.
I got petrified!
Yellowstone.
Dry diplomacy!
Sorry.
Never again.
Lesson learned.
Holy shit!
Can you only do it one time a day?
Was that a bit of brew? Because the Feywild that we looked at earlier, she said it was a greater restoration? Greater restoration. Because what we looked at earlier was Dispel Curse. And one of the following effects on the target. So greater restoration would work. Interesting. It's tough because if Matt had known that that was going to work ahead of time, I would have been like, snaps, solid. But because he had to look everything up, I'm like, that just happened to work out and be worth the time. That was just luck. Oh, man. I looked up blind sight, not true sight. Gotcha, okay. I tried diplomacy, never again is one of my favorite CR quotes. It's a good one. It's a good one because it really shows the takeaway from that combat. Which is very funny, but also useful for a DM to know.
No, I can do one some more.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe. Well,
No, it's okay. Yeah, Percy will remember the new massage. Yeah.
She walks up to Percy.
Think of what he's losing, though.
I'm not losing it.
Potentially.
No, because it doesn't matter.
I
It's
don't
there
know.
anyway.
I don't know.
So you have both.
Weird.
Yeah, you have
Oh,
overlap.
that's
How about-
creepy.
So if this
Reality
was-
and happy fun time.
So,
my
so,
God.
so she reaches up and you bend down. She takes your glasses off, kind of, and some effects. Reaches up and touches the sides of your temple. Now concentrate. Close your eyes. and there's a burst of warmth towards the front of your lobe, almost like someone's dipping your head into hot water. And with that, there's a smattering of memories that are just rushing into your mind. It takes you a moment. It's your head swims and you have to almost sit down. You almost stumble off your back foot as your brain now has to reorganize those lost moments. 7 days now, immediately restored.
7 days, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Greater Restoration kills Modify Memory.
Oh.
Oh.
But do I remember having the fake memory, or do I not remember having the fake memory?
You would remember the spell being because you remember the fake memory, but you're aware that it's fake.
Okay.
And
that I did it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just say thank you, Percival.
Did it work?
I give her a big hug.
Yo.
I'm so tired. I'm sorry. I'm going to sit down.
What?
Glasses?
Oh, but they're so fun to look through. All right.
They'll give you a headache.
She takes the glasses, and as you're resting, she takes your hand away from your head and puts them back on.
I start slowly releasing people from the pods.
Thank you.
Okay. People begin to emerge, and where once there was this air of tension, fear, and desolate acceptance of the end, there's laughter, there's smiles, and even more tears as people begin to realize they have another day to live.
Can we tell the people as they come out? I know you'll want to celebrate, but please keep it as quiet as possible tonight. We don't know when it could be back.
There's a stillness and a kind of a slow understanding and nodding, and while everyone kind of takes in the information, you know, one young woman kind of smeared dirt in her chin, you know, dried tears in her cheek, kind of just looks forward and goes, "Thank you. Thank you." And everyone else will start saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The sea of thank yous begin to spread through the crowd immediately in your vicinity.
Don't thank
it's
us.
overwhelming.
Thank Sean Gilmore.
Gilmore and Pike and Laura.
They all quietly go back to their silence and begin to slowly disperse themselves throughout the city where they were before this incursion happened.
I go up to Percy.
I forgot that Sean was Gilmore's first name.
He was like,
Look at Sean.
Intelligence of 6.
So fucking method. Method man.
Keyleth.
I hope you know that I would never.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you.
I hope you know that I was only trying to improve your life with a wonderful, happy memory, and it was mostly true. Oh.
I know where you sleep. Keep it work for me.
Okay. Assume has caught up to you now, as you guys are walking back to the city. You can see himself. He still eyes to the sky, not truly trusting this quiet. And he goes, "It seems we haven't any time to lose. What resources do you have to fight back? What have you learned? Please tell me you have better news than I have."
Well, we got a few of these vestiges, so we're a little powered up. But we're not quite sure what their full abilities are. I mean, it's significant, but we think they do more. We're just not sure how much.
What more do you
I?
need?
fly up in the air while this conversation is going on?
Sure.
Don't go too high.
Not too high.
You don't know where the thing ends.
No, I know. I want to go to the very top where I see the shimmer.
Okay, and it's a squat shimmer. It's not a full dome. It's like a very extended ovular type type dome.
Okay, but it's high enough that I mean
It's high enough
than
where you can
the
get
castle.
about 80 feet up, and you just start to see just enough of a enough detail in the shimmer where you're like, okay, I'm getting kind of close.
Okay. The direction that the dragons went.
Is.
Can I? Is this stupid?
What?
Can I
No.
shoot my oracle arrow
No,
in that direction?
absolutely not.
Why?
Why would you bring it to us?
It's an arrow.
They're long gone.
They are gone. They have been. The time has passed. There are miles and miles and miles and miles and miles
Don't
of
ask
distance
us.
of speed they
Really
are traveling.
far
Yeah, we're not.
You're a good shot. I don't know if you could arc an arrow that far.
Oh no,
she
no,
be
but
able
it's.
to tell
I
which
thought it was.
direction they're
Oh, well, I
going?
guess that's true. I thought it was a 10-minute because it's Fenthers. I thought it was a
Can't
long
you just
ass
tell
arrow.
what direction the dragons are?
Oh wait, okay. So the oracle arrow.
You
is
fire
it
a
like
regular
you fire
arrow,
it, and
you
then
can
it shoots somewhere, and it sticks there, and then I can see through it for 10 minutes.
Correct. Or see through it as it's fired. Just the minute it leaves the bow, you can project your sight through the arrow for up to 10
It
minute.
can't fly for infinity?
No. It is
That
still
makes
like
sense.
if you still arcs like a
Dragon.
regular
I
arrow.
kind of foresaw it just going because I thought it was like a special kind of
It's
arrow.
really good for people without flying brooms.
And right.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, then I'm not going to use it
Okay.
because now I understand how it works.
There you go.
What about
I've learned something.
New
okay.
items.
What direction were they traveling? Were they traveling back, or were
They were
traveling
heading
along?
southeast.
So not back.
South.
They came from the west, right?
Make it easier.
They
from-
swooped in from the west, like from that
But,
side.
but they originated in the west, and they are currently traveling southeast.
Correct. However, it was Vorugal, it was the white dragon, which, from what Gilmore was saying, has been
from-
roosting over top the ruins of Draconia.
Which is to the east.
So this was not the group that had set
No,
out
it's
from Emon.
Draconia's to the southeast.
Oh,
Why
it is.
do I know that?
Here's the map.
Thank you.
We're up here. This is the group that was coming from Iman.
Yeah.
These guys came from somewhere over here.
Oh,
Where's
where's-
the
Can I cast
should be
Primeval
over
Awareness and see if it's within
southeast
6
of
miles of us right now?
Here, southeast.
Still? Or if it's farther away from that?
I thought, but Draconia's on a whole other continent.
Yeah,
It
it's over
is.
here.
It's over on Wild Mount.
It's, past the
I want to see if they're just kind of camping out around us or if they're going away.
Are they going back?
Using for dragons, I assume, right?
Yes. I'm assuming it's my favored enemy, so
Yeah.
that might help.
I would say as part of Primeval Awareness.
We're like in, this is the United States. We're like in Maine.
So you're expending a ranger spell slot.
Iman is L.A.
Okay.
Yeah, sensing.
Really
At this point, the speed they travel and everything, you have no sense of dragons in that direction.
Okay.
Okay.
So sad.
There are,
Further than 6 miles.
yeah, there are like a small, few like kind of minor essences in the northern area, but nothing beyond what you've already sensed in the Alabaster Sierras, and nothing
Okay.
on this level of strength that the draw of an ancient dragon would bring on your radar.
Okay.
To answer your previous question, there are four
Yep.
vestiges left.
That we know of.
There are.
There is a dagger.
There's a few.
There is a
left.
cloak.
One,
There is
two, three,
armor.
four, there's 5.
There is a staff.
Wait, there's other objects that we haven't.
Yes.
There's four.
All right.
4 left.
We
We have
need to get all-
Whisper.
Oh, you're
right?
talking about the other vestiges.
No, we don't have
Whisper.
Whisper.
Do we have
So
any
there's
other?
5.
What?
Do
Who?
we have any other
No.
allies, friends, people who are sworn to aid us? And
Oh, yeah, your parents.
Yeah.
That's right.
Technically,
kind of
the elves of Singorn are building an army.
Strong maybe. Strong maybe.
However, who knows if they'll actually come through.
The werewolves could be called
I think
upon.
they would understand it would do them well to help what is a threat to all of us.
You would think.
One werewolf has vowed allegiance to us.
In the Feywild.
He's
Yeah,
in another
yeah.
plane of existence, which I don't know if that's a problem. or
Your
not.
Not going to
herd
count on that
could
one.
potentially be helping us, maybe?
It's not as ridiculous as
Yes.
you think. Yes.
Your former palsies.
Whatever remnants of Draconia,
Wait,
perhaps.
so the last time we saw the main portion, the bulk of Imon's army from Fort Daxia was sent to Singorn before this attack happened.
Yes.
Do we have any knowledge on their whereabouts?
A lot are there.
They're there.
A lot of. Well, we stole all of our guards from Emon.
Are at Fort Daxia?
Did we
in
ask?
Singorn, right? That
No,
did happen.
our guards aren't in Singorn.
Not
They-
our personal guards, but Emon's guards.
No.
You did see quite a few soldiers from Amon there.
In
Oh, we
Singorn.
did?
Yes.
I was distracted.
That's okay. You did have a lot to think about with your dad.
They would not answer our call, but if someone has relations with the clasps, they are always an option. for
Also-
manpower.
Well, I've been dealing with them, and they're definitely they're not much of an army, but they're definitely good at acquiring information. And I currently have a few of them trying to find out as much as they can about Thordak.
There's also the Ashari druids, who
This is true.
will definitely want to help our cause.
This is very
It's
true.
good to know. Well, any more that come your way, or any possibilities you have to bring more to our cause, please
There's
do
a
so.
candle maker who might help out. I would put him in the strong maybe category as well.
Don't mention
Yeah,
it.
strong
That's
maybe.
flies.
Good. We'll keep tabs on those you found and any possibilities of others, especially those who have, I don't know, more of these vestiges that you speak of, or armies at their disposal, big weapons, anything. I'll take anything at this point, really.
There are options, but we need to discuss what happened today. This changes some things.
Yeah, we need more offense, less defense. I don't know if that'll work a second time.
You're mad. We need defense. This is not a site of a victory. This is a site of our end. We need bunkers.
Yeah, we need to move everyone underground,
Sure,
same way
sure.
we did in Amon.
So they
We can
told.
spend more time fleshing out and reinforcing the bunkers to make them.
Is
That two separate things. Number one, great character work. I want to establish that right at the top, because point number two, that's crazy to come out of Percy's mouth. That's I cannot believe that I just heard Percival Sun Laser DeRollo. Percival fucking brand new class of destructive handheld weaponry DeRollo, saying we need more defense. That's crazy. But I'm saying it makes sense because it's Whitestone. Because it's Whitestone. If it was anywhere else, I would be like, that's just weird. but this is parts of his personality coming into conflict in a delightful way. And I love it. And it makes total sense to me of why Percy wants bunkers and all of this, especially given the conversation that we had about like his legacy and what he and all of that. That being his priority now that Whitestone has demonstrably come under threat makes perfect sense, even though it seems so relatively contradictory to the rest of his entire personality. Oh my god. Wait, I missed it. The environmental effects of Blood Dragon as described by the Monster Manual are just kind of lame. Oh, interesting. So they were possibly there. They were just lame. That kind of sucks. He did get into defense planning with Umbrasyl trap building. I mean, that's a great example. That's a delightful example. The last time that Percy even thought about defense, it still wasn't in terms of like protecting people or building cover. It was, if they come near us, I stab them. Or they go boom. So it's offensive it's exactly. Offense is the best defense. That's as close as I can think of Percy coming to defense before this, because let's be real. He didn't really care if they blew up Westrun. Like a little blow up on the hill, whatever, who cares? A little bomb, it's tiny. It's so small. And then we'll have this we'll hold it in place. Who cares about any destruction that it might wreak in the vicinity? We'll kill it. But when it comes to Whitestone, it's bunkers. It's real defenses. Which is awesome. Again, I wanted to lead with it's great character work. I love this degree of complexity. Coming from Percy. It's kind of like, not the opposite, but it's very different from Percy in the Feywild, where I hadn't really, maybe there had been like a passing mention to him really wanting to go to the Feywild, but it was, I didn't really remember it at the time. It wasn't like baked into me. But I've seen Percy in so many planning sessions when it comes to big threats, and this is so different from how he normally interacts, which is great. And it's like not demonstrably. It's it is very distinctly different in a very distinct way, which is cool. It's sort of the opposite of a growth moment, where it's like he has shown us his regular personality for so long that when it's a little different, it really means something. Yeah. Since we've only gotten halfway to the CR break and it's already 1:00 here, I'm gonna give up for this night. Yeah, that's fair. I've been debating on the start time. I tried to start a little bit later. I don't know. I'm trying to hone in on a good start time, although I might just make it different some weeks to try and give different audiences like more availability to be here live, because I know earlier is better for European, but later is generally better for like American and Australian and Asian. So I'm thinking about it on like when to start and who that might help. This later time worked for me. Woke up at 5:30 for this. Yeah, which is kind of like, that's kind of the debate I'm having. It also depends on how long I think the stream is going to run. Like, I wouldn't have started this if this was going to be one of the 8-hour streams. I wouldn't have started it at 1:30. So I'm thinking about that sort of stuff. But yeah, we're a solid halfway to the break. So I do think it's gonna be a minute still. Yeah. He didn't care about Westrun Whitestone, though. He cares a lot. Yeah, I guess you could argue that he cared generically about Westrun in the same way that he might care about anything else, any other city. But Whitestone is different. Yeah. It's very, very cool. For me, it was half 7 start, half 8 the rest of Europe. Yeah, got dip. See you, Jake. Yeah. So I am thinking about those times. I'm also considering possibly even earlier than I normally do it, because like I normally start at 11:30 Central, considering like a 10:30. We'll see. It'll also depend because this is a half ep, so we'll do the other half probably on Sunday, or maybe Saturday. We'll see. And doing those at potentially different times than I did the first half is something I'm thinking about. So I'm definitely thinking about the times, but there's not like a clear, obvious, easy answer, unfortunately.
I'll discuss a warning system to get people underground.
But when the dragon just came here just now, they saw nothing, correct?
We don't
know.
We don't know.
We
We need to talk
But is there a way that we can spread false rumors that the city of Whitestone has been magically moved to another plane or something?
That's
Yes.
wonderful.
Yes.
That's smart.
Some way of getting that word to Draconia, or I don't know.
Putting the word out that we're other places than we are. Putting the sound of...
I assume things from this.
Can't we drop it into the clasps pipeline?
I can do that, definitely. We can find a way to get that information. There are a number who have sworn allegiance to Thordak, and, some folks who don't see honor, but the necessity to stay alive override any sort of previous friendships.
Yeah. Best not to mention our name. I don't think we're cool with the clasp after our last meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they
no,
don't
but-
like us.
Good to know. I'll look about plenty of that information. I'll do the best I can in that regard. I've been told that you've already felled another of the Conclave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Umbrasil.
Yes.
Dead and gone.
Well, that will certainly stir some attention from them.
Yeah, and if not that, then the message left in there.
They know we did it.
Strange that he had all those wyverns with him, though. Umbrasil had none. He was by himself.
They don't like each other, though. This is some sort of loose partnership.
Yeah, but didn't they say the white one was more like savage, more emotional?
The white one was more vain.
Yeah, the black one, Embrosel.
Oh, you're right.
is
The white one is a
that's-
hunter. It's primal. Hates others. You're right.
Maybe the army is going to head to... No, we could be so lucky if it was on its way to attack it.
Black ones like torture, right? That's
Yeah,
what
they
they're
like to
doing?
make
They
people
like torture
suffer.
and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
suffer.
feel like there should be trading cards.
Yeah.
So the white one's like Predator.
Shut up! There's notes somewhere in here.
I'd just be warned. Fell one dragon. That might make them nervous. Fell another, and that's almost certain to bring retaliation.
We were hoping to distract them.
That's funny. I mean, this isn't a critique. I think it's good. I do it all the time. But just like listening to that in my I'm a DM head, which is how I watch most of this, it's very like, hey guys, just to be clear, just to let you know what's up. You felled one, that's okay. The next one, though, gonna be some bigger shit. That was like the most DM talking to the players thing I've heard in a while. Which is, I don't know, it makes me giggle. Because again, it's good. You should be doing that sort of shit occasionally. And I think he slipped it in well. But it's very much a, hello, my name is the DM. Would you like to know some information about how I'm going to run this arc? Might as well stick up a whiteboard with foreshadowing, I know. But look, sometimes you need obvious foreshadowing. I ain't gonna hate on that. That is just like a technique that you gotta use. When you can be a little bit more clever about it, that's cool, but sometimes you just gotta hit them with it.
Well, the next worm you decide to fell will probably be the start of this war.
Can we ask, why would it bring retaliation? How would they know it was us?
We did sign
We
the card.
Maybe the next one we can sign as somebody
What
else.
if we don't sign it?
Even if we don't, they probably are going to get much more vindictive overall.
And just as much as we can scry on them, they can scry on us. I'm sure they've been watching us.
Really?
I don't think they know where we are. I think they know when we travel. I just don't think
Wait a second. I
Has any
take
of the living ones
issue.
seen you?
Have any what?
Any of the living ones seen you and
We
know
killed
you
the
for who you
first
are?
one. There were a bunch of jewels in the wall. We saw a bunch of
Thordak's seen
idols.
us.
Thordak.
They've all seen us.
He,
haven't
he
they?
did not
seen
know
us?
our name, but he
Who
has seen
attacked?
us.
Raishon saw us, the white one saw
The white
us,
one
all of
saw
them
us,
saw us.
yes.
Then it is very possible.
Wait a second. You just said no one knew we were here. None of them knew we were here.
Here.
Why? They just attacked here, and we just got back here.
They didn't.
Well, that
attack.
Gilmore was scrying on.
It's a good question, Sam. It's a good thing to investigate. Because that does seem like a pretty strong coincidence. I think that's a good line of reasoning.
Them. It took 3 days for him to get here.
They attacked Western.
That's how he knew.
Oh,
Because Gilmore was scrying on them.
Yes.
yes.
Got it. Not because we have a leak.
We probably do, and we should assume we have a leak.
It took them 3 days to get here? No. No, it didn't. I don't remember the exact timeline from the fall of Emon, but they got to Westrun within an hour. They crossed like half of a continent. They're fast. They did not take, unless they were taking the big scenic route, which, like, I guess maybe you could say that they were searching along the way, but they did not take 3 days to fly from Draconia to here. Wild not as far, I guess, but then how was that bridge meant to work? I was just gonna bring up the bridge. I mean, I think they're building the bridge in an area similar to like the Bering Strait between Alaska and Russia, I would assume. But still, it's not that far away. It's not 3 days away. Because, like, Westrun is near the middle of Taldore, and Emon is on the coast. That's, like, an hour to cross a substantial distance. If you extrapolate that speed out, they're circumnavigating the globe in less than 3 days, much less flying across half of it at a minimum. But also, I don't know. Time is wibbly wobbly. Like Daniel kind of said, if I was the DM hearing Sam say this, I'm probably going, oh shit, gotta come up with an explanation for that. Because you do just forget. Like, Matt may just not have been thinking about the timing. And he might have just said some shit with some hours and days and not really thought too hard about it. So gotta not retcon, but I gotta come up with explanations if your players look into it. But if you are thinking about it, it's an interesting place to hide clues. If they're searching, that could explain it. Yeah, it's true. If they were searching, but then that would imply that they didn't know that they were there, which I guess if you assume that they're coming after Gilmore, but they don't know where Gilmore is, just like maybe the direction that he was in, then that could make a lot of sense. No, we don't know. These are all very open-ended questions that we may or may not get answers to, but they are good things to think about as a DM, either to prepare to improv it or to potentially hide clues in there. Like that sort of timing stuff is a place that you can hide some interesting clues if your players choose to think about it. Yeah. The Briarwood Bridge was to Whitestone, not Wildmount. It was between Taldore and Wildmount. It was like Taldore is here, and then Wildmount was over here, and they were gonna build a bridge here to connect them all nice. This was because they were working. That was why it was like the Briarwoods, was they were working with Emon to connect Wildmount and Taldore. So this guy over here is Taldore, and that's Wildmount. But I don't think it was meant to cross this expanse. It was meant to cross a much shorter expanse in the north, which is why it's like near Whitestone. Yeah. It was like the Alaska-Russia bridge. Yeah. Draconia's on the other side of the planet. I don't know how fast a dragonfly is in KMH, but I don't think it's faster than a plane. I also don't think it's faster than a plane. But I also think that this world is much smaller than Earth. Because I've seen the map, and unless it has a truly gargantuan ocean, between Marquette and Othanzia, like to the west of Marquette and Othanzia and east of Draconia, unless there's an ocean that is bigger than the other half of the planet, and honestly, even then, they're making that distance in less than 3 days. I mean, Keyleth scryed on Draconia and found it destroyed the day after the fall of Emon. So we know that it's at least less than 2 days. But it's very, they're pretty fast. they're either pretty fast or the world is pretty small. Either are possible. Yeah. If that's a real thing and not something I made up, I don't believe there's an actual bridge between Alaska and Russia, but there is a historical land bridge. Like, that's how, like, humans got from Eurasia, Afro-Eurasia, to the Americas. There was at one point, there was a land bridge, and then sea levels rose, and now there's no longer a land bridge. But they still are very, very close, the land that still exists. As a note, Emon is supposedly 900 miles away, but really they're just numbers. Yeah, I wouldn't totally trust those numbers. Either way. Anyway. Mega and Confused are both pretty much correct. The bridge was near Whitestone and was connected to continents. Yeah. That was like 200. And it doesn't really matter. We can look at a map later on at some point. Maybe especially once we get to Wildmount, it'd be interesting to see. If we get to Wildmount. But yeah. Right now, I don't really think Matt's hiding clues in there. I think he just kind of said numbers and is not really expecting them to look into it much. I think the Alaska-Russia bridge was a plan before the revolution. Oh, interesting. You can still cross over a land bridge when it freezes over. True, yeah, you can go across the ice sometimes. Yeah. They're very, very close. The I guess moral of the story is that Yakutsk and Alaska, or not Yakutsk. That's a little bit closer to Korea. Anyways, they're very close. Anyways,
I'm gonna blame Sean.
Is he Sean now? Is
Voice go.
You're more than welcome to.
Sorry.
He's like sitting down, kind of wiping his brow with this really fine scarf.
I mean, judging based on what happened in Emon, we know that they have an insider. We just don't know who yet.
They do? We know this?
I would assume that there's nothing we say that they don't know at this
They
point.
struck during a political...
During the council meeting.
So somebody
very
has to be
convenient.
telling them things.
Someone probably very high up.
It could be Raishan
there?
taking the form of a human again, for all we know.
Who was there and lived besides us?
Jarrett catches up, by the way. He's like,
holy shit. Vox Machina is Mega? Who's the mole? I want to see who they're suspicious of. Because I think I've rotated through pretty much every living NPC. For who the fuck I think the mole is. And I'm so curious to see who they think the mole is.
is everyone all right?
I have a
Yes.
proposal. Yes.
Good.
How are the citizens? Did you get everyone in there?
Everyone seems to be safe and accounted for. There was a lot of fear, of course, but elation. Whatever you did, and he kind of looks at you and looks at Sean. Whatever you did, keep doing it, please.
Insight check, Jared.
Make an insight check.
It's not.
7.
It's hard to read, that fella. Slippery.
Can I do an insight check on assume?
You may?
What are you doing?
Oh, that was a luck.
First one was good anyway.
Oh, you're just hoping? First one was really good.
Yeah, 20. I can choose whichever one I want. 21.
21.
About Jared? You're inciting Jared? You're inciting.
Seeker assume.
Perhaps we should not have...
Hey, Travis.
Hey, Travis, how you
How's
doing?
it you're on this side of the
you
table?
Well, I was looking for a loot crate. Have you guys seen any loot crates?
Well, I've
around
got
here?
some of the great swag that you can get in a loot crate. Why, this shirt came in one last week.
Yeah,
That's
man, I
incredible.
wore it
How do
last
I get
week.
one of those?
You go to lootcrate.com/critical role to see your selection, and then if you sign up, you get $3 off the first month, which is a really good deal.
You know, have I ever suspected Seeker Assume? I don't think I have. And I'm thinking about it right now, and I'm pretty sure it's because he volunteered to go to Wildmount. And at the time, I thought that that was setting up like the second half of the Briarwood arc, and therefore he would be their friendly contact in Wildmount, but that never ended up happening. So really, all that actually happened, with Seeker Assume is he went to Wildmount. At some point, came back and was basically like, I discovered fuck all. And then we found out that the Briarwoods, former Wildmount royalty or nobility, are part of a global cult, a multinational cult, with people already infiltrated into the Emon government in the form of Riskel Daxio. And Seeker Assume has just been chillin', working with the Clasp. Known dragon collaborators and Rakshasa collaborators. And then shows up directly before Vorugal. In fact, some might wonder how Vorugal found that area. And some might also wonder why Vorugal didn't attack, if he truly just didn't see it. Or if maybe someone told him that Vox Machina was here. Someone brand new to the city. Someone that maybe has a beacon that they can follow. Interesting. Very, very interesting, Seeker Assume. The most stealthy person on the council. Now, to be fair, I do think that Seeker Assume was the one that kind of tipped them off to how weird the Emperor was acting when he was charmed by the Briarwoods, which is not probably something that a Briarwood ally would do. Unless it's part of a dragon machination to get them out of the city? No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Interesting. Have Kima and Assume ever been in the same room? I don't think so. Ooh.
Take a break.
Who do you think it is? Also, is there a mole? Or is that a theory? It's a theory. There may not be a mole. They're assuming that that's how the dragons know where they are, and they're assuming that the dragons even know where they are. They're assuming that the dragons give a shit about them. So, it might be totally unrelated. I I don't know who the fuck the mole is. I mean, I have been theorizing that Drake is a adult dragon. He's a blue dragon. And that he might want to take Brimscythe's place in the Chroma Conclave. And so he might be proving himself to the Conclave by funneling information from Allura to them. But I don't know. Drake, I literally think I have a theory, an actual article. Let's see if I still have it. Yeah, I literally have an article called Thunderbrand is a Mole. So if you want my answer on who I think it is, it's Drake Thunderbrand. Also, his name is Drake Thunder and Lightning Brand. I'm just saying. He's got the I literally wrote it here. Is the biggest fucking I'm a fucking dragon name I've ever fucking heard. He also does use lightning magic. He is the most look at me, I'm a blue dragon human persona. But it's almost so on the nose that I feel like it's not actually the case. But it's hard to know. It's hard to say. So if I'm actually like taking bets, if I assume that there's a mole and I'm taking bets on who it is, it's Drake every day. But Seeker Assume is maybe a skosh suspicious. I give him a skosh. But I'm honestly not too sus. I can go down a logic train. But I'm not really that suspicious on Seeker Assume. I think it would be a little convoluted if there were some machinations that led him towards essentially helping them fuck over the Briarwoods that would assumingly be in the same org as him. I don't know. It's a little... I don't think he's probably the mole. Just checking your assumptions a bit. Do we know it's multinational? Riskel was one guy. I mean, I assume it's multinational because the Briarwoods are from Wildmount and assumingly started following Vecna in Wildmount and then traveled to Briarwood to enact Vecna's will. We've got Riskel, who grew up in Taldore, and he was escaping to Marquette, assumingly to others of his sect, because he said, we are the body of Vecna, assumingly referring to other still living members who I assume he was fleeing to. So at that point, I'm assuming that we've got Vecna worshippers on Wildmount, Taldore, and Marquette. That's why I'm saying multinational. It's not like proven, but it's an assumption I'm making. Yeah. Assuming Kima are both halflings. So true. So true. That isn't as where Matt must have meant. Oh, I'm almost positive he mentioned it. Yeah. You thought Kima was Kavarn, but no, it was Assume. Dun 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 dun. Only more sus would be someone called Wyver Cinderbreath. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Drake Thunderbrand is such a suspicious name. If you were an ancient dragon a few hundred years, a double bluff secret identity is probably something you try once or twice. Honestly. So it's very funny. I don't know. But if I had to put money on it, I would absolutely say Drake. The Drake slander. Who the fuck is Drake? One of Allura's old allies. Yeah. Friend of Kima. Technically a friend of Kima. But I think mainly friend of Allura. Yeah. Sus. Hella sus. Yeah. Is that the same person that was Percy's childhood friend? No. Separate person. Yeah. If he fought Thordak, yeah. He was part of Allura's adventuring party. At least as far as I know at the moment. Maybe he's a fake. Anyways, I was supposed to take a break 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to do that. And then we will get back to it. What up? Hello. What's up? Woo. I had to, oh no, the chroma key is on. I gotta turn it off. I had to put on that one took a little bit longer because I had to take out the dogs. And it's a tiddly bit nipply outside. I have shorts on. I should not have. It is too cold for that. Let's see. Okay. Cool. No more chroma key. There we go. All right. Let's get it started.
Ironically, when we played the game at home, this is exactly what we do.
Totally.
Sam, who are you talking to? You're facing a potted plant.
I'm talking to Seeker Assume.
That's a big fan. Exandria is around the size of Earth's moon. Okay. Honestly, that feels like it tracks to me based on how quickly they move around. But also, I don't take too much of what Matt says like seriously in terms of like geographic accuracy. I think unless a DM puts out a world map with exact measurements and you're doing like a hex crawl type campaign, I don't really think you should hold them too strictly to that sort of thing. And that's also the sort of thing that I don't think DMs should do. I don't think DMs should give out world maps, specifically because they might make offhand comments that later contradict each other. That's small. It is small. It's also like questionable if that could like hold an atmosphere. Not even really questionable. It can't. But magic. I don't know. According to Reddit, take with a metric ton of salt. True. Yeah. That means their moons are even smaller. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think that Matt was too concerned, honestly, with the geographic accuracy and yeah. I don't think he was too concerned about it, which is fair. If you're not interested in that as a DM, you kind of shouldn't be too concerned about it, honestly. The sort of people who care about geographic accuracy would hate the map of Exandria. Yeah. Which, like, at the end of the day, it is D&D. It can all be hand-waved by magic. But if you don't care about it, don't worry about it. I don't think Matt needs to care about that. What state province am I in? Illinois. Chicago. I'm from Kansas. But virtually all of the big no-nos map making exists somewhere in Exandria. Ooh, are there rivers that flow uphill? Those are my favorite. I love it when I see a fantasy map generator that creates biomes that are higher but has rivers flowing. Yeah. Or lakes that don't get fed from anything. Like, aren't near any mountains, aren't connected to any inflow rivers. I like those as well. Yeah. I mean, some lakes can sustain themselves purely off of rainfall, but not a lot. Reminds me of one city in fantasy series that quickly becomes kind of apparent. Had its geography crafted by some super strong earth mage in the apps because nonsensical. Oh, one of my favorite cities I've ever made had the equivalent, because he didn't actually have like a stat sheet, had the equivalent of like a 20th level, like earth dedicated druid that was like its mayor protector sort of beat. And it had these giant earthen walls. Everything was like carved into the earth. Like I made it a huge point. But also, you know, he was getting a little bit weaker, forgetting some of his shit. So he also wouldn't leave the city. Continent was very dangerous. It was super fun. Making magic and wizards like really affect the terrain is very fun. But yeah, don't pay attention to the map for literal tracking, only for broad target. Yeah, precisely. Which, like, frankly, if we consider these maybe like in fiction maps, and because there's teleportation technology, there's not as big of a reason to really invest in cartographical resources and knowledge and techniques. So we might be in a theoretical age in Exandria where mapping the continents just isn't a priority. You know? Because, like, when you can scry anywhere and teleport, like, kind of who cares about what shit looks like? So, yeah, there's all sorts of hand-waving you can do. And if it's not something that interests you as players or as a DM, it doesn't matter. There's a river that flows from ocean to another ocean. Oh, fuck yeah, that's sick. That's a channel. That's a channel. That's not a river, but I'm sure it is a river. I was gonna guess like Michigan or Minnesota or Ohio, so I feel like I was in the ballpark. Do I have an accent? I have some family up in Minnesota that have the big Canadian accent. It's very funny. Asgard makes funny artifacts sometimes. Yeah, I've seen them. That's just magic, though. Yeah, it's just magic, though. There are literal provable gods around. For all we know, the atmosphere is Pelor's farts. And the mountains happen when Ayun sees. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why I get kind of annoyed when Taliesin starts applying real-world physics, is because it's like, okay, we should be kind of hand-waving away real-world physics, because otherwise a lot of things don't make sense. You know? You would like Discworld. Oh, don't ya know? Oh, I got some mints in my bag. Oh, honey, come here. I got some mints in my bag. We're gonna go to the Dragon Park. I'm not very good at it, but they got it. I struggle to see a difference in American accents here. There are different accents town to town. Yeah. There's large differences with American ones, but also they're over very broad regions. It's just that America's so stupid big that it feels like, you know, oh, there's so many, but they cover broad swaths. Found the Englishman, yeah. Found the Brit. Anyways.
Oh, he's a big fanboy.
Gilmore stands up and, kind of catches the edge of Vax's shoulder.
Hey.
All right, so, what's your plan? What's the next order of business?
Get you a drink, I think.
A drink would be great.
I think we talk and drink.
Yes, we need to talk about barricading underground, making it more secure.
Come. I could definitely use that right now. You guys are led into the nearest kind of open, what looks to be an unused tavern, but there are drinks, ale, and things that are at the ready. There isn't much commerce currently happening in the city, since right now everything's in survival mode, so there's no exchange of money. It's just you guys are presented with drinks. The lanterns are lit on the inside from other villagers that are just happy to help. And a central table is set where you all sit around and kind of quietly have a few sips.
While everyone's sitting, can I just pull them over to a corner for a second?
Yeah.
What are you doing, personally?
Me?
Yeah.
Wondrous, I'm doing great. I'm exhausted.
Sean,
I'll be fine.
You sure?
Yes, I'm fine.
All right.
It's been a long time since I put my energy and talents towards anything beyond making shiny things. Feels kind of nice to be helping others.
Well, I feel like we're seeing your true talents.
I'm at my wit's end with these. If you want to see true talents, you should ask Allura to show you what she's capable of when she gets back.
She is pretty nifty. Well, come have a drink.
He kind of like leans on you a bit, and you both make it back to the table. The rest of you.
This booze is okay, but grog, I could really use the finest wine I've ever had.
Oh shit, hold on.
We've got some fancy
I reach into the bag of holding and I grab 5 expensive-ass bottles of wine.
Holla.
Scanlan and I will share one.
Good idea.
Just one bottle between the two.
We don't weigh very much.
No.
I'm involved in this. This is exciting.
You guys scatter the wine amongst your glasses. Drinks are had as you begin to discuss the plan. So
Pour one for the landlord as well. He's letting us
Yes.
drink our wine in his room.
Assume kind of leans in. All right. So, vestiges, defenses, allies. What's the next plan? What's the next?
Well, I have a
point of
question.
order?
If I were to call somewhere a city of brass, where would you think that would be?
Assume goes, I mean, there are cities that use brass in parts of construction in Wildmount. That's as far. And Gilmerlin's one of those. No, that's in the elemental plane of fire. That's a dangerous, terrible place that you should never go.
We were already there once, actually.
Terrible, dangerous places you should never go. Practically.
Are we getting sus of Allura? I've been sus of Allura. Don't you worry. I've been saying. I am still sticking. My current Allura theory is that she is an unwitting collaborator. My belief is that the Chroma Conclave and the Vecna cult are related. I don't think they are wittingly related. I think the connection was Umbrasyl. That's my current theory. I think it was Jamon Saord, who I think was Umbrasyl. I think that he was both part of the Chroma Conclave and part of the Vecna cult. Or like maybe informed the Vecna cult about how to contact Vecna in the first place. So I think that they were sort of connected. And that the Vecna cult has infiltrated the Arcana Panasophical. I think we are going to find out at some point that Delilah Briarwood was an Arcana Panasophical member, and I think it's going to be a big thing, and that Allura was kind of like hiding it from Vox, and she's going to be like, but we kicked her out once we knew, and they're going to be like, but what did she do before that? Did she plant anyone else? And Allura's like, no, the Arcana Panasophical can be trusted, but they can't. So I think she is good. I think she's a good, I think she is an ally, but she is unwittingly being used as a collaborator. Yeah, the Arcana Panasophical is the Illuminati. I mean, it kinda just is. I don't even know if I'm just saying it. It's a double Gilmore fake out. I thought Kima got the brunt of it and Allura was largely unscathed. No, honestly, since Kima has been reintroduced, she's been so nothing. She's been downplayed so hard that I think if she was suspicious, she would come up more. And we would, like, interact with her more. Her lack of screen time has made me really drop my suspicion on her, especially given. Let me just put out something to you right now. Kima went on a suicide mission because of a vision that she had from her god. If Allura is this super mega powerful wizard, she's rocking Modify Memory. She's rocking the dream spell where you can manipulate their dreams. I don't know. I think that Kima is either explicitly good or at this point I think she's a patsy. I think she was maybe distinctly tricked, either by someone else in the Arcana Panasophical, maybe Vord, maybe Allura, although I don't think Allura is that explicitly evil. Or it was just a real vision. Kima might just be kind of non-relevant at this point. I'm off of Kima. She just doesn't get enough screen time for me to care about her. Yeah, she's with Kima. She's knowingly collaborating. Nobody's unscathed in the Megaverse. No! Suspect everybody. I do believe I should sleep now, sadly. Oh, yeah, you gotta get some sleep, Albie. That's early. You gotta get up. Engineering autocorrect and calibrating. Anyways.
The elemental plane of fire. We were there with
We saw Thordak there, actually.
Oh, even more of a reason not to go.
Yeah.
Well, he's here now, so fire plane's probably safer.
She's got a very fair point.
Why do you ask, Rob?
Well, look, the
where
plane
one
of
of
the
the
Dawn
vestiges.
Martyr is in a city of brass.
Dawn
but I
Martyr.
don't know what
That would be a
is.
great. I bet that sounds something Pike would like.
For sure.
Draconia is in Wildmount?
Draconia is in Wildmount, yes.
Right, and so is the big white fuck, right?
Yes.
So why don't we
Any
go
of the
that way?
vestiges? Are any of the vestiges in Wildmount?
The city of brass
No.
is there.
So where else?
Other than the city of...
Whereabouts are the
of Brass.
vestiges?
I don't know.
The vestiges.
One at
City
the
of
bottom of the
Brass.
sea.
One
The
is in
city of
Marquette.
Brass is in the plane of fire. We've covered that.
It's not in Draconia. It's in the plane of fire.
It is in the city is in the plane of fire.
Correct.
Where's Ankarel?
Ankarel is on the continent of
check
of what's it called?
Gilmore kind of chuckles himself. On Corel. It's been a while.
I think.
And
What's the
kinda
name of the
looks-
continent? I suddenly blanked on it. You just said it.
Marquette.
Marquette. It's on the continent of Marquette.
Marquette is Corel is also where Jared is from, which is kind of where you first heard.
I think we should.
Gilmore kind of smiles.
Wait, hold on.
It's where I grew up, or nearabouts at least.
Where you grew up, Gilmore?
Well, not in the city, a little ways out of it.
You're a Marcatian?
Originally, yes, but I've been living here most of my life. As soon as I had the opportunity to leave, there's a free plane here in Taldore, and all of it shops like it must do. Until they all got destroyed.
Good times. Good times.
That's fine. I've made the bottom floors too small anyway. More space. Next time.
You ever want to revisit home?
Maybe. Nah. I need to stay here and maintain this.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
What about the endless maze of the abyss? That's another
that?
place that we're supposed
Also
to
another
go.
plane of existence.
I don't know much about the Abyss, but I know that it's probably the worst place ever.
Abyssal, that's where demons
than
come
the fire
from.
plane?
That's where demons come from.
That's correct.
That's the thing that killed Pike.
Oh, I remember Theshel. Oh, don't you worry, I remember Uncarel. Oh yeah, don't even bother correcting the spelling. I'll fix that in a theory stream. I'm not even trying in there. Also solid Buffy the Vampire Slayer reference. Oh. Okay.
Wait, isn't that where the Rakshasa's going to be?
That's in the Nine
Devil.
Hells.
He's a devil.
Ironically, it's somewhere else entirely.
And I think we can table
For a bit.
Meow Mix for a little bit. I think we got another. I mean, it takes a while. Somebody told us it takes a while.
Yeah, it takes
It'll
a
always
while.
do.
A month.
Yeah,
month,
month-ish.
Months, but we also don't want to wait till.
Not
He
forever.
gets stronger.
Not forever, but maybe in a
But we
range.
get-
Who's got a map?
I've got a map.
Where's the Osmit Sea?
What we should really, before we even think of this, we should see what. I don't think we're going to collect all the vestiges. I don't
Well,
think
just
we
look
have
and see if
time.
it's close.
We should see what other
pass
vestiges
them
we
on.
think are going to be helpful.
It's like the Pacific Ocean.
Which direction is it? Towards Draconia?
No.
Oh.
Draconia is across the Atlantic Ocean in France.
What's the Atlantic? Yes.
But the
Atlantic
Osmond Sea
France.
is where the water Ashari reside. And I
I mean, I think it's more like Greece, but pretty good. I'm putting together a little bit of something here. I'm putting together a little bit of stank. Because the Osmit Sea near the Island of Glass. I don't remember Island of Glass, but Thordak spent some time in/near Osmit Sea. Thordak the Cinder King. He was ruling Viscan. Yeah, an island in the south of the Lucidian Ocean, which I think is near the Osmit Sea. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about this. I believe that the Lucidian Ocean, that the Osmit Sea is in the Lucidian Ocean, but I might be totally wrong. That might be like an Atlantic Pacific. Ah, damn, it's different. Damn, I thought I was cooking. I thought I was cooking on something. Because an island of glass sounds a whole like what you might have if a red dragon breathed a bunch of fire on a bunch of beaches. May or may not be the island that Thordak was ruling? Unclear. Probably isn't. Interesting. I'm the fantasy equivalent of one of those people that have a fear of planes or boats. I mean, that I think that your fear is that the fear of other planes is much more reasonable. Would confirming locations be spoilery? Let's opt to not, just in case. I don't need to know them. And it's fine to speculate. So we'll go with no, but like if it happens, meh. Same volcano, but we had similar lines of thought. What is the heat source for all that glass? What's the heat source? That's what I'm saying. And so I was wondering, are the vestiges linked to dragon locations? Because that's like Thor. I don't know. I thought I was cooking with this, but I don't think I am, honestly.
I have to go there anyway. It's also where Pike is very familiar. I'm pretty sure that's the sea that she sailed.
And the vestige there is the staff?
No, it's Whisper, right?
Whisper, the blade.
Whisper, the blade.
But look, hey, I have an idea. Right, someone mentioned that the white dragon's very vain and very savage.
I let Trinket drink
He's got
some
like
wine.
all those wyverns around him. That's a little bit of a bitch for us. We're usually good like one dragon on all of us. You got a whole gang, worse for us. So what about if we like played to his vanity and maybe sent him knocking on one of his conclave brothers' doors? Maybe start a little beef that maybe he's not there.
How do we do that?
I don't know, the idea just popped up. I'm not real helpful.
It's a good idea.
It's actually a
really
very
show
good
him up.
idea.
He's a big picture man.
Yeah.
Here's the detail
How
fellow.
tired I am right now.
We're so tired.
I think that we've been thinking about this the wrong way. I think that we've been treating this as a battle, and we have to start treating this like a war, which is a very different creature.
Are we gorillas?
We are absolutely not a ray.
Can we
We are.
Wolverines! Sorry.
We need to reinforce this city for not as a final stand, but as a place where there might be survivors. Because if they come here, there's no battle to be fought. It's just a loss.
We need to take it
Elsewhere.
Yes.
At this point, Jarrett steps out from the back of the room and says, "The more time that goes by, the more chance there is that the war will be fought here on our turf. The faster we move, the better chance we have of bringing it to theirs. So, let us not dilly-dally."
I agree.
Mentioned about having our own mole at one point.
I have a thought on that.
Our own inside man.
Yeah, Scanlan.
I'm not going to volunteer myself as a slave to the dragon.
Seduce the
Keep
dragon.
thinking about it.
You know,
You are a sexy dinosaur.
I'm considering it.
You'll be the Hercules Mulligan of Vox Machina. Hercules Mulligan!
Yeah.
I would like to talk to some of the magic users about instilling some sort of, or perhaps helping me instill a non-magical dragon raid signal so that the population knows to be quiet and knows to quietly go underground in the event of the next flyby.
They all look at each other and Gilmore nods. That's actually, I wouldn't say rudimentary, but it's definitely within my skill set.
Would triggering it possibly alert them to our existence? Does it make holding up the shield?
Not if I can maintain it underneath the barrier.
Just check.
Does the barrier block sound and visuals, or
It should.
and is there any way that
So-
we can help you make this barrier more permanent and stronger?
I don't know. This was crafted for this reason. This isn't a long-standing existing incantation. This was crafted through the minds of Drake Thunderbrand and Allura and myself and Pike's Aid. This is a new magic. It's experimental. And to be perfectly honest, I'm very glad that it succeeded. Because I was
just guessing.
essentially.
Also, Gilmore, as a sidebar, what about that black ball beneath the city? Has anything been learned of it?
We've been a bit distracted.
That's what I thought.
I would like to put it to you.
One sec. This is a bit of a mini break. The dog's food is going off, and they don't need to eat right now. It just comes out automatically at this time. So I am gonna go put it up since I can't watch, because they have two different foods right now, and they can't eat each other's food, but for some reason they both love each other's food. I think because they're not allowed to have it. I think that has to be it, because they both hate their own food all of a sudden but love each other's. So I gotta go put it up, and then I'll feed them after stream. So I'll be back in a sec. Bug, you treat your sister nice. Tonight is going to be violent. I've never streamed this long while Paige has been gone the whole time, and they do not like it. They were not happy with me when I just went in to see them. They were fucking harumphing and jumping and I'm gonna get told off after stream.
Wait, what?
We're at war.
We can't move it.
We can't move it.
We're not going to move it.
We're going
I want to put
inside it.
I want to put the private council table in the room with it.
In the room where it happens?
So they can't scry. So they can't scry into the room. It cancels all magic.
No glamour will survive. No magic will survive. No trick can be allowed.
I love your mind, Percy. If I told you that, I love your mind. I love it.
Probably a bad sign, but thank you.
No. We'll do that immediately. That sounds like a grand plan. Just not to worry. We'll do that immediately.
We'll just have to
Ooh, I can't wait to go
seek
down.
or assume that it happened.
We should move quickly. We should pick a couple vestiges, move quickly, collect them, start finding more alibis, move quickly. But we should not dally too long.
And I agree, we might not be able to wait to get them all before we start taking on dragons. We might want to do both.
I think Jarrett says if you're looking to go to the Osmit Sea, you'll probably need a ship of some kind. That's quite a far travel in a distance as well. And the docks on the west coast right now are rather locked down at Emon.
How long is the travel to Marquette?
So Osmit Sea is to the west, which the question is the Lucidian to the east or west? Yeah.
Nice. Travel by boat across the Osmit, maybe about a week and a half. Skyship, maybe half as long.
Airship.
Calm yourself.
Gilmore actually steps in and says, like, technically I have a teleportation
So say,
sigil
can we just
outside of the city. I
teleport
could
there?
probably
Yeah.
just get you
That'll
over
do.
there.
That'll do just fine.
Wait,
That's
to go
much
to
faster.
where, Marquette?
Walking is really good for health, though.
Balls, and I have so many Pokemon
And first
cards.
level characters, which we are not.
Hold on, before we decide that Marquette is the thing.
It's Cabal's Ruin, correct? We're going to search for Cabal's Ruin.
Are we at all just forgetting the fact that Draconia is lying in ruins?
We don't have time.
No, it's not about time. The dragon is sitting on top of Draconia.
So we know where to find him to kill him.
Unless we know how to take on that dragon, we can't save anyone there.
I will
killed
feel better
dragons
with
before.
we'll feel better with one or two more vestiges in our pocket.
By the skin of our teeth, Scanlan. By the skin of its gut.
We got lucky.
I like Grog's idea. Is there a way to explore that any further?
Pitting the dragons against each other?
Yes.
I think it's a
No, it's
great
good.
idea.
You know, it doesn't specify which of his eyes are missing. And I'm also thinking about it. Did it specify the green jewel-eyed skull, which eye was not there? Green jewel-eyed skull. Wait, was it one? Was it one jewel or two jewel? One gem. I might have to go back and see if it specified which eye this is in. Probably not related.
Seek or assume is on it. He said that he was going to.
No, seek or assume was
Seek
going
or
to tell
assume
them.
is great, but we're the best in the business.
I
I wouldn't leave our plan A to someone not us.
Seek or assume is telling people that this city has been magicked away.
I'm pretty sure he's also
is
right
also
here.
still at the table.
Yeah, he's right there.
I know,
We're
we were
drunk. We will talk
about it.
about who is in third person as much as we want.
We were just reiterating the things that you told us.
You know what they say when you assume.
That's all right.
We figured you would speak up if you had issue.
Plus, it's really fun to say a name.
Well, look, I mean,
I've heard it
hitting...
before, I assure you.
How far away is Draconia from here, travel-wise?
Well, my usual travel to Wildmount is across the Northern Channel here. I'd say you're looking at about 2 weeks' travel by ship across the Lucidian Ocean.
Or we can always teleport.
If we know how
If there's a teleportation.
I can tree stride. I can always tree
Have you been
stride.
to Draconia?
I can scry
Tree stride's
and
a
look
short
at a tree.
distance. You mean travel-
I mean,
transport via plants.
transport via plants, whatever. They all sound the same. I can scry
Find a
and
tree.
look at a tree, and then we go through that tree.
If there's any trees left.
There's definitely at least
I'm hoping there's a tree on that continent.
Are we talking though about how scrying is a little dangerous right
Scrying
now?
is a
When you're scrying on a dragon.
When you're scrying on a
there's more to be
tree.
gained
Yeah,
in
the
other
tree
directions.
doesn't know
I think-
it's being
Doesn't
scryed on.
Draconia have an army there? If there are any survivors, anyone we can bring back to Whitestone, shouldn't we be accumulating those people?
I think if there's a dragon sitting on top of him, removing people from him is
We're sneaky. We're so sneaky.
Are we sneaky?
Yeah, Pug's
When
got
have
in
we
here.
ever been?
You have your memories of the Feywild. Do you remember sloshing around in that black sludge? Very loudly.
Do you remember us walking into the town center to kill Kevdak?
think-
That wasn't sneaky.
No, that was personal.
Grog, I think you're thinking of a battle we can win as opposed to a war we're losing.
Yeah, no, look, I'm not trying to pick a fight with a dragon. I'm just going to make sure that Dragonborn, are there and we can't, help them.
We can help them by killing the dragon.
Dragon, yes. Yes.
Wow.
Assume kind of.
Vax is
it says-
agreeing with me.
it says, actually, that's pretty sound. If you manage to defeat the dragon there, you can probably gather with survivors and have them join the cause against Emon, if you have means of transporting them. Remember, once a dragon's down,
It's on.
It's on.
Thordeck is in hot pursuit.
thinker.
Yeah. We pull the trigger on one. We pull the trigger on all of
I
them.
can't believe if we fight one, that means we have to fight.
Robert, listen, again, I'm not trying to kill the white dragon.
What is the white dragon going to do
What are you
when
trying
it
to do?
realizes
I want
its
him to
treasures
go
are gone?
pick a fight with the other dragon.
I think
Yeah, how
we're going
are
to
we
try
gonna
and
do
do
that?
that.
We're working on that as a side venture.
In
What
the
are
meantime.
we going to do there to make that happen?
We can't really stroll up to it and be like,
You guys don't know how to pick a fight. You honestly can't brainstorm
I can pick
one
a
way to pick a fight.
we are very good at picking fights.
I was about to say, fuck yeah. And let him fucking know, Travis. You can't, I can't do the Grog accent. You can't brainstorm one way. Vox Machina. Can't brainstorm a way to pick a fight. Also, Tree Stride does sound cooler, I agree. This is tough. I honestly, I think it is, at least from my knowledge, it's pretty purely a matter of opinion on should we go to Ank'Harel and get a vestige, or should we go and fuck with Vorugal? I think either one is a valid path towards completing the arc. But I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, but I do think that now that Matt has put this stuff out, and I think they're feeling it, which is why they're debating so much, is that they have a limited amount of future quests that they can do. And I think both of these will count as one quest, going and fucking with Vorugal or going to Ank'Harel. And so it's kind of okay, we don't know how many quests we have left. But I think they're starting to get the feeling that it's limited. So now they're being much more stingy. It's an interesting argument. I don't know what I would do. Honestly, I'm putting, again, good opportunity to put your character in and see what they would do. I think different characters of mine would be on different sides of this debate. Because it seems pretty thin on which way you go. Grog being I'm the idiot, you're the smart ones, figure it out. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Resource management, yeah. At this point, they've firmly, I think they've all become convinced that now their time is limited and they have a certain amount of resources. And the one dragon thing is really fucking with them, which is fair. And it will make the final fight way harder. It's interesting. And shorten the entire quest line, which is also interesting.
It's getting the dragons to pick fights on others. Yeah.
We could probably
I'll do it.
plan a ruse.
How would
Think
you do
about
it,
it.
Grog?
Y'all heard what that
I
other
would
dragon
go
said about
and I
you?
would talk mad shit to the white dragon on behalf of the green dragon.
Oh,
I
you're
would
right.
rep the green dragon.
Oh my
had
God,
not
Grog,
considered
he will never see through that.
Yeah. You know what,
That's
Grog?
brilliant.
Grog, you are really strong. That's the end of it. I have nothing else to say.
I'm just saying, I feel like an opportunity is being wasted here.
I think an opportunity is being tabled briefly.
We gotta think
it's a good
about
idea,
it.
Grog.
I don't think this is nearly as time sensitive. Once
On someone else do the thinking.
I mean, breeding hostility between the two is something that could take weeks, which we don't have.
Well, we could start it. Well, it's also something other people can do while we do other things.
Yes. Delegate.
But how? It literally involves going to one dragon and saying, "Hey, did you hear what that other dragon said about you?" That's all I got.
Well, there are other ways to do that. You can in traditional warfare you can do things like cause damage to the property of one dragon and leave scant evidence that the other dragon was or one of the dragon's people was somehow responsible. Have a raiding get Wyvern to raid.
Precisely. It's also very funny that Percy said that's not time sensitive. I don't know if that's not time sensitive, what is? Like, the Ankarel thing isn't time sensitive. I mean, I would say that they're both time sensitive. I guess is more like either they're both time sensitive or neither of them are. But honestly, if we have to pick one, I would say that the Vorugal thing is more time sensitive because the sooner you start it, the more likely it is to work within your time window. Whereas the Ankarel thing doesn't matter if you do it now or a little bit later. But I don't know. But then Percy said that and then starts going through all of the ways that they could do it, which is kind of funny. It's a very Percy thing to do. I like it. Yes, all those wyverns they have on hand. Illusions, Jonathan. You make an illusion of a wyvern and then you fucking blast it with a fireball and then you run away into the night. Or into a magnificent mansion. Who knows? One of the two. you do the hee or you do a skywrite that's like Vorugal smells like frozen balls. Raishan smells way prettier. I'm just saying. I think that's an avenue they're not exploring. That's all I'm saying. Counterplan Flying Cows Part 2. Flying Cows Part 2. Flying Wyverns Part 2. How can they pin cows on one of the other two? I like where your head's at though, Jonathan. Raishan rules with a Z. I agree. That's way better. That's way better than mine. Mine's stupid. God.
Raid.
Wait, hang on. That first thing you said.
Yes, it's the easiest
Hang
level.
on.
Yes.
I think I might have an idea. Okay, we know the white dragon is vain. Right?
We know that?
No.
No.
I mean, all
is a
dragons
hunter.
to an extent are vain. Like, that's part of their nature, of the chromatics.
White dragon loves the thrill of the hunt.
The white dragon is the most comparably primal. You know, they're all in like various stages of hyper-intelligence. The white dragon is one that's the most about.
So, do you want to know the honest way
beast-like.
that you would incite? If the white dragon is a hunter, the easiest way to incite damage is to sneak into the city and start mauling and killing draconians that are left over and just leaving bodies everywhere that he wasn't responsible for.
Let's not do that.
What?
That is the sort of decisions we're going to start having to
What
make, and
if
I don't
somebody
want to
can
make that
polymorph
one.
into a little green dragon or something?
You went to 11 there
Okay.
on the let's start
And then
continuing the genocide.
I'm
Fucks
saying
it
that
up
we are
as a dragon and leave evidence
we're
behind
not
as a
fighting
green
battles
dragon.
anymore. We're fighting
How?
battles.
I've seen the green dragon, the Raishan.
You have seen the dragon.
How big?
Gargantuan. And you cannot polymorph into dragons.
100
You can
feet
only
tall?
transform into beasts.
I understand.
So we know they're territorial.
Fairly large, yeah.
Dude. Percy really did go to 11, and then he's like, I mean, that's war, baby. What do you want? Fucking hate the game, not the player. What the fuck, Percy? Excuse me?
I'd say probably
And again, I was using my first
maybe
example. but
40. Raishan is the smallest of the dragons you
Obviously,
saw,
you're
but even
first.
at the smallest of them is still a good 30 feet to the shoulder.
Jesus.
I could do that.
Gather all the paper mache you have in the city.
I could do something. I
plaster.
could do something pretty close.
Get
to
all
that.
the
They do a lot
mirrors.
of incredible things.
Well, how about this?
Are you Tony Robbins?
I think this is a conversation that could continue through Marquette. I don't think we're going to come up with the best idea
Well,
tonight.
we need to get something started. Okay, well, here's what we learned.
At dawn.
At dawn, we drink some more. We learned that Thordak is enslaving sculptors to build his image all around Emon. What we have learned is it seems that each of the dragons have kind of picked a city, a domain. Maybe this domain was part of the bargain to join Thordak's cause. Like, you get your own, help me, you get your own city.
A reasonable and astute observation.
So, I bet the White Dragon would be real pissed off if statues of Thordak started popping up around Draconia.
Or the Green Dragon.
Or the Green Dragon.
Or maybe even statues where Umbrasil.
Voragol.
Let's pick a dragon.
Voragol's the White Dragon?
Yes.
Oh,
Got it.
Raishan's the green.
So,
That's a cool idea. I like that. Yeah, like fake that people are worshiping. I mean, you run the risk of essentially implicating the civilian population because he's not going to go straight to Raishan or Thordak. He's going to try and root out the cult that doesn't exist, and you're basically going to start a virtual witch hunt. But he might eventually go. He might eventually go where you want. If you had a clone, if you had a clone that could do this and take the fall, if you had a clone that could take the fall as a cult member and could more directly pin it on the other dragon, that could work. But right now, that's a good line of thought, though. I like these lines of thought. These are cool. These are fun. I paused it for a different reason, and I don't remember why. I don't think it was about Percy being a sociopath. I don't remember. Shit.
Here's the problem with goading Voragol the White to find and kill Raishan the Green.
Yes.
No one knows where Raishan the Green is,
but
including Voragol.
You know Voragol doesn't know.
Because Raishan's the shapeshifter, and no one knows where she is, including Gilmore, who's been scrying for a week to try to find
Yeah,
her.
but the White Dragon might have some way to communicate.
They hate each other.
Do we know how they communicate?
Yes, we do. There were some
orbs.
baubles.
It's also... Maybe Lura knows Simulacrum? Simulacrum could work. Yeah. I love the logistic of resistance fighting. Yeah. It's fun. I remember what I was going to say now. In terms of the dragons' territories, Thordak is in Emon, and it seems like the Taldore Empire was maybe the most cohesive, like, largest population under a single ruler. Maybe. Seems like most of the other places that we're aware of are more city-state-esque. So, makes sense that Thordak would want to be in Emon. Vorugol takes over an entire island. Is going to, wipe the landscape much like he wiped northern Othanzia. Right? Make it a tundra. His hunting grounds. Kind of most dangerous game-esque. Umbrasil. Not a master of disguise, but a master of obfuscation. The Black Dragon is not necessarily, is ruling over multiple roosts. So he's spending some of his time in Westrun, maybe some of his time still in Ank'Garel as Jamansa Ord, maybe some of his time somewhere else. He's ruling over these smaller cities, but multiple of them. He's casting a wider net. We even saw some of that behavior in Westrun. He would go south, picking up offerings from all of the farmers. He was ranging a wider breadth. Whatever. Raishan, the shapeshifter. I'm gonna guess is infiltrating the government of whatever survivors are left on Wildmount. Whatever people didn't get killed in the original attack. I think she is infiltrating them in the same way that she infiltrated the Pyra. She's slowly infiltrating the government. And she is going to rule essentially as a human, turning the humans against each other, making sure that she controls the hearts and the minds of anyone who might become an insurgent against any of the dragons, especially herself. That's what I'm going with. That's maybe a little bit of a mini theory for you. Jumping off what Sam said, do you have any guesses about what Raishan's whereabouts? I didn't until now. Honestly, my general guess was Wildmount. So I'm keeping the Wildmount guess with a skosh more detail. Because she has already infiltrated a human organization once. The only other dragon that we are distinctly aware of that did that was Brimscythe. And if Umbrasyl ends up being Jamansa Ord, which I think Umbrasyl was, then also Jaman. But we'll see. We don't know that. That one's not confirmed. Unless you already talked about this stream. Only slightly. This is how Kima's been doing all this stuff, Simulacrum. This is how it's all been happening.
In a wall in Krieg's secret cave, and they communicate. Well, I assume something similar.
Yes, right. Just in descrying and
No
things
more?
of that nature.
No,
Do either of you have a theory on how they communicate?
Look, Gilmore looks to assume. I have not been to any of their bases. Assume you've been watching Thordak, and he can respect. No, within his domain in the cloud top, he has apparently an overhead airplane.
It's very loud.
Cessna.
Trust me, it was strange. He has a number of various spies that are sworn to him that act as his network of information to and from the cloud top and his throne of black glass and molten rock. He does have singular pillars placed around that contain 4 orbs that he would speak into on occasion.
Okay.
And didn't we see something similar in
When we killed
Umbrasyl's?
the blue.
No,
When we killed the blue.
We saw orbs in Umbrasyl?
Yeah, remember that it cracked and it was like, I'm coming for you. And we were like, we don't know what that means. And then we just.
That was in
ignored it.
Brimside.
She's
That was
talking
Brimside,
Umbrasyl
yeah.
now.
But
Umbrasyl the Black.
Did we see that in the black?
Did we
I
see
don't
that
remember
in Umbrasyl's?
They were broken already.
Yeah, they were already shattered.
he shattered them.
Why did he shatter them?
So that
was
we wouldn't be
rebelling?
able to scry on anyone else.
He'd probably
went rogue.
Or he
because
was pissed.
He was pissed at the other dragons, maybe.
But it's not
got a good
safe
idea.
it's not safe to assume that they're not in communication. No, we have to assume that they are. I'm so sorry.
All right, it's not like my childhood friend Pervan.
There is a thought. What do we... This is a very good idea. You've got a very good idea.
Love you.
What-
Actually, wait a second. Both Umbrasyl and Thordak's lairs are new. They are both new constructions since they all killed Brimscythe. At least we think. I guess it is possible. It's possible that Umbrasyl was moving into Gat Shadow before the fall of Emon, and theoretically before Vox killed Brimscythe. But confirmed, Thordak could not have set up these orbs before they killed Brimscythe. They're in Emon. They had to have been set up after the fall of Emon, which implies that there are 4 people to talk to. Why? Because why would he? Because if Brimscythe... Yeah, the other 3 require the 4th, even though it'll never be used. It's totally useless, but you can't take it out. Right? Because otherwise, why would he have it if there's not a new blue? That's very funny if it's just such like... like rickety ritual magic that it only works if there are still 4. That's very funny. But in a less funny way, it might be a clue. What do we know about Jamonsa Ord so far? Yeah, I think Theshel
Take a break.
covered it. He rules Ankarel, and that Krieg had a bust of him, hence the suspicion that Umbrasyl is Jamonsa Ord. Yeah, basically. I think. Let me see. I have a theory about it. Umbrasyl's humanoid persona. Yeah. Primarily based off of the Chroma Conclave objects. Yes. Jamonsa Ord's bust was conspicuously located in Brimscythe Krieg's house. Also, Jamonsa Ord has the ability to obscure their features. I'm not sure how this relates to Black Dragons specifically, because I don't really know that much about dragons, but just feel like a black, shadowy type deal. Also, potentially a Dresvina connection, which is big and long. Also, the fact that he has another horde somewhere, and I know that Jamonsa Ord is in Ankarel. It's basically that I have no other better theory for who Umbrasyl might have been, and there are quite a few things that point to Jamon, but we don't know all that much. Also, that Riskel was going to go to, that Riskel Daxio was headed to Marquette before he was caught and killed by Vox. Which is another point of suspicion towards Jamon. But we honestly don't know that much about him, truly. Components in a series circuit? Yeah, precisely. I can't take out this if statement. I know it doesn't seem related, but if I take... I don't know why it breaks, but if I take it out, the whole code is fucked, so I'm just leaving it. All right, I'm going to pee really quick, because we got to the next break, and then I'll be right back. And I actually think we might finish in the next hour. I don't know why. I just feel that way. We'll see. I'll see you in a second. What up? Hello. I would never have remembered that. I think the only reason I remember it is because I took notes. I don't think I would naturally remember it. God, hell hath no fury like a puppy. They are both COVID puppies. Well, I guess Bird not really. But when we got Bird, it was at the point where we both worked from home. And they are so not used to one of us not being like verbally available for them. because like it's really rare that me and Paige would ever have like a meeting at the same time, so they can always come and like bug one of us, and we will respond to them. And I think it's really weirding them out that no one is home, and I've been streaming for 6 hours. I don't think they know how to handle it. Anyways, it's good for them. It's good for them to fucking disconnect. They've got such attachment anxiety. I've literally been trying to like come up with excuses to leave the house, because I normally only leave the house to like get groceries. Basically, I don't have a lot of in-person hobbies, at least when it gets colder out. I like kayaking, but I don't have like a lot of like, oh, go out somewhere and do something consistently. Even like working out, if I do it, I do it at home. So I'm like almost never gone, and I'm never like busy for this long without someone else being there. But they need to get used to it, because it's bad when we both leave and do something and then come home. They are a mess. And they're getting there. They're good dogs.
What's the idea?
I said we start planting, like, you know, make statues of Thordak or Raishan in other dragons' territories.
All right.
Ultimately, though, what we need someone who knows the dragon's weaknesses. We need to know what pushes their buttons.
We know what pushes.
No, we have to assume that they are. I'm so sorry.
All right, it's not like my childhood friend Pervan.
There is a thought.
Sometimes YouTube does that.
What do we...
It'll get back.
This is a very good idea. You've got a very good idea.
I love you.
What's the idea?
I said we start planting, like, you know, make statues of Thordak or Raishan in other dragons' territories.
All right.
Ultimately, though, what we need someone who knows the dragon's weaknesses. We need to know what pushes their buttons.
We know what pushes their buttons.
We need to know what pushes the reset button. Why am I speaking in video game metaphor? What? Nothing. Drink.
We can throw up some statues and cause some havoc, but if they have these orbs that communicate with each other, then the White can just call Thordak and say, "Hey, what's up with these statues?" And Thordak can say, "Oh, it's not me."
Not statues. Idols.
Idols.
He can still ask.
Small images of the White Dragon for worship.
So you're gambling on jealousy.
He could
start hiding them in places. Let him start. If we start seeding them, especially in Emon, as if he is trying to get people to worship him in other cities as well, silently, quietly underneath.
We make T-shirts that say Team Voragol.
Yes,
We just have to make sure that we don't use
Winter
the
is
stone
coming.
From here.
From here.
Okay.
Smart.
Well, because we know that Thordak is definitely vain.
This will piss him off. And if he says, "What have you doing?" I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, he would deny it. Of course he would
deny it.
And we're assuming, that they'll just ask instead of jumping to conclusions and...
I like it.
You know.
Even if he jumps to conclusions, he
But we know that
cares.
Thordak is a total asshole. Sorry. So we know he'll be pissed off, more or less.
His scarred eye twitches for a moment.
And we wonder why people hate us.
Assume kind of leans into the conversation and goes,
"Hero's an asshole."
We have many crafters and artisans that are within the grasp of the clasp as well within Emon. We can begin to have these made and scattered throughout the various offerings from the center of the city.
Little shrines hidden in ruins.
Yeah.
I like this.
Team Voragol. Hashtag Team Voragol.
We can make this happen.
We should learn the spelling first.
Hashtag Team Voragol.
Well, I just made it up, I guess.
I still will admit that I would feel Cabal's Ruin is one of the vestiges I feel would be, and not just because I would like to use it, but
Is Ankarel and the Osmit Sea kind of in the same area? Can we like hit one and then on our way to the other?
The Osmit Sea is in between Taldore and, from your perspective, it's Taldore and Marquette, and the Osmit Sea is what's in between.
So we could do a triple.
So we could do a triple, because I have to get to the water, at some point.
And that's very important because we need them on our side.
Between what and what?
Osmit Sea, so it's like over here.
Is between what and who?
Osmit Sea is between Marquette and Taldore.
Marquette,
We're on Taldore.
Taldore, Marquette, Osmit Sea.
There's a
So Marquette is Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
more Australia.
Got it. Is this world round? Can we go the other way?
Actually, this world is shaped like a D20, so we're on the flat part at the 5.
No, we can't go
20
the other way?
times larger than.
We can eventually get there. It is round. It's Discworld.
It's Discworld.
On top
Did
of
I
the turtle.
know how fast dragons can actually fly? Like if it's a 2-week trip to get to Draconia from where we are, how fast could
Well, it's
the
a
dragons get back
2-week
there?
via ship,
Okay.
like ocean ship.
Okay, if they were flying, how fast could they get there potentially?
Like that flying,
And I'm only saying maybe it's empty, right?
I would say
What is?
Draconia.
Before it flies back.
I'm gonna make some mathematics here, if you'll excuse me.
I'm only saying, like, if they were just here, and we have the...
Oh, we could bamf there right
Bamf
now.
there, check
Right
it out,
now.
and get out before
And
they
try and
get
get a
back.
bunch of people out.
Get people out, do recon, whatever, we hear flapping
Plant some
wings.
seeds.
Plant some seeds.
They've probably left a good amount of army there to keep
course.
people under control.
They said the whole
But the
city
main
was under
drag
control.
isn't
But
there.
we'd have to get in.
That's an idea. Because despite all of the conversation we had earlier about flight times, it's not gonna take them 3 days to travel from Draconia to Whitestone, but it's gonna take them several hours. Like, we don't know exactly how long, but it's probably multiple hours. I think that's safe to assume. Could be a good time to use Windwalk. Potentially. Yeah, if you can Windwalk a shitload of Dragonborn, you like Bamf there. Windwalk a fuckload. How many people can you Windwalk? Isn't it like however many you can fucking touch in like one movement? Windwalk 5e. Is it... It's not like an actual like amount, right? Oh, it's you and up to 10. Damn, I thought it was more pass without trace-esque. But you have a flying speed of 300 feet. Maybe you beat Vorugal there. It's probably safer to transport via plants. Oh, I thought this was a great idea for a second. It's still good. It's still very good. Up to 10. Damn, yeah. He said the thing. The word assume definitely stopped sounding like a real word to me watching this one. I know. Assume does not sound real anymore. I agree. Oh, man, that could have been cool. It's good thinking, though. Good thinking, Thashel. You're thinking with portals.
In and out in a couple
And what
of
would our
hours.
Transport, thinking windwalking to Draconia, then transporting back. I think if you have the spell slots for 2 transports, I think that's better. Because you run the risk that Vorugal's faster than 300 feet. Which I don't know that's likely, but it's certainly possible. It's a risk. It's possible, though. They can canonically get at least 23 people back through a tree. I think so. I think you're right. It's hard. They don't have good mass transport options, really. Honestly, legitimately, their best mass transport option is actually Pass Without Trace. It is Bamf there, get everyone in a circle around Vexalia. And, I mean, actually, even better, get half of them in a circle around Vexalia, half of them in a circle around Keyleth, have them go in slightly different directions. That's probably the way to get the most people out of Draconia. Now, they're going to be pretty nearby in Wildmount, but then maybe you can get like smaller pockets out of them in not safety, but in relatively less danger. But even that's going to take a lot of time. I don't know. That's tough. I think I messed up the math previously, but it's like 100 plus people assuming 5 squares. Yeah, it also it depends on if you can stack them, if it's a sphere, if it's just a thing, if it's a cone or not a cone, a cylinder. It big depends, but it's more than 21, which I think is or 23, which is our highest mass transport number otherwise. Imagine you're a normal person who gets turned into a wind puff by a mage, and instead of going with the group, you just accidentally drift off and things. It's like, well, this is who I am now. Goodbye. And then you're just drifting over the ocean 8 hours later, and the spell fades, and you drop. Oh, no.
Mission B.
Dump a couple of statues.
Hey.
We don't have.
I was about to say, let other people do that.
Wait. What about instead of dumping statues, we find these orbs? We find his lair, we find his orbs, and we call Thordak, and we
Jump into
do a
his-
voice.
Do a
And we're like,
pretty
yo,
cool.
Thordak, you're a dickhead. I'm gonna come kill you.
Yo, Thordak, your
Or we just
refrigerator's
smash 'em.
running.
Or we just smash him.
I don't know why everyone's so excited by the notion of pissing off the dragons to the point at which that they all come here, but it is a way to go.
They don't know we're here.
They know we're here.
I'm just putting out an opportunity where there is
It's
one.
true.
I think that there's. I think it's
It
a.
would take them a few days to get
A
back.
few days. We will have a whole fucking day.
What time is it?
At this point in time, it's mid-afternoon, evening.
Do it.
Just for
have to rest.
Yes,
I got nothing.
But
We
even
haven't
just for
rested.
first of all, even just for intelligence, even if it was brief, even to see what is going on there.
We have to make sure that we can get out immediately, and we
have to
also
be
have to
able to
agree that if
Scanlan.
things start looking too iffy, we run.
I have an idea.
You have the best ideas.
Thank you.
Lay it on me.
Can you steaming us to all look like Lizard Army members?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
And we'll
Yeah.
look like us, except vaguely like lizard people.
Why not? Why not?
Like you'll be little.
Well, first of all, the lizard army, is that different from
Yeah.
wyverns?
Yes.
Yes.
So they're just scaly creepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah, they're the
Have
lizard,
you seen the
lizard
lizard people
humanoids.
to know?
No,
what
but
they
I'll
look
see them when we get there.
like? Okay.
You've come across a few of the lizard folk. They,
Oh, we
they
have.
attacked you in Iman.
Yeah,
they were,
remember we
they were on the
had-
wyverns. They're humanoid. They're a little larger than maybe
Killed a bunch of
maybe any of your half-elf companions of Percy. They're a
Oh,
little
so
bigger.
we're
Didn't we also
about the
fight
right
them?
size.
Yeah.
We fought them on the airship too, right?
No.
those
Those
dudes
are
on
bandits. You fought wyverns.
Bandits,
Those are
We could
halflings.
be lizard people for sure.
Oh,
What?
We could
be
look
lizard
like wizard
people.
people and lizard people, and it would trick anybody who wasn't a
Just for
dragon.
one day.
Yeah, the dragon.
And if the dragon came, we would be fucked. That would be the end. That would be game over.
All right.
This is a huge risk.
lizard people.
And I'm going to go on record as saying I do not think this is the right move.
But what do you think is the right move?
He wants to go to Marquette to find some cloak that may or may not help us in a week.
That will help us. Getting to.
No, fucking tell him. Tell him, Sam. I'm with him. Someone left a comment about how the Titanstone Knuckles are stealth very, very good. They're just not obvious because the main thing that they do is increase Grog's strength to 24, which is fair, to be clear. But they're still not. I wouldn't call them like artifact grade, personally. Maybe they can be upgraded. Who knows? But I mean, obviously Sam is the wielder of Myth Carver. He's got a vestige. And he's like, look, the Cabal's ruin thing may or may not help. And Percy says it will help, which is factually true. Any amount of additional magic items will help. But the point that that Scanlan is making is that it will not help enough to justify the time. It's an interesting argument. Percy's really all over the place. He's very flustered, which is great. It's great character work. It's rare that Scanlan and Grog are the ones that are like really trying to ideate. And like normally Percy is the one kind of throwing out the more wild and wacky and kind of offbeat and off-color plans, which I guess he did with the draconian killings, I suppose. But other than that, he's pretty dead focused on like, yeah, whatever, but we're going to Marquette. And when someone's like, hey, why are we doing that? He's like, no, it makes sense. He's very flustered. He's very, because, I think it all makes sense. If it's all purposeful. I might be giving Taliesin too much credit to think that this is all like a purposeful incarnation of how flustered and how kind of not quite there Percy is right now. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit to think that he's acting all that out, but I believe it. I think he's doing a lot of that character work on purpose, and I think it's really good. I think it's going well. Because this is just not normally how an argument with Percy goes. I mean, it kind of is. The staunch belief in whatever he's doing makes a lot of sense. But he's not normally the one that's like, yeah, we gotta get the vestiges. At least that I can remember. He's not so normally like hard on for them. So yeah, I don't know. It feels very distinctly different to me. I could be giving too much credit, but it feels very different to me. I think that's fair. I ain't gonna argue with you too much. I think that's fair. I don't know how hot of a take that is. I don't know how much people love their kobolds. I don't know. But yeah, that's not even throwing in the Yuan Ti because they feel very distinct, but they're still a reptile person. Yeah, there's a lot of reptile people, and there are 3 that are lizard people. Yeah. Windwalk seems like the kind of spell that you would need to explain to someone before casting it on them. Honestly, yeah. Kobolds are just reptile goblins. I don't disagree. See you later, Delphi. Yeah, if we're talking about that, halflings, dwarves, and gnomes, I mean, I don't disagree. Yeah. Yup. I would never... I'll put it like this. I almost never ban species at my tables. I think I have banned one once, and it was after everyone had already chosen, so I knew that no one was playing it. But I did not miss species options in Blades in the Dark. You technically have an origin option, but it does almost nothing. Yeah. I don't know that I would like really campaign to like simplify D&D's species list. But man, when they weren't there, I didn't miss them. So, yeah. I don't have a super complicated opinion about it, but they are not a huge value add to me personally.
3 more vestiges, 2 more vestiges, just a little bit more power before starting to play chess again.
Really, the only point of going there would be reconnaissance.
To get
That's
people
it.
out. Yeah.
No fighting.
When else are we going to know for sure?
There's an ancient dwarven saying, and I'm trying to remember where I heard it, but it goes somewhere along the lines of, it's never a 3-hour tour, and that's my fear.
Yeah, I know an ancient dwarven one that says, no risk.
That's it. All right. But
Your mind is a grandfather clock, you know that.
Thank you.
It's correct twice a day, easily.
If we go, what is our mission?
Thank you.
To get as many
People.
innocents out as we can.
How?
Oh no,
How?
that sounds wonderful, but
We have
if we
no
get people
vehicle.
out, they're gonna know something happened.
Yes.
I figured if we find good fighters once again and do our teleport
We can
thing,
get
Are they-
and get a
13
nice
people
handful.
out, that's it.
But it could be the 13 people that could change the tide.
This is not going to be a fight of 13 people.
We're a fighting group of
We had
7,
a group
and we're
of
pretty
50
damn
Goliaths,
If
and
there
they
were
were all
7 of
killed
us.
instantly.
good. But there might be. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what if
Plus,
we-
if we're lizard people, the survivors aren't gonna be wanting.
They're going to be wondering who we are, to first off.
They're gonna be afraid of us.
I would only want to go there if we had a distinct plan to disrupt or
What,
trick
communication?
or steal.
Disrupting communications is a great tactic.
I'm
We're
fine with
not
that.
going to be able to disrupt communication.
You
No,
don't
we-
think we're going to make it to the jewels and smash
No.
smash?
No.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I do not.
And I slice the dragon's throat. I am victorious.
That sounds like a plan. Let's go.
So,
Okay.
what are you guys
Still
doing?
planning.
We're still playing.
Tightening it up, tightening up. We're going to go. What are we going for? We're going to go
Smash the orb. Smash the orb.
Okay, well, here's something else I want to put into perspective. If I scry and teleport us to the Black Dragon's lair, I can do one more scry, and then I would burn my 7th level spell to get us there again, and then I'd be tapped out on all of my...
So we wouldn't be able to bamf out.
We wouldn't be able to bamf out for that day.
And she would have no power.
We'd be staying
That's
the
bad,
night.
that's bad.
But I can get us a safe place to stay for the night,
I could
no matter where we are.
I could not...
But it means this is not a 1 day, this is a 3-day mission.
This is a 3-hour
Well,
tour.
I could not teleport us. It depends on how many times. I got 2 teleports. So I can teleport us there and teleport us out, but we'd be doing it from here.
We teleport to the Black Dragon's lair, we sleep overnight, teleport in, teleport out. And then sleep overnight, teleport to either to Whitestone or to Maquette.
Okay.
Set up the mansion at
Can you teleport today? Or are you done?
No, I'm... Well,
You can only use that once per day, though, right?
What?
Oh no, they had technical issues during the planning, and now they have a plan, and we got to... Oh no, we missed all of the debate. We just get to see the final cohesive product. No! Critical Role, what have you done?
I used plane shift. I didn't use transport via planes.
That's true.
I can do... Yes. Wait. No. I moved to Earth.
can't do it today.
I can't do it today. It has to be tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
And if that's the case, it's tomorrow, then we lose
that time.
That 2-day grace period.
Jeez, love.
Unless we go right now and sleep overnight in Draconia and start first thing in the morning.
And risk a very reasonable reason that they would know where we are.
As far as I know, plane shift can't teleport you on the same plane. It brings you specifically to another plane of existence.
Yeah, I'm saying I cast plane shift from the Feywild to here.
Oh,
That's
I
all
see.
she
So
says.
yeah, that's all I'm saying. But I used that, and that's
So if we go to Draconia tonight, if we want to sleep in the mansion, we can't because I changed his memory.
And you passed your shift.
Fuck.
So we'd have to sleep
So we'd
out in
have
the
to sleep
open
out.
as lizard people.
Nope.
No.
No.
Too many negatives now.
This is danger zone.
Too many negatives.
We're getting a lot of cons.
I think
Not
we
so
need
many
we
pros.
need to sleep anyway because
need
we're
sleep.
exhausted.
Man, you know, I can find all sorts of problems with this situation if I look hard enough.
Yes,
Opportunity.
that is so astute. That is one of the. It's 12
Opportunity.
o'clock. My God, he had a thought.
Opportunity. I mean, honestly.
He said if you look
There's
at
a
things, you
dragon's
find
perch
problems.
and he is vacated, and it will probably never happen again as far as we know.
I disagree. I think the next time they come to attack and kill us, it will be vacated.
Cool, while they're killing Whitestone because we didn't take advantage of this
Of course,
moment,
we will
then
be
we'll
there
go to
in
Draconia.
Draconia. I agree. I legitimately agree.
Fine, you can
I mean,
do
we can sleep
whatever
in the
you want.
We can sleep and
We
wake
have
up in
to
the morning
sleep.
and teleport there.
We do have to
We
sleep
could do that.
regardless. There's no getting
We
around
just have to
sleep.
sleep.
There's also
we
no
can't
guarantee.
fucking go there when we haven't slept, Grog.
Do whatever
We'll
you
all
want.
die.
Do what you
We
want.
can't actually get there right now.
There's also no guarantee that they're going straight back there. Maybe
That's
they're
also
heading
true.
somewhere else.
That's also true.
They were heading with an army to somewhere. It's probably not a city they've already conquered.
They were heading southeast,
Southeast is what you saw, yes.
That's where they live.
so they're probably heading back home. It's safe to assume.
Balls. Well, then where'd they come from? What were they doing?
They were coming. They came here.
Fishing.
They were fishing. They thought that we might be here, and they took a quick look around.
They smelled something. They didn't know quite what.
Which is why I don't want to make any more noise around here.
Let's sleep.
I'm going to go to the barkeep.
There is no barkeep here. This tavern has been opened just for you guys to be served. There's no current owner here. Everyone who helped you open this are yourselves and a
You are
couple
the
of
barkeep.
civilians that were just there.
Is there a civilian waitress?
There is no waitress. I mean, there are a couple civilians outside, but as soon as you guys started talking, all the civilians left the room.
Oh, there's
Fucking Percy. Percy being informed that the bar is empty, implying that they could just go and get alcohol from wherever it's kept. And Percy's like, oh, no owner, huh? Right, we're the owner, of course. Where's the waitress? Because I know I ain't walking to get my alcohol. Are you joking? Have you seen these boots? I ain't stepping on this sticky-ass floor. No, thank you. Oh, Percy. It is a flaw. And it is a flaw that I've said before bugs the shit out of me in real life people. And I go back and forth between it bugging me on Percy as a viewer. But the way that he states things that he does not know as fact. And I think that it bugs me because it's an evil funhouse mirror. And I know that. I know that this is a twisted reflection of how my confidence sometimes sounds when I'm explaining things. But oh my god, when he was just talking about like when he was right here is like they thought that we might be here, they took a quick look around and now they're not here. It's like, I don't know, man, maybe. Maybe that's true, Percy, but maybe not. I want to shake him. But it's good. Characters need to have flaws. It's good that I want to shake him sometimes. And be like, let a new thought into your head sometimes. That's good. That's a flawed character, and I like it. It's good character work, but it's me, and I'm getting shot through the duplex, and I hate it. He's in a Tal mobile, but I think many times it's not Tal role-playing. Maybe, I don't know. I think Tal would be happy to be called an evil funhouse mirror. I see it occasionally with all of them, yeah. I believe Marisha said that's why a lot of viewers disliked Keyleth. There's definitely like a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. Disliking the characters or the players is it's a topic I don't think we'll ever finish like really talking about. But there is an SGM video about this now that I'm voicing. I'm debating how much of my thoughts to save for the Keyleth autopsy. Because the plan is to make an autopsy on every character after the campaign is finished. And so I have some novel thoughts that I don't think SGM covered and I haven't really said in a video, but I kind of want to save them for that. So I think I'm going to keep my mouth shut, but we'll see.
That's why I don't want to make any more noise around here.
Let's sleep.
I'm going to go to the barkeep.
There is no barkeep here. This tavern has been opened just for you guys to be served. There's no current owner here. There is no waitress. I mean, there are a couple civilians outside, but as soon as you guys started talking, all the civilians left the room.
Oh, they're so nice.
There's no barmaid at all.
Your nobility is showing.
I haven't.
I had a plan. I need a young boy.
I was working on it. Never mind. My plan was ruined.
These white gloves are sullied. I need a new set of white gloves, please.
I have an unseen servant.
They're shooting mittens, and you're so uncooked.
Do you need a servant? I make an unseen servant for him. Command him as you.
It's a wisp of air.
Command him as you see fit.
I had a. Never mind. This is what I get for trying to be nice to anybody. I've learned my lesson.
I tip the unseen servant.
You toss the coin in, to the ground.
I pounce on it.
You poof into this like weird cluster of air. It's like pushing your beard hair back, and your mouth's kind of full of the air pushing into it as you reach into the unseen servant and grab the coin and pull it out.
Yeah.
Well done. You got a goal.
We'll sleep for now. We'll wake up in the morning and we'll either go in one direction or the other.
Good plan, guys. Good plan.
We suck
We
at
came
this.
up with nothing.
That's so not true. We came up with a lot. We just have to sleep and then make a decision based on what the world looks like in the morning.
Dream about a cloak, Percival. Maybe we can get you a cloak.
Why don't we roll the dice?
Cloak sounds useful.
Yeah.
All right, let's sleep.
All right,
Let's
you-
go to the castle.
You guys find your way to the castle.
I'm going to. I know it's just a side. As a side, I want to grab Vex for a quick walk on the way to the castle. I want to go by the cemetery.
Okay.
Has it been worked on, by the way? Oh, I suppose I'll find out.
You did
It
say
has.
Vex,
No.
right? You said
Vax.
Vex. You said Vex.
Vax.
Good.
You did say
I
Vax.
did say Vex, but now.
Did say Vax,
Vax.
but you-
I've not even been drinking. I've been pretend drinking. So.
It's true. All right. So you go ahead and grab him. You guys make your way towards this.
I've got something to show you.
What is it?
You'll like. Well, I don't know if you like it. I don't know what you like. I'm going to take him to the cemetery, to the crypt.
Yep.
The title I gave your sister doesn't come with much, but it does come with one, at the moment, tiny plot of land on which a crypt sits. This was the resting place of the father and grandfather and assorted family members of the man you killed the first night we came here.
You want my sister to live in a mausoleum?
No, I want something else to live in a mausoleum. This is actually for you. Open it. I go and I light the two little torches on the side. It should be. This is a very traditional.
Yeah.
And it should open. Do you trust me? Good answer. I'll go in first.
Percy enters the building.
I'll follow.
Okay. As you enter the mausoleum, the gentle flickering of torchlight that was lit by Percy shows the interior, though it is low lit, partially in your dark vision does catch you, and what was once a relatively decent mausoleum seems to have been gutted, retrofit, and now you see standing before you is a mostly constructed shrine to the Raven Queen.
I figured it would be a good idea. I've had my fill of gods, but I'm not so foolish to think that we do not need them still. This is here when you need it.
I'm having trouble.
Me too. I do not want to die who I am. I would like to live long enough to be someone else. I think you understand that.
I've been really angry at you.
I've been encouraging it.
I don't know if it's entirely fair, but I can't shake it, and I don't know that I'm willing to let go of it yet.
Good. I certainly do not deserve it yet. I don't know if I ever will, but I can't think of anything else to do with my time on Earth right now other than this. I'm finished with gods. They will not help me. Maybe you will.
Percy,
Yes?
I've always liked you. From the beginning, I've always liked you.
I've always liked you too.
You are intelligent and charming and
Thank you.
good in a tight spot.
It's the open spaces where I suffer. The tight spots I feel very good about. It's the open spaces. This is a very tight spot.
I would like to be friends with you again. I just have a condition.
Yes.
My penchant for forgiveness with my sister's welfare is razor thin.
I know. I know.
If you can respect that, then we don't have a problem.
Do you know why I titled your sister?
I have some idea.
She thought she was missing something that, and I use this term loosely, ordinary people. We have a magic we use to convince people that we deserve the things we get. Those of us who are born this way. It was treating her unfairly and limiting her ability to see her world for what it was worth. And it was a simple and easy fix. She is going to wake up one morning, not yet, but soon, and realize that money will not make her happy. And that trying to please that awful father will not make her happy. And the first step in that is realizing that he's weak, and there's no better way to do that than being better titled than your parents.
I don't agree with that line of thinking.
I know. For you are not her. And I'm not saying it's the truth, but it is what I believe is in her heart. And I think perhaps that might lift. I will never hurt her. I will never hurt anybody intentionally, especially not you, any more than I already have. And in return I ask, never take your eyes off me. Never trust me, and that is the best friend that you can be.
I will recommit to that same promise I made.
You can like me. I would love that. But, and in fact, I hope that I can earn your like.
I do like you.
I just never want to earn your trust.
Well, then it's your lucky day.
A gentle title will suit your sister well. I'm leaving.
Percy walks out. You're left alone in the silence and darkness, looking at the small shrine before you.
I'm on board. You have me. Whatever you will. I have something I need to take care of, which you know, and I hope you will help me with it. But I do not take your gift lightly. close the door again and head back to town.
Huh. That conversation went in waves for me. At the beginning, I really liked it. I liked it a lot. And then we got to, do you know why I titled Vex? And it's like, I can't tell how many layers down in self-degradation it is for Percy. Because I don't think I can interpret that in a way where he is being both realistic and honest. But I can interpret that in layers of misunderstanding about both himself and Vex, but it is covered in the already discussed layers of confidence. So even when he lampshades the entire thing by saying, I don't like who I am. I want to be someone different. So he lampshades the entire thing by basically outright saying, I am wrong and have bad opinions. But I really liked I loved the start of it. It was a actually real version of We're Not So Different, You and I, because they're really not. They truly aren't so different. But they have very different levels of conscience. I don't know. I think the other reason that the middle part kind of didn't quite sit right with me is because it is in response. And I don't even mean sit right with me as in like I didn't like the philosophy displayed within it, but like didn't sit right with me like as a fictional response. Because they are having a conversation essentially about protecting Vex, but really not even that, just not getting her killed actively. And then Percy's response is essentially, I won't get her killed. See, I actually kind of love her. And I'm actually kind of trying to help her with things that she doesn't even know about herself. Because I, Percy, am the master of empathy and understanding people. Which is like, it's wrong. He's not that. But it's also a reasonable construct of his flawed mind. I think that's what bugs me about it, is the confidence of like, this is the thing that will work, even though he says that he thinks it might not work, but he still did it. Oh man, I need to read some chats. Your solution is to make Vex not sad anymore is to make her upper class. A little bit. Yeah. I'm a bad person, but also thank you for the compliments. And also, I know exactly how to help your sister. Lot of cognitive dissonance. Yeah. I understood his line of thinking as I gave her a title to make her eventually realize that she doesn't need it, and it makes her no more special than others, and that it'll not make her happy. I don't disagree that is Percy's line of thinking. My point is that he's wrong. Like, I don't think he's correct. But I also don't know, within the construct of the conversation, I don't think he's necessarily supposed to be. He calls it out at the beginning and the end. That, like, I'm a bad person, and I don't like who I am or anything about me. Also, the thing that I described might just not work. Like, he sandwiched the thing between those two things. The weird part about it, though, is that he did do it. So it's very interesting. It's this very odd level of manipulative self-awareness that I don't quite know how to parse. It is saying, look how self-aware I am. I know that my actions are bad and wrong and probably won't work, but I secretly still believe that they will work, so that's why I did it. But I know that I'm not supposed to think that they'll work. I'm not supposed to want to do the bad manipulative thing. But I am going to do it because I'm still bad. It's weird. I agree, Ivo. I think Percy thinks of tiles as a piece of paper, despite how much weight other nobles give it, and hopes that Vex will essentially see that too. Yeah. I think that is like fictional character logic, not real world logic. No, I think Percy is not supposed to be correct here. In Tal's representation of him, I don't think he's supposed to be presenting him as correct. But it's still, it's so strange to process. Yeah. The idea that Percy thinks some people are better and raising up Vex to be better in a legal way, just matching his vision of her, is whack. Yeah, it's super whack. It's entirely whack. And so it's almost like proof. I think that's the weird thing about it, is they're both talking about how they want to be better. And Vax is like, I think we can help each other and be friends and be cool again, but I just need you to not put my sister at risk. And then Percy's like, let me tell you why you shouldn't trust me. It's almost a non sequitur. Like, that's like one of the, I think that's like what is fully weird about it to me, is that it's not a response. It's a total non sequitur, unless you consider it Percy purposefully outing himself and saying, hey, this is why I titled your sister. Ain't that a little fucked up? See, here's proof that you shouldn't trust me. Yeah. It's both about his projection onto her, his ideas of her, but also means that he does think that some people are better. Yeah. It's a double dipper of the wrong things that he believes. And like a big example of it. Yeah. I'm never going to hurt your sister, Vax. I'll just give her what she's always wanted to show that this thing is worthless. Yeah. You just described me in my 20s before I chose to be a good person. Hey, I get it. There are definitely, like, I am someone who I'm very similar. I very consciously chose to become a better person at some point. I realized how low my empathy was, and I made a purposeful decision to train my empathy and to really try to think about other people. Like, I'm not, it's not, the conversation feels off, but it's not. That's a complex conversation, complex piece of character work. Yeah, weird. Honestly, this probably counts as growth regarding man who invented guns for vengeance boner. Yeah, it probably does count as growth. But man, there's a substantial material difference between nobles and others. Percy recognized that this difference is upheld by an illusion, but doesn't seem to want to dispel it. Yeah, he is acknowledging that the illusion is bad and harmful, and that is his version of a good person. His version of a good person is someone that dispels the nobility, that rises up against the proletariat. But he's not a good person. And he recognizes the unfair power structure, and that being at the top of that power structure will not be ultimately fulfilling to Vex, but he still has such a twisted worldview that he has yet to deconstruct that he can't help but title her. Because even though he knows that it's part of a toxic system that will not solve her problems and will not make her happy, he can't help but insist to himself that it kind of will. And bringing it up in this serves only the rhetorical purpose of proving that he and his mental processes shouldn't be trusted. That is the only reason to bring it up right now in this rhetorical context. Yeah. It is only, which, I mean, at an even deeper level, it is using Vex as a thing to be swayed, not someone. I mean, I guess he is hoping that she eventually, that by putting her in, he is hoping that she has positive change, but he is then using this bad thing. I don't know. It's a confusing web. It's such a confusing web. Yeah. I think it makes sense for a guy who had nobility ripped violently away and fought to get it back. Yeah, no, none of it doesn't make it doesn't make sense in a way that makes perfect sense. For Percy, it's the right kind of illogical. And the fact that he thinks that bringing it up is the right thing to do in this conversation is equally whack in a totally different way. You know, it's like the fact that, like, even if he had all of these thoughts, and even if this was his backing reason, to bring it up after Vax telling you that he's pissed at you and he is still pissed and he doesn't know if he won't be able to be pissed anymore, and being like, hey, want to hear a story? It's crazy. Rise up against the proletariat. Oh yeah, bourgeoisie. Not the proletariats won't rise. Yeah. Yeah. I remember vividly the moment in my life I chose to stop lying to get what I wanted. My life got infinitely better. I absolutely believe it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how real and effective it is. Yeah. I think here they're a part of, wait, Vax, you want to be closer to me? No, please don't trust me. I'm the broody, edgy type. Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's why I say that, like, rhetorically, in the context of the discussion, the reason to bring this up is Vax saying, here's a way that we can be close. Vax extended the olive branch. He said, I am so mad at you. You killed my sister. I don't know if I can forgive you. And that entire time, Percy's like, yeah, man. I fucking wouldn't either. Hey, you're telling me, brother. And then the moment that Vax says, but this is my condition towards us potentially mending the bridge, that's all I need from you. That's all I need. And Tal jumps straight into, I'm emotionally manipulating your sister. I think it's very reasonable to read it as pushing away. Being like, the entire time that Vax is saying how much he hates Percy's like, yeah, totally. And then he says, but we can trust again. He's like, no, you'll forgive me? Gross. Don't do that. Yeah. The fact that he's bringing it up goes to prove his point. Yeah. It's a non sequitur. I think in game, Taliesin wanted to meet Liam's RP vulnerability, so he tried to confess something, but I don't think he worded it coherently. It's like a first draft mismatch. No, sorry. When I say it's a non sequitur, I don't necessarily mean that in terms of it's a bad acting performance or it's like bad writing. It's a non sequitur because it is on its face, it's not answering the question that Vax essentially posed to him of, these are my terms, are you willing to accept them? And then he tells a seemingly unrelated story, but the story is actually no. It's a non sequitur that is actually a real answer. But it is not actually no, because Percy knows that he should want to say yes. That it would be a good thing for him to say yes, but he doesn't want to. Yeah. He doesn't want to say yes, I think. It felt like a very human convo. Yeah. It's interesting that we are having this discussion since earlier today. Maggie, you mentioned how Percy seemed fine dying as long as his legacy survived or something like that. It's very much, it seems like, not necessarily that he's fine dying, but that he is very concerned about his legacy, and I think he is more concerned about his legacy than his life. But yeah, it is very interesting. And then it's also interesting, we could read this as this has been building up in Percy for a while. I think that would be a very reasonable thing to think, because this anger has clearly been brewing in Vax for a while. And we haven't really seen it come out. But it's reasonable. It's very reasonable, though, as something that just hasn't been discussed. And the implication of Percy bringing these things up at that same time is that, these have also been brewing for Percy for a while. But I think it's very possible that he essentially had a brush with eternity. He essentially had not an actual near-death experience, but a ego death, like a death of legacy experience. The idea that everything he built and worked for might just get wiped from the earth and no one will remember his name. And I think that it's very reasonable to think that that is what prompted all of this from Percy. Sort of, quasi-coincidental, but I think that the attack on Whitestone affected him significantly. And that might be what is prompting him to actually desire to be a better person. Yeah. Yeah. Since it's been a few episodes, I give Tal fair credit that he's thought over the possible character interpretations and landed on some of the negative interpretations of the choice. Yeah. And I also do think that while
Take a break.
I think we'll push through this break because we're really close to the end. Yeah, we're really close to the end. So he's pushed through. He made a choice in the Raven Queen episode that I think is debatable. I think you could reasonably like it or dislike it. But I think you're totally right to give him credit for, regardless of the feelings about the action, he and seemingly Percy has thought through it, which I think is good. I think it's a good representation of sometimes we might make questionable decisions as players. Like we might make decisions that not everyone at the table really fucks with. Same thing with DMs. We might make a decision that the rest of our table is like, I didn't really love that you did that. Can you not do that next time? And I think that Taliesin is doing a good job of showing, like, I don't know if he got that feedback, whatever. But you don't have to, like, even if a decision isn't liked, you don't have to retcon it. You don't necessarily have to apologize, i.e. Broomgate. But it is good to think through it and to, like, work it into future character work. I think that's a really good direction to go with it, yeah. Choosing to explain it as a way to add some flaws into a good gesture, yeah, totally. I agree. In execution, it came out kind of odd. I think it came out odd in a good, flawed way. Because it did come out odd, but I might be giving Tal too much credit here. But I think it came out odd in a purposeful and good way. Yeah. I nearly killed too. I don't know if you squinted there. Was a bit of homoeroticism to the first bit. I mean, yeah. I'm saying non sequitur to that mismatch because there's a disjointment there, and I think that's the kind of thing that comes from the first draft or spontaneous attempt of a scene. Possible. We might be talking about maybe slightly different things then. I think that's fair. A better version of this would be able to convey all the points without feeling skewed. I think the skewing works. I think it communicates Percy's kind of out of his headness. But this might be like saying that Pathologic having bad graphics is actually good because it makes you feel less comfortable. I might be glazing a little bit too hard. I don't know. Hard to tell. Yeah. I like this part of the conversation, dude, Jericho. The best way for Vex to get over Dice BS is to be better tiled than him. And Vex like, what? Yeah, it's a good example of, like, Percy is just wrong. Like, I truly do think that is purposeful. I think there's a decent argument to be made that Tal didn't communicate that as skillfully as he could have. First draft sort of deal. I can see that. But I do land on, like, I do think that the purpose of Percy was to be wrong in that moment. Yeah. Percy can't allow him to forgive himself, yeah. I don't think Percy is trying to push away Vax. I think Percy is trying to win him over with, here's an insight I have into your sister and what I think will make her happy. Oh, see, his explanation exposed his own biases and protection. Percy may be unaware of how someone who has been poor will take his good intentions. So, I don't think he's trying to, and this is conscious or not conscious of it, is like, I don't think Percy is purposefully trying to push Vax away. Like, literally on purpose. I don't think he's trying to do that, but he is subconsciously doing it. Like, I think most of the time when people push others away, it's not like a conscious, purposeful decision. So I agree. In some ways, he thinks it's a good response, but in other ways, it's so obviously not that he has to be kind of willfully ignorant to his own situation and how it will be perceived. Like, the line that G. Hercom quoted is insane. That's a ludicrous thing to say. and it bespeaks someone that grew up without a family and does not know how they work. Or lost their family young. Yeah. I agree, Mega, that Tal is playing into that ego death. I think it's definitely happening. Yeah. I think a lot of it is very purposeful on Tal's part. And the degrees to... I think there is a debate to the degrees to which Percy is aware of it. I think there is a debate there. But it's an interesting play on the character from Taliesin. Yeah. I guess what I mean is the cast avoiding letting their characters turn to paragons. Yeah, that's fair. I find it odd when the discussion, analysis, RP moments between players that are improv. I don't understand it. What? Like, you find it odd when we analyze moments that were improv? Or... I'm not sure I understand. But maybe you explain a little bit. It also speaks to Percy being centered around vengeance. Vex's dad cares about nobility properness, so in his mind, the way to happiness is Vex taking that from her dad. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't quite know what you're saying, but I'm interested in what you're saying, Ross, but I don't quite understand what you mean by this. Like, improv has story and intention behind it. So, the individual words aren't being chosen ahead of time. But, like, Taliesin took Vax over here. He clearly had some amount of idea of the general things that he wanted to say to Vax before the conversation, even if he didn't have it, scripted out because he didn't know what Liam would say back. He knew the sorts of intentions that he wanted to communicate because he initiated the scene. I think it's harder to guess player intentions during NPC on PC dialogue, because that is a lot of times, if it's not with a recurring PC or it's not with a PC that the player sought out, like, for example, the dialogue with the werewolves in the Moonbrush, I think it's very reasonable to say, like, ooh, that conversation's hard to analyze because their intentions may not be, like, as top of mind because they are reacting to things being presented to them. But I think that's more a discussion of reacting versus a more planned conversation, regardless of if the individual parts are improv. Picking apart RP moments that are improv is something I don't understand. When I'm a PC, I don't know what I'm going to say until the words come out of my mouth. Yeah. And I think that, I think that Tal does. Like, he doesn't know the literal words he's going to say, but he has an idea of generally what he wants to communicate to Vax. And I think that Liam, I would think that Liam has been thinking about this and kind of holding it in his head as something he might want to say to Percy at some point, probably for a while. So it's a planned beat even if when the beat is executed and the words that are said during the beat are all improv. But if you aren't like thinking through for your characters, like what do I want this character's arc to be? Like they have these flaws. I want them to work on them in these ways, or I want to explore my flaws through these sorts of interactions. If you haven't thought about any like potential growth opportunities or potential connection opportunities for your character, I can very much see how this would be very kind of offbeat. But I think that Taliesin has an idea of who Percy is, the types of relationships that, or who he is, the types of relationships that he wants to have with the other cast members or with the other members of Vox Machina, and the potential arcs that he wants to go on. For example, the last character that I played for an extended period of time, I had her flaws set when we started. And then I played the first 3 levels, not really knowing where things would go. I was just kind of seeing what happened. And then by level 5, I had kind of 3 different paths. And I had an idea of what would trigger each of the 3 different paths. I didn't know which of them would be triggered. I didn't really know if any of them would be triggered, honestly. But I knew, like, if another player interacts with me in this vague sort of way, like, I'll give you an example, or a more concrete example. That character was very frightened by her own powers. She was an aberrant mind sorcerer, and the first time that she cast Hunger of Hadar, which is a terrifying spell, especially if you're not a Pacted Warlock, because she was an aberrant mind sorcerer, it's scary. That's a scary spell. She got freaked out by it and didn't cast any spells for a day as a sorcerer. And I had in my head, if any of the other party members also express fear at my magic, I am going to pivot into a martial. I'm going to multi-class into a fighter as this 8 strength, like 10 dex teenage sorcerer. Because that was, and so I had an idea of if someone expresses fear at my magical abilities, I kind of knew generally how Eudokia was going to react. I didn't have it scripted. It would still, the entire interaction would have still been improv. But I knew broadly some triggers that I might react to. And I think that is a similar situation that Liam was in. Liam, I would guess, knew that he wanted to express these feelings to Percy at some point, but he wasn't going to do it around any other party members. And he was only going to do it if Percy seemed like he was willing to talk. But if those things happened, then he kind of had some stuff on deck. That's how I interpret this in terms of like similar to an at-home game. I totally feel that. At the same time, CR is more intentionally acted than a regular table. I will also say that they do a lot more inter-party, like individualized conversations than I think a typical table does. So they also have more opportunities where those sorts of triggers might go off, I think. I also think that we as viewers can look at the characters in a media and analyze the story with the death of the author, taking the media at face value and analyzing it, even if the media is a result of improv. I think you are correct, but I also think that Ross's statements can persist outside of that, because I was speculating as to Taliesin and Liam's intentions. So I was essentially speculating on the intent of the author. So I think we can analyze it as a scene without considering authorial intent. But I think it's fair to go a little bit further because I was considering authorial intent to an extent. I'm very terrible at improv and being quick to think spontaneous, but I can do long-form character analysis and envelop characters in that way. It's true. If you also do a lot of thinking about your character, it will naturally interact in ways that bespeak its inner workings. Yeah. I have a starting point and a hopeful end point. Everything else is up in the air. That's fair. It sounds like you don't have kind of those middle triggers that I was talking about, which I can't say that Taliesin or Liam definitely have those, but that is definitely how I generally think about kind of character growth moments, is I think about broad, vague triggers that might trigger some interpersonal dialogue that sort of reveals character change, character growth, character regression that any of my characters might be undergoing. Yeah. Yeah. Eudokia the Teenage Witch, yeah. Also, the thing about Percy thinking he knows what will make Vex happy, he's not even over his own family stuff. Yeah, if anyone, Vax would have a better idea because he's been through almost the same shit as Vex and seemingly got better. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. With my Hex Bard 2-year campaign, I'm always carrying around 1 million what-if RP options in my head. Yeah. And I think and to be very clear, I think it's super valid to not. Okay, if you don't want that, I think that's very fair. I played another character after Eudokia. It wasn't quite like what I would call beer and chips, but it was a campaign where like we had a conceit for what happened if someone missed it. It was very open-ended. It was much less kind of plot and character-driven. It was still heavy on the characters and NPCs. The great characters and NPCs. I loved those NPCs in that campaign. But much lighter on kind of distinct crafted plots, and our characters weren't going to be in every session. So I did a lot less of that sort of thinking with that character for that campaign than I did with Eudokia. So it's to me, it's also very campaign dependent and player dependent. I have some players that very clearly think about it, or some players, and some players that don't at my table. I don't think it's necessary, but it can be a fun way to sort of somewhat plan out an arc without having to script. Is just to think about those triggers and vague responses. Yeah. She has a very particular and consistent reaction to slavery, corruption of any kind, and always tries to free victims before fighting bad guys, even if unwise. Yeah, it's a great, it's not an underlying flaw, but it is an expression, a consistent expression of a flaw, of an underlying flaw and or underlying trauma. Calling trauma a flaw that's a whole can of worms that I didn't mean to open. But that sort of expression can give an idea and create these sorts of moments where there's a lot of apparent intention, even without specifically planning any of it. Yeah. Most of us are Ashley. Yeah, most people are just monster. Most people are monster. They get a lot of joy, I think, out of acting and thinking through these sorts of things. And I'm pretty middle of the road on it. I would say I get joy out of both. I like having both at my table. I don't mind either way. But I do think that this table is definitely heavy on that side. She died last week. No. Rip. Rest in pieces, probably. But anyways, let's finish out the episode. And then if we have they better save my butt. If we have anything else to talk about after the episode, we'll talk about it then. But let's finish it out. We got 10 minutes.
Back into town. You guys quietly keep your distance in your walk. Find your way back to the castle, to your respective rooms, and an evening's rest takes you all as comforting as it can be.
If do I hear Vax go to his room?
Oh, no.
Are you waiting to hear Vax go to his room?
Waiting to hear Vax go to his room.
Oh no.
Love it. Love it.
Actually, knowing Vax, you wouldn't hear anything.
That's a perception.
Oh, that's true.
30.
You wait for a long time, and no sound comes to your ears.
Go to sleep.
All right. And with that, as you guys rest for the night, we're going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back here in a few minutes.
Oh, that's it.
We had a friend come and deliver a gift to Laura, which you see presented on the table now is a replica that's like Kiki Day made this awesome prop replica of Fenthras.
We have to. I mean, I wish you guys could see it up close. I'm
Also, I said 10 minutes. It was less than 1 minute. Fuck. There were like 2 minutes left. I think there was 1 minute and I got the fucking places confused. Damn, we were so close. That entire time that we were paused, I thought we had 10 minutes left. 5 minutes is kind of my soft cutoff for if I want to pause it in the last 5 minutes. I've started pushing all the way through, but I was like, well, there's 10 minutes. But there was one. My bad. My bee, everybody. See you later, Joshua. I think I'm going to be doing the same. I need food. I need to rest my voice. We're rocking a 7-hour stream. But that was, I mean, there was so much to talk about. There was so much to talk about. I don't feel bad. Yeah. That was so much for that 5-hour stream. It's tough. The estimate can't account for the fact that I'm easier to tangent when I'm tired. And that Kazam, I would want to talk about so much. Because I think that there was so much from like good DMing, good character work, interesting character work, like not just like, yeah, that's fun. But like, man, that's weird, but I like it. Same thing with DMing. A lot of like Matt starting to play on elements that are, not necessarily, so risky they're doomed to fail. There are a lot of things that I've been wanting him to interact with, and he's doing it. And I'm like, whoa, how the fuck is this gonna go? Lots of theory fodder. I still don't know where they're going to go yet. Dick move, I will say, on the players. Oh, wait, we're halfway through. They'll decide. Never mind. I was gonna say dick move on the players to end the session, not knowing if they're going to Marquette or Wildmount, but there's half a session left. They'll decide. Oh, man. Yeah. A good character RP chat. Yeah. Joke's on you, sucker. Oh, potential romance spoiled. No. So now the Feywild mini arc is over. It's over. Do you have any general ideas what the future holds for the characters? Like where their personal arcs are going? Man, I don't know. I thought I knew. Kazam, did I think I knew before the Feywild arc? Like, I still don't know if that was supposed to kick off Vex's arc or not. Or if it was supposed to be somewhat of a fulfillment. I don't know. I'll go through them one by one. Vax. I think Vax will eventually find peace. I think that Vax right now is obviously he's kind of an edgy loner because he's being avoidant. And I still think that he will be a bit of an edgy loner his entire life. I think that's just who he is. But it will start to be less because he's avoiding something and start being more because he is at peace with what is happening around him and he doesn't need to get involved. He doesn't need to insert himself. I think that Vex will, if she hasn't already, develop a sense. I can see her developing a community and becoming a community leader of sorts, potentially through leading some of the forces through that they array against Thordak, being their main battlefield commander, potentially even getting put in charge of Singorn's forces specifically, and having a both community and value out through her own skill and merit, not by just what she looks like or what she possesses. Ashley, Pike, will continue to be a monster. Grog. I think Grog might be largely done. He might get challenged a few more times, but I think his overall thing is that strength is not valuable in its own right. Strength exists to be wielded, and it comes in more forms than muscles. And I think he's there. I don't know that we're going to get too much more. Keyleth, I think, will, in a similar way to Vex. Actually, no, not in a similar way to Vex. I think Keyleth will find peace with responsibility. We haven't gotten much of her Ashari stuff, maybe because she's being a bit avoidant. I wonder why her and Vex like each other. I think she will eventually come to terms with her responsibility and will continue to become more decisive. I think over the campaign, she's been becoming more and more decisive. She has stopped relying on others to make decisions for her. And I think we will continue to see that. But I don't know that we'll get a ton of focus on it, honestly. Partially because of the meta text of the entire campaign. And criticism around Keyleth. I think, unfortunately, she's going to go a little bit underbaked. But I think that'll just be the way of it. Percy, I think, will start a solar punk-esque farming community where he builds little tinkering drones to make the lives of individual people better. I think he will stop looking at the grand machinations of the universe and of these great powers and families, and he will focus down to the little people and how he can make things like fertilizer and hoes and plows and tractors to make the lives of the ordinary folk better. And he will start to realize that it's not about what's left of you after you're gone. It's about how you got there. I think he's going to be ultimately a big journey before destination type of arc. That's where he'll eventually get. Because it's the exact opposite of what he started as. He started out as ends justify the means. I'm going to kill them. Doesn't matter how I do it. And in the end, he will be, it matters who you help, how you do it. I think that's kind of where we'll end with him. And then Scanlan. Very hard to say. So I'm just going to take a stab and say, very hard to say. But I think Dr. Dranzel is going to be a lying asshole. Either part of an evil cabal or just a dick. One of the two. Actually, I'll tell you what. Dr. D is going to leave Kaylee to die. He's going to make a decision that is going to consign Kaylee to death, and then Scanlan will sacrifice himself to save her. And as he is dying, or potentially after he dies, Pike will resurrect him. And he will start his own, his fucking Partridge Family band with Kaylee. He's going to start a multi-generational short halt family sing-along. And they'll travel the country with the gnome that he loves. And because Scanlan could never settle down, right? He could never settle down. But maybe he could go on the road with someone he loves. Oh, hearts. So that's it. I think those are all of the happy endings. Will we get a happy ending? Fucking who knows? I don't fucking know. Because there's so many ways for all of those arcs to go horrifically wrong. Kaylee dies, Scanlan's happy ending's over. I'm telling you that right now. If Kaylee dies, doesn't matter how. If Kaylee dies, Scanlan has a villain ending. Or just a bad ending. He has the drunk hermit in a cave ending. If Kaylee dies. So there's all sorts of things that could fuck these up. But those are what I'm going to predict for now. Next they're going to the moon tree. It has to exist. It has to. That was one of my favorite theories of here. It gives me a lot of ideas for my own setting scamology. Cool. I'm glad. I thought I legitimately, I don't want to focus on it too much. I don't want to live in the past. But I legitimately do wonder if that was originally part of it. I legitimately do. Especially, I still don't know why the fuck it's called the Echo Tree. Maybe we'll find out later. I don't know. But it's one of those things that I really enjoy about Critical Eyes. Is like, I come up with theories when I'm doing media personally, but I'm never thinking as hard as I think on this. I'm never paying as much attention as I pay on this. So it's how I enjoy things normally of I like exploring the creative options when I have something to prompt me. It's difficult for me to sometimes come up with things from scratch, but if you give me a prompt, I feel like I can take that very far. And so it's like with the moon tree, it's funny because like it's even weird in my head. It's hard for me to think about it as a basically wholesale creation within my head because it didn't even kind of exist. But in my head, it's like, well, no, it's all because of the way that Matt presented things. So like in my head, it's like 50-50 me and Matt. in terms of like the creation of that, even though I know it's closer to, you know, maybe like 75-25. But I appreciate it. And I hope that you can watch Critical Role even knowing what happens with maybe that sort of creative mindset if you want to, or you can just enjoy it normally. You don't have to be working while you're watching. Well, yeah, I'm glad I liked it. I thought it was cool. Yeah. What I want to know is, how did Kima get into the Feywild, and why was she Carmelie? Dude, I don't know what the fuck is up with Carmelie. I will say that. I don't know what the fuck is up with his fucking face, with Artagon. I don't know what you know what? Do I have the name Artagon written anywhere else? There's no way I took a note on it. No, only in that one note. I was like, there's no way that it's come up another time that I've taken a note about. I don't know what was his deal. It's almost so, he's so suspicious that I don't even want to, like, I'm almost reluctant to ascribe things to him because he's so outwardly and smugly sus that I'm like, well, he can't be behind any of the secret machinations. At the end there, did Liam roll or did Marisha? Liam, yeah. Yeah. You actually don't hear him. Yeah. Yeah, in practice, it's shooting Marisha down a little bit. But I think it was kind of a low tier desire on Keyleth's end, or on Marisha's end. But maybe, yeah. It is also very possible that Matt just fucking had to pee. It's super possible that Matt had to pee. HDI. How does he do it? Going from swords to plowshares for Percy? Yeah, very swords to plowshares energy. I think that's the happy ending for Percy, is very swords to plowshares. He acts as like the leadership within Whitestone, like the governmental structure goes to more of a democratic or a constitutional monarchy sort of situation, a democratic monarchy where he's like the mayor of the town, and Cassandra's still like the queen. They kind of share the responsibility. He's more on the local level. He's their local rep. He's their local union rep. Yeah, very, very swords to plowshares. Yeah. In a couple of years, the Short Halt family orchestra has a civil war and breaks up into the short band and the halt band. That's perfect. That's what we're gonna. And then Sam's campaign 2 character is fucking Peter Halt, and he's part of the Great Divide. That'd be so funny. Do you have a rough order for these to play out? Not at all. I would be picking at random. Because Critical Role has thrown me too many left curves. Or not left curves, fucking curveballs. For me to even remotely guess an order. I've been guessing Wildmount every time they've even had the option to go there. And they still don't. Same thing with the Feywild for a while. So no, I don't got an order. I can't even begin to name one. D&D's known for happy endings, it is. Who are these most likely to not get happy ending? Probably Scanlan. I think Scanlan's the most likely to not get a happy ending. Partially because I think his happy ending is very vulnerable to disruption. I think it's very reliant on Kaylee. And if she becomes deceased, I don't think there's a happy future for him. Yeah. Sandy Lerner co-founded Cisco and also co-founded Urban Decay Makeup and gave up corporate executive life to run a small sustainability farm like a hipster. Basically, that's Percy. That's exactly what I'm saying. Or I think did the founder of Patagonia do something similar? Yeah, that's very Percy coded to me. Yeah. As in Matt made him too obvious to be deeper relevance. He made him too obvious to be non-obvious relevance. Like it would be like, don't worry about the man behind the curtain. And also ignore the guy that just walked out from behind the curtain and then walked back in. There's no one behind the curtain. That guy is not the one pulling the strings behind the curtain. I can tell. Don't look at him. No. Don't look at his hands, which still are holding the fucking puppetry strings, because that's not relevant at all. It's like when you call it out that hard, I believe you that it's not relevant, you know? But it could be a double bluff. It could be, but I don't know. I think Mega didn't account for the fact that Fantasy Exandria, there's just a lot of magic trees. They're not all related. I don't know where the other magic trees are. There's one pretty special tree. And there's probably others. I admit, I'm just not aware of them. Show me another magic tree. I want to see it the next place we go. I want Onkarel to be centered around a magic cactus. A magic oasis palm tree. Right in the center of town. It's as tall as a mountain. Its palm fronds stretch to the horizon. It blocks out the sun during the hottest part of the day, allowing Onkarel to thrive. If we get a magic palm tree, I will completely, I'll hold my hands up. I'll say, hey, the magic palm tree's got me beat. I haven't seen it yet, though. With Umbrasil's lair beneath. Yes, exactly. Exactly. No, on top of it. It's a subversion. Jamon's palace is at the top of the palm tree. Don't be so silly. And you have to climb the tree like Jack and the Beanstalk to ascend to his realm. The horny guy not getting a happy ending is hilarious. Oh my god. Back when I tell you where they was at. Oh, did he? I only heard the headlines. I did not look too far into it. Yeah. Our elected mayor is the brother of the feudal lord. There's no nepotism, I swear. I swear. Come on. Magic cactus with palm frost. Yes. Exactly. Of course. Exactly, Jonathan. I'm glad you're understanding. I'm glad you're seeing the big picture now. If we get any sort of magic tree anytime soon, I'll hold up my hat. Oh, speaking of, I was about to say I'll send 5 fucking gifted. I haven't done my October free memberships because they're actually kind of a fucking pain to give out. Thanks, YouTube. Wait, what? Where are they? Unlock membership only perks, membership gifting. Your gift will be publicly... Why do I have to buy? I shouldn't have to buy. No, what? Did they take that away? Oh, shit. I think they might have taken that away from creators. They might have taken away my free gifted. That's crazy. Damn, I thought that was so cool. I'll have to look into it more. We'll see. Either way. I was waiting for the ending. I think we're at the ending. I think we're at the ending, Deadly. I'm going to sign off as well. Good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you so much for joining, sticking around. I appreciate it. And I will see you all later. We'll do the other half before Wednesday, probably Saturday. Giving a big probably to that because it depends on. I'm gonna be real. I forgot what time Paige is getting home on Sunday, so Sunday might not work. And then it'll also depend on how much the dogs have been keeping me up. So maybe Saturday, maybe we'll see. I'll let you know. Thank you again. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good day. Goodbye.